Hey guys. Uh, Give me a moment. Whew. What am I doing with this? Hang on. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Wow, guys. Guess what I did last night? It's crazy. You would not believe. Okay. I think that went well yesterday. I don't really. How are you not dead? You went to bed at 5 a.m. Oh, I'm tired. Don't worry. You're going to talk about the murdered rabbi in the UAE? No. Did they give you a heads up or just call you? They gave me a heads up. We were planning it for like 2 weeks. Okay. I wasn't really ever given a go ahead to announce it, so I just announced it when it happened. Couldn't think of many ways it could have been better. There were a couple, but we'll just talk about that and then I will do a little maybe I don't know if I need to take notes on it. I don't think I need to take notes on it. I just maybe want to talk you guys through my process and how I want to approach conversations going forward. Most of it is just, I guess, it's always going to be a work in progress because it's not just about conversational skills or especially having autism and all that shit. It's more just about being able to navigate different spaces and different communities and being able to meet people roughly where they are without compromising any of your positions. And I think that's the difficult thing. Did any of the crew message you after? No, I don't think the crew messaged me. Not that I know of. You did get some tough and emotional situations. Whatever. Um, Not empathy and optics arc. It's simple things. It's just I wasn't expecting that though. I had a list of like 4 broad questions that were going to be asked, and I think we got through 3 of them, maybe two, 2.5. Uh, And I was not expecting, obviously, the other the crew members to just ask me questions spontaneously about the current conflict. Like none of the actual questions I was asked, were going to be asked in the beginning, were about the war in Gaza. That was actually not really on the list. It would have come up in passing through other questions, but it wasn't like a main topic or like how do you solve the war? What's the best way to conduct it, or what should they do differently, or like what's how does like what do you do when there are civilians next to military targets? I'm like, oh god, fuck me, this is it's a bit wild shit. But I'm not against it because I think part of my job should be being able to talk about these things. So I get that, but we'll go into it. Are you winning, son? Yeah, yeah. I just right now I'm really really excited to watch the Mike from PA reaction to the Hassan reaction to the Bad Empanada reaction. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's gonna be a banger. That layer. From the little gup chain. Did you get a boost in subscribers? Yep. Gained quite a few on the live channel, yeah. Can you comment on the dynamic between Ethan and his team? I feel like his team are massive Hassan Ali simps. I don't know if they're Hassan simps, but I don't really. This is gonna sound so cringe. I I don't really care that much about the broad disagreements. I don't really care that much about that, even if they're quite far off, as long as you can just talk about it. Because I don't think any of the crew wanted to kill me. Okay, I don't think any of them were really fucking mad at me or trying to hold me to positions I don't own or anything. I don't think that was happening. So you know, and it seemed like most of the H3 people liked it. You know what? If I'd known, if I'd known how many, we'll talk about it later. It's fine. It's fine. Would you like Hassan more if he was more agreeable conversationally? To a degree, I'd still have a pretty big problem with the whole Houthi Hezbollah, no big deal, actually doing a good thing meme. That still kind of fucks me. Yeah. You know, good manners and just kind of basic, what do you call it? Basic humanity and human decency can only get you so far when you're supporting that kind of shit. But anyway, AB's dad isn't as a Palestinian activist. Oh, that guy. Which I can't remember which one was which, but H3 Snark is very upset. Yeah, but isn't H3 Snark just a Hassan fan Reddit? Isn't that what the? I think there's like the H3 subreddit, and then there are two other ones with H3 in the title that are just full of Hassan fans. Isn't that the thing? Isn't that it? So, how did it feel going for the Palestine is Arab line? I mean, I know that there is also an Arabic translation, an Arabic version of the River to the Sea as well, but they mean the same thing. As far as because I don't know, I'm yet to know anyone who would do the River to the Sea chant in Arabic, but they wouldn't do the Palestine is Arab chant. I don't really know if that's a thing. But at the end of the day, it's like a slogan like that is probably the least interesting thing to me. Yeah. But if that guy's dad is an activist, maybe it'd be interesting to see if he says anything to me. Interesting. But, you know, one thing at a time, okay? Reactions to the 10 a.m. ceasefire. 10 a.m. what time? Because I know that they've. Okay, wait, let's do this one. Okay. So they're saying that the Israeli cabinet is likely to approve the ceasefire in Lebanon. Okay? Seems likely to happen. Obviously, Hezbollah are in a different situation to Hamas. The thing with Hezbollah is they have to, at some point, they have to consider their local situation as well, because Hamas is like the only non-Israel power, is the only power in Gaza besides now the IDF. Hezbollah, there's the Lebanese government, there are the Christians, there's like the Sunnis who don't like them, there's the Druze. So Hezbollah are a little bit more limited, I think, in their the amount of fucking, what would you call it? The amount of impunity they can act with domestically. They are also in a different situation because they have no hostages, so they have less of a bargain chip. And it looks like 10 a.m. local time tomorrow, to be announced 10 p.m. today by Biden and Macron. 10 p.m. what time? UK or American? I thought Druze were pretty supportive of Hezbollah. I think it varies. But maybe things have changed. I don't know. Didn't they bomb Dahia again in the last hour? Yeah, they're getting their fucking fill before the ceasefire. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's what happens. But yeah, so I was going to mention that it's just... Oh wow, there's a ceasefire coming in. Let's just fill up quick. Which news channel was already talking about it? Israel, Lebanon. Okay. Netanyahu approves in principle. We saw that yesterday. Oh, here, from Channel 4. They clearly mean that all of Palestine will be theirs. I'm contesting the fact that it says Arab. Oh, yeah, okay.
Crowds building.
I don't know. I think it was... I can't remember who told me. I feel like it was either my dad or someone in my community, but someone told me that that the Palestine Arabiya one is like used more generally, or...
Beirut.
But whatever.
Beirut today.
I remember seeing quite a few campus protesters doing it. That was the thing as well.
Beirut today.
Okay.
An Israeli strike smashes into a multi-story
I'm guessing they're all like, they know it's happening, right? They're like, they got the, I guess this is like after the warning was given.
Beirut today. An Israeli strike smashes into a multi-story building. Crowds now...
Not all of them are now. Yeah, I know. They're only, I think they're announced if they're going after weapons, like things that you can't move out of the building within a few hours. Yeah.
Gilly gather to watch from a distance when Israel announces where it's about to hit in advance. Most of those living in the city's southern...
This is the fallout from your talk with Ethan. What the fuck? Shut up.
...suburbs, where support for Hezbollah is high, have already fled. But not everyone.
The fruits of our lifetime are gone. Our memories, our safety is gone. Israel decided to steal them from us, but we won't let them. We're staying.
On the ground in southern Lebanon, the Israeli army has said it's expanding its fight against Hezbollah, pushing into a second line of villages further away from the border, even as talks on a possible ceasefire have been gathering pace. US envoy Amos Hochstein met Israeli officials yesterday after having been in Beirut. A deal that would see Hezbollah pull its forces back from the border seems to be on the cards,
really?
Though it's not yet been agreed.
Wait, sorry. Who's going to be on the border then? It's not just going to be UNIFIL, right? Who's going to be, what do you mean back from the border? Are they talking about Litani, or are they talking about like the 2 mile zone, or what?
For now, there's both talking and fighting. This a funeral for an Israeli man killed in a Hezbollah rocket attack. Amongst the mourners, Israel's foreign minister. Gideon Saar took the opportunity to attack the International Criminal Court for issuing arrest warrants for the country's prime minister and former defense minister. It's an attempt to assassinate Israel's right to defend itself and its citizens, he said. Every member state of the ICC is now obliged to detain Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant
Cringe.
for alleged war crimes.
Look at them, losers. Sulky fucks. Me when I get the ICC putting a fucking arrest warrant. Me when half of the world needs to arrest me if I go to their country. Jesus. Look at this dickhead.
To detain Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant for alleged war crimes if they enter their country, though it's unlikely they'll ever face trial.
Yep.
Western capitals have been reacting to the move. The British government saying it would follow its legal obligations, but refusing to elaborate much further.
We respect the independence of the court, and the UK government's position continues to be that we need to pursue a ceasefire.
A German official said it's hard to imagine arresting the men, despite insisting the country does support the court. Hungary's far-right president went further, inviting Netanyahu to visit, promising him no action would be taken. In America, not a signatory to the court, Biden called the warrants outrageous, whilst Trump's team is reported to be considering sanctions against ICC officials. And in Gaza, the war-ravaged centre of all of this, more Israeli strikes. That means more deaths, more suffering. What did this child ever do to Israel? Asked this man. He was born in the war. A father cradles a baby's tiny body. Amidst the horror, a gentle, tear-soaked goodbye.
Well, there's little hope in Gaza that the arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu will change anything on the ground. The International Criminal Court did not include allegations of ethnic cleansing, but human rights activists say that's what's happening in northern Gaza. The Forensic Architecture Research Agency has just released new data showing the extent of the displacement caused by the recent military offensive in the north. Israeli authorities have previously rejected such accusations. Harry Fawcett reports.
For 7 weeks now, Israel has been pummeling and constricting the far north of Gaza. It says in a sustained campaign against resurgent Hamas fighters. This is the consequence. People here say the aim. An estimate of up to 130,000 civilians, 80% of the population, forced south with what little they can carry. A girl stops, overwhelmed, while others tell of a rare aid delivery to their neighborhood in Beit Hanun. Hours later, it was bombed, and then the Israeli soldiers came.
While they were supposedly supporting us, they forced us out of our houses, and we couldn't carry any food, water, or anything else. It's all planned. They always force us to do this and pressure us until we move from one place to another.
What happened to us? You see what happened to us. The whole world sees what happened to us.
Among the closest observers, the team at Forensic Architecture, which has long mapped and campaigned against Israel's military activities in the occupied Palestinian territories.
An enclosure inside an enclosure inside an enclosure.
Jesus.
Through tens of thousands.
Hang on. Sorry, I was typing. What the fuck?
A girl stops, overwhelmed, while others tell of a rare aid delivery to their neighborhood in Beit Hanun. Hours later, it was bombed, and then the Israeli soldiers came.
While they were supposedly supporting us, they forced us out of our houses, and we couldn't carry any food, water, or anything else. It's all planned. They always force us to do this and pressure us until we move from one place to another.
What happened to us? You see what happened to us. The whole world sees what happened to us.
Among the closest observers, the team at Forensic Architecture, which has long mapped and campaigned against Israel's military activities in the occupied Palestinian territories.
An enclosure inside an enclosure inside an enclosure. It's like
Through tens of thousands of data points, they've been charting Gaza's increasingly gruesome topography since October last year, and are in no doubt about what's happening right now in the far north.
they are being ethnically cleansed from the area. And Israel has decided to actually crush, starve, and push them militarily out of that area into the south.
Since the Hamas attacks of October last year and the start of Israel's military campaign, evacuation orders have rippled through Gaza as the area in blue, deemed safe, has shifted. On the 6th of October, Israel's evacuation...
These are the guys that think Israel blew up the Al Ali hospital. You know what? I read that report that they did. I'm not actually sure that that's what they said. Hang on. I think it got sold that way, but... Let me look at their thing. They are partisan as shit. They call the IDF the Israeli Occupation Force, like the IOF. So you know where they stand. But if I look at their investigation, so they're saying, I'll go through this really quickly. They said that that Israel used so what Israel did was they showed a picture from a video from Al Jazeera, from an Al Jazeera camera, and then they said this is the rocket just before it fell onto the hospital, and then they said this wasn't actually the one that hit the hospital. This was an interceptor that did something different. So you see here, they said, footage that apparently showed the misfired rocket that struck the hospital. And then they say, no, that footage is actually an interceptor that exploded. But then they also say, most of the damage that was done was caused by unspent rocket propellant from a misfired rocket in the salvo. So they're saying this is the Israeli claim, but their analysis suggests that all the rockets in question had finished burning their propellant while in flight. But then I don't think they actually say the interceptor was what landed on Al Ali, because they're saying this is an interceptor, this video here. So they're saying that's the interception. But they said they tracked the motion of this thing, of this flash. But I think that their claim is that this wasn't actually what landed there. Just to double check. So I think they left it as indeterminate. Because this Al Jazeera picture, this explosion, was actually not the hospital. It was 5 kilometers away. But this was the image that was used. This was the image that was used by Israel to say that it was the PIJ rocket, which it wasn't. It was, so they basically say it was undetermined. Now they're saying that they all 17 salvo rockets had finished burning their fuel. While what happened to Al Ali remains inconclusive. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They never actually said it was an Iron Dome interceptor that caused the explosion, which would make sense because Iron Dome interceptions, first of all, they almost never, pretty much never explode when they land because they have a mechanism that stops them from doing that. I think there's been one exception that was ever filmed of an IDF Iron Dome missile interceptor actually exploding when it landed. And it was small. It was a small explosion. It wouldn't have killed anywhere. It wouldn't have done anywhere near the damage that was done by the Al Ali explosion. So, and this is from a very partisan source. Like, these guys hate Israel. So, as far as New York Times, Washington Post, Nah, bro, it whistled. True. Facts. What do these guys say? What's their conclusion? Cannot verify. "17 rockets." I don't think the New York Times says that all 17 rockets must have landed or must have spent their fuel. I think that's just a forensic architecture claim. Mid-air detonation here. It's just that there was an Al Jazeera video that everyone was using, which wasn't actually the one that hit the hospital. That's it, or the hospital car park, technically. Now, what I don't think has been answered is why, if I still have this written down, is why Hamas said that they had a piece of the munition, but then never produced it. That was a problem as well, wasn't it? What was the quote again? I think the exact quote was "produced it," right? Yeah. Islamic Jihad claimed to have a missile fragment but have not produced it. And I think Hamas said afterwards that the fragment had disintegrated, which isn't really what happens. Once you've got it after the explosion, it's not going to disintegrate like hours later. So, yeah. Fucked up. Anyway, that's more or less what happened. So, chances are, probably a misfired rocket. I think that's the best guess. Anyway.
Blocks in the north were
Despawned,
enlarged, and
yeah.
all civilians in the far northern governorate ordered to leave. From then till now, a renewed and intensified invasion, cutting off the topmost section of the strip, using in part routes and areas once home to Israeli settlements. In 2005, as Israel prepared to pull out of and bulldoze its Gaza settlements, Channel 4 News documented a young far-right activist, Itamar Ben-Gvir, as he led a quixotic last stand against the government. Now he's in government, the National Security Minister, guest of honour in October at a rally just outside Gaza for those who want to go back in for good. Earlier this month, a senior soldier was quoted as saying he had orders to cleanse the north, but Palestinians would not return. Comments later described by the Israeli army as out of context and not reflective of its objectives and values. The IDF didn't respond to our request for comment, but one well-connected former general says the aim is to get civilians to safety, not permanently remove them.
I work closely with the Israeli government. I never heard any official or the Prime Minister or the Minister of Defense talking about citizens not coming back home. The issue that the IDF is dealing now is how to win the war. Now, the fastest this war will be over, the fastest people will be able to go back and rebuild their lives.
Journalists, former military figures, they say that this is explained by military necessity, that if you wanted to attack Hamas, if you wanted to exert some level of control over Gaza for, some time to come, this is what you would do without necessarily wanting to resettle it.
If you wanted to settle Gaza, this is what you would do. That's the infrastructure that you would put. I do not know if they're going to do it. I do not know if there's a chance. But effectively, what we have is an infrastructure of control that can turn very fast and into an infrastructure where settlement could actually replace the military bases.
Whatever that future holds, for those being driven from their homes, the present is plenty to contend with. And from the collective Palestinian past comes the understanding that the temporary has long had a way
What journalists are here doing this footage?
of becoming permanent.
Hmm. I don't really know like what the journalist access is like in Gaza now, if it's improved or if it's just still shit. Don't know. Eek. So it looks like the Israeli cabinet is deliberating or is meeting to accept the ceasefire basically now. Is that what they're doing? What are the terms? Did we know the terms? Or are they still deliberating? Let's have a look. They're supposed to at 5. Stop telling me the time, okay? Because you're all in different time zones. Stop. Oh, 5 p.m. That means nothing. What? Australian time, 2 days ago. Do you still support the Socialist Labour Party of Starmer? That is such a strange question. I prefer them to Conservatives quite a lot. I don't think they're socialist, but does that answer your question? Anyway, are you a farmer by by any chance? Is that why you're asking me that? Okay. Okay. So, withdrawal of troops. Okay, there's going to be a 60-day ceasefire. Okay, so it's a temporary ceasefire. The withdrawal of Israeli troops from Lebanon. Okay. The removal of Hezbollah fighters and weapons from the south of the Litani. Damn, that's a big ask. Withdrawal all the way to the Litani. So just so you guys know, the whole issue with Lebanon and Israel right now is that Lebanon is a pretty mixed country, very multicultural, very sectarian. And in Lebanon, you have the government, the Lebanese government, which has the Lebanese military, which has a Christian president whose spot has been vacant for 2 years. You have a Sunni prime minister, and you have a Shiite Speaker of the House. And you also have, within that government, within the political parliament, you have Hezbollah, who are a Shiite militant group who, unlike most other political groups in Lebanon, have their own army that's separate from the Lebanese army. They're the largest non-state military in the world. They are backed and swear full loyalty to Iran and the Ayatollah. They are stronger than the Lebanese army. They're the strongest militant group in the entire country, by far. And their whole position basically is most of them operate in the south, over here, and also up here in the Bekaa on the Syrian border. So this is where they live, and where these are their communities. This is where their families live. This is where their villages are, and it's also where all their weapons are and all their installations and their tunnels. So a lot of people in Lebanon don't like them because they are seen as a kind of like foreign-backed entity with foreign weapons that terrorizes the people, that when they murder their political opponents or when they cause a fucking stir up in the rest of the country, no one holds them accountable. I think they used to say, Hassan Nasrallah, their leader, used to say that in response to the protests of other Lebanese factions, he basically said that if anyone tries to get any of our weapons, any hands that try to touch our weapons, we will consider them an Israeli hand and we will chop them off. He also said that after 4 of their members were indicted for murdering the Lebanese prime minister in 2005, they said that they would chop the hands off of anyone who tried to touch any of their soldiers. So that's kind of their relation with Lebanon. And the problem with Hezbollah and Israel is that Hezbollah over here, since October 7th, October 8th actually, have been firing rockets first at the Golan Heights up here, which is Israeli occupied, and then down at northern Israel, which is just Israel. And their attacks have resulted in 60,000 people being displaced by these rockets. And eventually, after a long year of back and forth leapfrogging of escalation, then Israel decided to respond more heavily. They did the pager attack, which basically blew up a bunch of Hezbollah pagers and walkie-talkies that took out their communication system. Then they bombed a shitload of buildings and villages, and then they killed Nasrallah by airstriking his headquarters in the capital in Beirut, and then they launched a ground incursion to send troops into the south to blow up tunnels and to take out infrastructure and to confiscate weapons. And in some cases, that basically meant destroying entire villages. So there are some villages in the south of Lebanon that don't exist anymore. They're gone. Because after clearing the villages, the IDF were like, listen, there's tunnels underneath all of this. So we're just going to bomb all of it. We're just going to blow up all of it. So pretty wacky, pretty fucked up. Lots of people have died. I think 3.8 thousand Lebanese have died. We have no idea how many of them are soldiers, how many of them are civilians. We do know a lot of civilians have died. You can tell they're civilians because they're children. The significance of the Litani, which is this river here, is that Israel has decided that Hezbollah is, or at least until recently, Israel's position was that Hezbollah are too big to fail. They're too big to disarm. So what they can do is they can use enough military pressure to push for Hezbollah to move their military installations past this river, okay? So the reason for that is that Hezbollah has three types of weapons, or main weapons, against Israel. They have their short-range rockets, their medium rockets, and their long-range. Their medium and long-range rockets are around these kind of areas here, and the long-range ones are often stored under buildings in Beirut. But the short-range rockets are scattered all the way through the south here in this little area. And they are very, very, very hard to stop because the entire thing is that they are either hidden in civilian houses, or they're hidden just in the middle of the forest or up a hill, or in, like, they've cut through a massive fucking rock and just built a tunnel inside it that has a rocket launch pad in it. So they have this ability to very, very quickly just appear out of the ground, out of a completely inconspicuous patch of dirt, to fire a rocket and then go back down within like less than a minute, right? So they're pretty sophisticated. Despite all of Israel's bombing campaigns and all their efforts, the Katyusha rockets and anti-tank missiles, Hezbollah have successfully fired about 100 or 200 of them every day since this escalation started. So that basically means Israel has not been able to really like diminish that capacity. And those rockets cause a lot of damage. So that's Israel's desire, is they say that we want to push Hezbollah over the Litani, which also means disarm them or whatever else. There's a problem with that position though, and it's that Hezbollah is not just a military. They're not just an army. They're also the civilian safety net of this entire population in the south. And those people in the south don't really have a good history with the state of Lebanon. They were often marginalized. They were often politically underrepresented. They were often excluded from welfare, especially when Israel invaded the country. It was really difficult for them because they didn't really get the same help as refugees from the rest of the population. They were often shunned by the rest of the population because basically if a Shiite Muslim from the south tries to flee north or into a town or a village, then the entire village is going to be like, fuck, no, don't come here. Don't, fuck you. No, because you might be Hezbollah. And if you're Hezbollah, the IDF is going to bomb this house or this village. So there's a lot of mistrust, a lot of bigotry, a lot of hatred, a lot of sectarianism. So the problem is that if you're going to disarm everything down here, well, that's great for Israel because you've negated the biggest threat to the north, but you haven't really answered the question of what the fuck happens to the people here, because I don't think this population is going to come back south to a pile of rubble and just chill with the Lebanese army. I don't really know how that's going to work, because Hezbollah have a lot of strong allies. They have Iran, and they have, unlike Hamas, them and Iran are a family. They're very, very close. Hamas is not as close to Iran. And they also have Iraq and Syria, where they have an established land corridor where they can fly shipments of arms over to Damascus and then send them in down here, or they can just travel by land. So the problem is that people in the south of Lebanon and in the Bekaa are going to have access to this border and are going to have access to arms. And what happened last time in 2006, Hezbollah did get massively beaten up by Israel in that war, but they also had Iran giving them a shitload of money so that they were able to be the ones who rebuilt Lebanese infrastructure and houses and gave people healthcare and shit. So if you were Lebanese and you lost your house in 2006 in the war, if you wanted to, you could go to Hezbollah and you could claim compensation for your house and they would do it for you because they had the Iranian money. They had an entire fund for it. And then if you're a Lebanese person and you've lost your house to Israel and those are the ones who are taking care of you after the war, you're like, whoa, these Hezbollah guys, nice, whoa, sick ass as fuck. They like it, okay? Why wouldn't you? So the problem now is that I don't know if the Lebanese army is going to be as accommodating to the locals down here, or if the locals are going to be as accommodating to the army. And if there's no one there to fill that gap, if there's no one there to help the people who have lost all their houses and their livelihoods and their jobs and everything else to rebuild their lives down here, then there's kind of a big problem. I don't know if the Lebanese army and UNIFIL are going to be the ones who can fulfill that role. So the fear is that the ceasefire, were they rebuilding all the houses or only the Muslim ones? Oh, I think, I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that one. I don't remember. It was called the Jihadi Building Fund or some shit. I can't remember what it was called, but it had some weird name. I'll get back to you on that one. Hang on. No, I can find it right now because there was a documentary about it. It's not just because the original source I got that from was a book, but we can do the next best thing. Where's the 06 war in this documentary? There's a 3-part series. Where the fuck is the 3-part series? Shit. Really? It's not. Hey! Fuck you. I hate autoplay intros on YouTube channels. Words cannot express. It's not on the channel anymore. It's gone. Did they delete it? Why? Why'd they delete it? Jesus. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. What was it called? It's called Jihad al-Bina. That's what it was called. This was their building organization that was funded by Iran after the war. It was Jihad al-Bina. Pretty sure Hezbollah was not rebuilding Christian houses. There are Christians who support Hezbollah. There are Christian and Shiite mixed communities in the south. Yeah, this is but I want to know. While the Israelis began their withdrawal, men on bulldozers, cutting lanes through piles of rubble. They offered $10,000 to residents to help pay for the year of rent, to buy furniture and help feed families. Hezbollah volunteers, Bentish Bale, which is a very, very Shiite town. That translates to jihad building. Bro, if they're building your house, I don't care what it's called. You can call it Free the Pedos. I'll let you build my house. Fuck, okay. All right. His message resounded even with a Sunni Muslim. South of Beirut. Resounded. Did they rebuild this guy's house or? Point is, okay. Polling indicated that raised support for Hezbollah among Sunni and Christians during the 06 war. Unsure if there's updated polling from 2024. Next paragraph. They're building bridges and roads, but when it comes to houses, Hezbollah will have a big role to play. Maybe. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if they helped other people that weren't Shia, because Hezbollah's whole thing is like they did work quite hard to try and build a kind of like, or to sort of usurp Lebanese nationalist identity. Yeah. But anyway, Hezbollah's popularity, there's a kind of like a bit of a myth about that. So in 2006, when the war started, and at the beginning of the war, with the air campaign, things went reasonably okay for Israel. They bombed a lot of targets and they took out a lot of long-range missiles and shit like that. But the initial response from the political camps, they were called the March 14 Committee. Is that what they call? Yeah, the March 14 something. They were the ones who were the main anti-Syrian occupation bloc in Lebanon. And that also meant they opposed Hezbollah. So they initially, a lot of their people supported the Israeli military campaign because they thought that this was the only way that Hezbollah could get disarmed and the Lebanese government could assume full sovereignty over the entire country. But obviously, as the war went on and Israel proved to be incredibly inept in that war and massively underestimated their opponents and everything else, then their positions towards Hezbollah started to shift, and locals as well started to appreciate Hezbollah a lot more. The way that works is that obviously the Israeli invasion.
Just watched your old Count Dankula video about the portrait gallery, and beforehand would have made all the same scoffs that he did. Thanks for genuinely teaching me things, mate.
Wow, thanks for the £10, Space Grave. I really appreciate that. I think in the past it worked. It works to build support on an invasion if you can actually do a good job at dealing with that invasion. And Hezbollah didn't really do a great job in 2006. They often overestimated their achievements. But compared to what Israel's used to, they actually survived a lot. They actually did about as well as, or better than any other Arab army ever has. Like, they managed to kill a lot more Israeli soldiers per loss than any other Arab army. They didn't allow the Israelis to complete any of their objectives. They made Israel look really, really bad on the world stage. And their leader obviously just kind of like mogged them in the propaganda campaign. So that was part of it. And also the rebuilding project afterwards allowed Hezbollah to gain a lot of support off that war. But they're obviously not going to gain much support off of that war if they can't handle anything. So if they are literally seeing a bunch of their guys get their fucking ears blown off in pager explosions, and then they've got the walkie-talkie explosions, and then their leader dies, and then all of their fucking bases and villages in the south get blown the fuck up, and all they're doing is they're on their next leader who's terrified and hiding in a God knows where, just going on camera being like, "'Tis but a scratch. What? Come on then. I didn't hear no bell." Then, yeah, it probably looks kind of stupid. I don't know if they're going to gain the same popularity from this war that they did from the last one. Because then this one, they just kind of look like... they just kind of look like they got absolutely fucking mogged. But, I don't know. Things could change. It's hard to say. they've also managed to actually still fire a shitload of rockets and do a lot of damage in northern Israel. So anyway, that's the memes with the Litani River, okay? So withdrawal of troops, removal of Hezbollah fires and weapons from south of the Litani. Thousands of troops from the Lebanese army will be deployed, and an international committee will monitor the implementation of the ceasefire. It's just, you know what? It's one of those things where I don't think this is, I don't know. Israeli military carried out new airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and Hezbollah fired rocket barrages into northern Israel. The details of the proposed agreement are unclear, but it is understood to be based on the terms of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. Okay. What is Iran saying about this? It requires them to move their fighters past the Litani, 20 miles, okay. Israel says that this was never implemented, okay. Lebanon says Israel's violations included military flights over territory, okay. Doesn't 1701 call for Hezbollah to be disarmed? 1701 is kind of a cucked resolution for two reasons. One, because it wasn't enforced and it was never going to be enforced. Two, is because they basically write in it in very subtle terms that it's not going to be enforced, because it does call for armed groups to be dissolved in to be disarmed in Lebanon, which obviously implies Hezbollah. But then they also said moving of armed installations or whatever past the Litani River. So they're actually in the resolution they're saying, yeah, this group should be disarmed. Also, this group should just go past the Litani, as if to say like they're anticipating the fact that they have to make a compromise in the resolution, which is really dumb, right? It's like, imagine getting a fucking fine and they're like, okay, you owe $1,000 for this case. And then like in the second or third paragraph, they're like, you should pay up to $500 for this case. I'm like, what? You know, if you can't do the 1,000, you know, just come on. Meet me somewhere, bro. You don't really do that in a Security Council resolution. It doesn't make sense. It's cucked, which is why it didn't work. And also, yeah, UNIFIL, basically, were not given the powers to enforce their mandate. They weren't allowed to go and confront people who were fucking about with weapons. UNIFIL failed their mission. They didn't even know about tunnels 100 meters from their base. They did know. They just didn't report on the UNIFIL reports, because again, UNIFIL knew that they didn't have the power to enforce their mandate against Hezbollah. They knew that if they fucked with Hezbollah, that they'd all get killed or fucked up. So they did what any self-preserving international soldier would do, right? Yeah, they just played it down. So UNIFIL did do reports about people carrying weapons and RPGs and everything else, but they would rarely mention Hezbollah. And sometimes, very often, they would use euphemisms. They would call them hunters. They'd say, like, we saw some hunters here. It's like, okay, sometimes hunters are going to go into that area, into the woods with rifles, but sometimes they describe people with RPGs as hunters. I'm like, what are you hunting with an RPG, bro? And then also, when they would mention Hezbollah, like if Hezbollah would fire a rocket barrage at Israel, they would say this is a violation. But then when Israel flew over to blow up the rocket pad, they would say that's also a violation. So both sides violated the resolution, and then they would just leave the report there. And we reported it. That's it. But they can't investigate things. They can't go to people's houses, which is where a lot of the weapons are. They can't, like, they don't have the power to do shit. They have the power to defend themselves if they get attacked. That's it. Expected to deploy 5,000 troops south. Questions remained about their role in enforcing any agreement. Would they confront Hezbollah if needed? Yeah, it needs an Article 7, or Chapter 7 of the UN Charter is the whole thing. The army says it doesn't have the resources, money, manpower, and equipment to fulfill its obligations under the deal, which will probably be alleviated by contributions to some of Lebanon's international allies. There had been acceptance by Lebanese authorities that things had to change. The US will issue a letter supporting Israel's right to act in Lebanon if Hezbollah is perceived as being in violation of the deal. Israel's right to act in Lebanon. Okay. If Hezbollah is perceived as being in violation of the deal. Ooh. Okay. The Israeli demand has been rejected by Lebanon, where it's seen as a violation of the country's sovereignty. Significantly advanced. A Lebanese source told the BBC that Hezbollah and Iran, the group's main supporter, had said in private that they were interested in ceasefire deal. Naim Qassem appeared to give green light to the US drafted proposal, okay. Meanwhile, there is not full support for the plan in Israel. Many of the tens of thousands of displaced citizens displaced by over a year of fighting with Hezbollah say it won't make them feel safe enough to return home, and Israel's far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, has said the war should continue until there is absolute victory. Well, good for you, bub. Terrorist organization, da-da-da. Isn't Hezbollah's ability to operate without impunity, with impunity, I guess you mean, a violation of sovereignty? Yeah, it is, but the Lebanese government is a bit cucked. And I think, obviously, if you're the Lebanese government, when Hezbollah's there, it's like, yeah, you kind of know about it. But when Israel's there, you absolutely know about it because Hezbollah is not going to bomb Beirut. They'll coup Beirut and they'll shoot people in Beirut like they did in 2008. But and I guess they'll store those fucking weapons. Was it ammonia? I can't remember what it was, but the explosive shit that caused the Beirut blast. World Bank, Hezbollah has been devastated. Many of its leaders have been killed. Nasrallah killed. Infrastructure damaged. I'm guessing the hope is that a 60-day ceasefire gives you a lot of room to consider things that would allow that ceasefire to be more lasting. I think a good thing when you're talking about ceasefires, there's a good quote. I can't remember the exact words, but there's a quote from Condoleezza Rice, the American Secretary of State during the 2006 war. And what she said was that there's no point in a ceasefire that's just going to bring you back to the status quo that started the fighting. So if there's going to be a ceasefire, it needs to be on terms that don't just put you straight back to square one. They need to change the status quo to a point that can actually allow a ceasefire to be more lasting and meaningful. Didn't Gaddafi really like Condoleezza Rice? Didn't he like have a crush on her? He wrote a poem about her. Yeah, didn't he have pictures of her by his bed? There was something going on there. Hmm. Oh dear. You leave evil Bob Dylan alone. Is that what Gaddafi is? Evil Bob Dylan. What? Makes no sense. Why are people asking me whether or not I brought up Destiny on the H3 podcast? Why would that? I don't really know which point of that conversation would have logically led to a Destiny mention. Doesn't make any sense. Don't know, bro. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Damn, there are already level 60s on the fucking hardcore server. What's wrong with these people?
The handoff.
Can you get fucking ganked?
You there. If you
Are these PvP servers? Are hardcore servers PvP?
want to earn the risk, wonderful. With what's fantastic. These will go right to use, I assure you. Thank you again for your assistance. We'd certainly be lost
Jesus.
without you. With all the donations you've made, I would certainly process any additional
No, you
Jesus,
can't.
thank you.
care to make in the future. Just be sure to check in with me, and I'll personally make sure that your good deeds won't go unrecognized.
Hassan interviews Hassan. What's he talking about? Damn, that's a double Hassan in chat in the title. Okay. Sean DeBlack, Loner Box and Ethan Klein. Maybe a bit more often. Where is he? Still lean pretty far left compared to the average person, at least in the UK or America. Like, I definitely align with social democratic policies. I like workplace democracy. I think governments should support more of that. But yeah, definitely a little bit different from what I understood the left to be online. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of went through the same thing that people saw here is that.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Communism with Hassan, and then right afterwards, October 7th happened. I started to like realize that this, like, in my opinion, this like left wing, like tanky adjacent.
Please, you're right here. So I'm guessing I missed nothing interesting, right? Ethan definitely didn't say something absolutely insane, right?
I mean, apparently he doesn't, because you guys have fuck all examples of him saying anything insane. Because again, I wanted to bring this up yesterday. on the left-wing anti-Semitism, but I guess, you've only got so much time. Ethan mentioned something about how his rift with Hassan basically was in part because of the two-state solution argument, because Ethan doesn't believe in a one-state solution. He thinks it's a non-starter. That's not actually where the issue came in with Ethan. The thing I wanted to mention about left-wing anti-Semitism is that when I spoke to Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the negotiator, he was one of the main negotiators, one of the more left-wing negotiators in the peace process, the guy who said that everyone quotes him from the pro-Palestinian side because he's the one who said that if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected the Camp David offer because it wasn't good enough, that the Israelis offered something better at Taba and the Clinton parameters. So when I met him, there was this quip that he came up with. I think it was someone else's, but he said, anti-Semitism, the definition of anti-Semitism is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary, okay? And obviously, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but there's a meaning underneath that joke. And the meaning is that the state of Israel, the Jewish state, does quite a lot of horrible shit. They do. They still do. And they're going to do worse things now that Trump is in office, okay? But the problem is that for very complicated reasons, there's nothing that Israel does that people can't attach to exaggerations and just downright falsities, just made up shit. So, for example, the one that I often bring up is in 2002, there was a pretty brutal battle in Jenin, the kind of like what's seen as the militant stronghold for Palestinians in the West Bank. And the Israelis did some pretty nasty things in there. They surrounded the place. They gave an evacuation order. Not everyone followed it, so civilians died. They demolished like over 130 houses. There were points of the 10-day battle where they didn't let any aid go in. So they did some pretty nasty things in there. But the total outcome of it was, I think, 56 Palestinians died. Everyone now agrees that most of them were militants. There's just a dispute over whether it was the majority or a large majority, like a overwhelming majority. 23 IDF soldiers died, so they lost a lot of people as well. Out of those houses that were demolished, I think several dozen of them were bomb-making factories. Quite a few of the militants who died were people who had organized suicide bombings. I think one was against a kindergarten, the other was against like a bus full of civilians. And because the press got delayed access to what had happened in there, CNN asked a Palestinian official, a pretty high up one, what had happened. And he said that 500 people had been killed in a massacre, okay? And CNN, without verification, spread that. And then within a few days, that story is spreading everywhere. And the British press, mainly, just went absolutely apeshit with it. The Guardian wrote an article comparing that battle where 56 Palestinians died, again, mostly militants, and compared it to 9/11. Okay? The Evening Standard said there were hundreds dead and called it a cover-up and a genocide. Okay? The Times compared it to Bosnia. I think Amnesty International, they compared it to the flattening of Grozny. I think that's here as well. Yeah, they compared it to Grozny, a Scottish guy working for Amnesty International, near the city, the entire massive city that Putin flattened completely in Chechnya. A Portuguese Nobel Prize winner compared Jenin to Auschwitz. The Observer, is that here as well? Can't remember where that one is. Okay, I think someone in the Observer referred to Israeli soldiers as the Zionist SS. Okay, so this is what I mean by taking a thing that had very, very easily to critique elements, pretty abhorrent elements, like the surrounding of the camp to blockade and shit like that, and obviously the civilians who died. And not every house that got demolished was a bomb factory, okay, even though a lot of them were. So, but that got taken and compared to like the Holocaust, to Grozny, to Bosnia, where 8,000 people were, after they'd surrendered, after they were completely defenseless, were taken to various locations, rounded up and shot, and then buried, and then their bodies dug up and hidden somewhere else, okay, and buried again. So those kinds of exaggerations, that's one story, okay? And imagine if you heard a story like that and an exaggeration like that. So let's say you heard 10 of them, 20 of them, 30, 40. Let's say you heard one every day in the news or in your Twitter feed for a year. Well, you've got a completely different impression of what Israel is and what Israel does. Yeah, it would make sense to compare them to Nazis. And it would make sense all of a sudden to take people like Ethan who are thinking like, well, why don't we need to consider the opinions of like Israeli civilians, or we need to consider Israel's right to exist and all that. Well, now you just sound like you're defending the SS. You sound like you're defending the Nazis. Okay. And that's what I mean by like, it's hating them more than is absolutely necessary, because unfortunately the propaganda campaign from groups like Hamas or parts of the PLO or parts of definitely like the Axis of Resistance, Qatari state media, are basically designed to do that. They're designed to give that impression to naive Western leftists and put them in a position where they don't really understand what the fuck is going on. If anyone who ever compares Israel to Nazi Germany or the IDF to the SS, it's not in aid of any kind of like embellishment for political purposes, or it's not in aid of any way to illustrate, like maybe use a bit of hyperbole to illustrate the situation. It doesn't do any of that. All it does is gets under the skin of Jews. And people thought that, I think Ethan seems to believe that he was challenged on his lack of empathy for the Palestinians. But that's not true. That's not where this comes from. This level of emotional intensity, I think it doesn't come from a place of empathy for the Palestinians. Maybe some of it does, but most of it comes from a place of hatred for Israelis. That's what Ethan got really, really challenged on. Not because not because of a lack of sympathy for Palestinians, but for his lack of hatred for Israelis. And you know that. You know it's not something like the two-state solution, because do you know who else supports the two-state solution? Norman Finkelstein. Now, he doesn't talk about it that much these days because he's cultivated an audience that would be very irritated by him and maybe would put himself in a bit of trouble with them if he made a big noise about that. But no one really cares that Finkelstein is a two-state solution guy, who actually also once said that the partition plan was the best solution in 47. But no one cares about that because no one cares about what he actually believes about what should be done, because that's not what you're supposed to do. That's not the purity test. The purity test is, do you hate Israelis enough? Do you hyperbolize enough? And the reason I know that this has so much more to do with hatred of Israelis than it has to do with empathy for Palestinians is because if it were to do with empathy, why would it be so acceptable in spaces like this to say that you have no issue with Hezbollah? That, if you know anything about Hezbollah, that makes no sense, okay? Absolutely none. Because Hezbollah spent 13 years, and I guess they still have people there, helping Assad, one of the most brutal dictators in the world, stay in power in a civil war that has resulted in 500,000 killed, 7 million displaced. The overwhelming majority, I think anything between 80 and 90% of the civilians killed in that war have been killed by Assad and his allies. And Hezbollah were integral to that. They were crucial to keeping Assad in power. They might have actually even made the difference, potentially, between him staying in power and him losing power, because they were a much more sophisticated military at that point. So how can you be coming from a position of empathy where you are willing to excise someone like Ethan for just not doing the rhetoric properly, just not doing the narrative properly? That's all he really didn't do. That's all he really did wrong. But then it's okay to not have an issue with Hezbollah or the Houthis, who, again, in their own way, by stealing aid and conscripting child soldiers and everything else and committing war crimes, have between themselves murdered hundreds of thousands of Arabs. But they're fine. Not only will we not have an issue with them, but we'll actually promote them occasionally. We'll sympathize with them. We'll compare them to Anne Frank or the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And yet we claim that our vitriol is justified because of empathy for Arabs? Fuck off. No, it's not. And that's why. It's because there's a cheat code. There's a cheat code in the Middle East, which is where if you want to get away with murdering and brutalizing and oppressing Arabs, you're basically allowed to do it, as long as you just remember to say death to Israel at the same time. And then Western leftists will be absolutely fine with you. They'll praise you. And Hassan and his audience and this dipshit here, they don't know that or they don't care, which is either way it's worse, which is bad or worse. Just so you guys know, that's what happened, okay, with Ethan, and that's why this whole fallout happened. Do I even want to watch what this guy's saying? Where are we on now?
It's any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it was. Anyway, regardless, I was actually invigorated by the conversation in that, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. And so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot, and I want to continue the conversation today, but I don't want to have a debate. I want to have I want to go on a fact-finding journey for myself about how socialism is addressing certain issues versus...
Why did you not say that to Ethan? Oh, because conversations are free-flowing and other things come up and you don't have enough time in the day.
I'd say so, sure.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials. It's like, would you say our cop carrying?
It's fact finding mission on ChatGPT. I never trust a single person who uses ChatGPT as Google. At all.
No, what we use is Twitter, or actually, no, what we use is apparently Hamas and Houthi propaganda videos with and listen to their songs and watch them on. Oh God!
About socialism versus social democracy.
I'm such a goblin. I wanna ask this guy why Syrians don't like Hezbollah. Just like a simple question, something simple.
Yeah, and that tells his level of intelligence. If you were to ask me, like, I would rather somebody scour Wikipedia for their information, as opposed to.
He says they're all ISIS. I don't think he even knows that talking point.
It's so dumb. It's where I was okay. This is a little story. Tell me why I was at this bar, right, with a few of my friends, and we're at a table.
That monologue about Ethan not hating Israel enough would have been great in your appearance. It's okay. I think with that conversation, it's like I did have a few sort of like talking points ready, or like little sentences or paragraphs that I thought would just be really good summaries of my positions on different things, or good responses to if I'd known, because now that I've seen the Reddit responses and the comment sections, now that I know how many Hassan fans were watching that show, I really wish I had been a bit more pointed towards that issue, because there were so many things I could have thrown in that those people would have had absolutely no response to. But I think we did fine. The Mandela thing, I think, was good to get out. I think answering some of the questions about the war was good to get out, or definitely about like armed resistance or the ethics of what kind of violence is justified and what isn't. About the one state and two state solution. But there's always going to be blank spaces, but it's okay. Just try another time. And I think the other thing I want to get used to as well is knowing that is not assuming knowledge from people, or not like, that's a really patronizing way to say it, but not is like assume that most people don't know a lot of the foundational things that you do, because at the end of the day, it's like you're in the entertainment sphere. So you're not really expecting everyone to have like a basic foundational, or like even a extended foundational knowledge of the Middle East. So, and knowing how to just summarize things. So if I'm going to mention Syria, it's like, okay, I have to be like, if I'm talking to normies about Syria, it's like, okay, Bashar al-Assad, brutal dictator, gas his own people. That's like a good place to start, okay? And then, because like if I just went Syria and then Assad, it's like, no, okay, what's that? What does that mean? What does that mean supporting Assad? What does that mean Syria? What's happening here, right? So yeah, it's learning how to just kind of summarize your positions into sort of like more digestible quips and everything. I guess that's maybe why the radicals are so effective. It's because that's their entire knowledge base. That's all they know. So their entire knowledge base is like, it's just post-it notes in every single issue. And the reason I think that's effective is because it sticks in people's heads better. Whereas I think if you go overboard with the detail to try and overcorrect like lack of context, or if you just try to talk about something that doesn't have enough necessary context, then people are just going to get lost. I think that's one thing I need to improve on a lot. But yeah, it's all just practice.
To be somebody in chat, if you've been watching me for over a year now, you will know that I used to be somebody who was like very like neutral on AI, where I was like, AI could be useful for certain things. It can be very like, it's obviously it's bad for replacing workers and stuff. It's a labor issue, but like there could be a use case for AI in the future, right? But like at this point on principle, I'm just like, God, no, please. What are we doing here? We are making society stupider, bro. We are making society dumber. Like you were so pro AI. No, I was not pro. I was neutral on AI. I recognize the harms that AI could cause, right? But I was generally very charitable about a future where AI could still be useful. And it could still be useful. I do think that in the future, at some point, there could be a use for very specific, like, artificial intelligence or whatever.
Isn't this an old video he's reacting to? Yeah, because
like, there was a point where I was like, even before, like,
I'm guessing this is the clip that circulated amongst the Hassan sphere from the old debates. But I don't know if he's using it in between my talk or if he's covering it. I don't know.
It was like popping off, and I was like,
I just want to see like one critique that he has of what I have to say, because I noticed, oh God, I noticed the thing, the method. I noticed the method, the system. I noticed people saying that I said so many false things. It was painful. 46 likes. What? Examples, name one thing. I don't know what. I was like, yeah, maybe I did. I said a lot of things, and I wasn't expecting a conversation about the war in Gaza, like, or to go that into depth about it. And every current incident that's been going on there, I didn't. But I don't think I said anything wrong, or nothing drastically wrong. Maybe I got like numbers wrong somewhere. I have no idea. But I haven't seen the examples, so we'll wait. We'll wait. We will wait.
Choice of drawing. I have it on my Discord. Where's that? Let me see if I can find it. I'm so anti-AI now because my bosses are trying to force me to trade AI to do my job. Here, this is my newest piece of art, chat.
What the fuck? Okay, this guy's not talking about the thing at all. Oh my God, Irrelevance reacting.
It's gonna show.
You think they can, like, we can find this document?
Yeah, that's right. So no. When you tell me it proves it, when you tell me it proves it, that's what I'm gonna do. Otherwise, I'm gonna. Otherwise,
is he doing the Al Ali Hospital?
Okay, go ahead.
In that video, there's no shot of the Israeli sniper saying that they shot her, but there is videos of the Israeli snipers in front, aiming at a child and saying, which child do I shoot? Do I shoot at this one? And they're laughing when they shoot at him. In that video, but at another timestamp.
Great march of return.
That's not even the same claim. I can get to the sniper side.
That's not even the same fucking claim.
Yeah. But if you're on the same clip, I have only the medic side, and I have the videos of it happening in real time. I don't have the sniper side on that side.
Do you think the New York Times just didn't have access to any of these videos?
I don't know.
No.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I just have an element that proves it. So I don't know what they're saying about it, and I don't care because the debate is not between the New York Times and me. It's between you and I.
What? The reason why I care about the New York Times. Hold on.
Yes. I'm saying that I have elements that they may have taken into account or whatever, but I have them.
The issue that I'm having is that the source that you linked.
Who is the Portuguese laureate you were talking about? His name is. His name was. Where is it? Fuck. Oh. His name was. Why did I fucking not write his name? Hang on. It was Jose something. Nobel. I think I have it here. Jose Saramago. There you go. Nobel in Literature. True. Yeah, bet.
Don't know. I'm just saying that I have an element.
Why did you link me this page?
I don't know if they have the New York Times had access to it. I don't know. I simply don't know. It's possible to not know that. I just have that element, and that's it. I don't understand why it's so hard to click on the 3 minutes long thing.
That the New York Times for sure is correct and that this was an accident. That's not even what I'm contending. I'm just contending with the idea that you linked me something that apparently has Here.
That has conflicting.
1 second.
Okay.
All right, 1 minute. Why not? Let's do some memes. What do you want to do in this community? Riz! No. Well, I don't know.
More articles
Good.
that you link,
Okay.
or if I do read one more article, hold on. Now that you're in here, Lona, I'm going to move us to a private room.
Hello.
This is a private room that we're in now, so that way nobody can just randomly join and say something crazy. So, I'll catch you up, I guess, Cheer Loner, if you want to be caught up. Okay, so the Wikipedia page for the person that I just linked you was linked to me by this individual,
Hello.
about her possibly being intentionally shot and killed by the IDF. It was, from my perspective, presented to me in a manner that was what this Wikipedia page showed that she was intentionally killed by the IDF. I contends that idea and said that he just presented it to me on the basis of it just being a jumping off point to be able to look into it more. And then he's going to provide me a separate article. I'm frustrated, however, because frankly, I just don't even think he read it. And he presented it to me in a specific manner that doesn't even seem to be backed up by the article itself.
This is the medic from the March of Return, right?
Yeah.
This is the one that the IDF lied about, didn't they? They lied. Well, they didn't lie about whether or not it was intentional, but they lied about her. They clipped her out of context, calling herself a human shield or some shit, right?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Gotcha. Okay. What's the? Is there like a broad claim here, or what are we talking about?
Okay. So the broad claim. Okay. Do I say?
I believe that it's intentional that this person was killed, and by the IDF. And provided me the source. We'll just start there. I believe that it was intentional that this person was killed.
So the broader claim, just to be clear, is that I'm saying that the answer to the March of Return, which was completely disproportionate and was completely unjustifiable. I mean, was mostly completely unjustifiable by the IDF. And I'm saying that. So you wanted a precise example. So I have this example of Rosen al-Najjar. I sent this Wikipedia article, and so the thing is, in it, there's multiple sources, right? There's the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights, the UN, and the Israeli military, and the New York Times. The New York Times investigation in it concludes that it was not deliberate. It was unintentional. I'm refuting that term by saying that the shot was intentional, either because it directly shot her, or even if it's a ricochet, because you've been cutting me a lot even every time I said that, even if it's a ricochet, it was intentional to shoot at 100 meters towards medics people. Even if it was like
no. That was, just to be clear, that was not your claim. You were revising it in real time. Why are you doing that?
You were revising that in real time. You told me no, you're not answering to my question. You told me no. I wanted to say it for like 30 minutes.
No, you were revising that in real time.
It's the first time I can say it. I swear, it's the first time I say it. That's true.
It was not the first time that you could say it. I asked you clearly and plainly. If do you believe that this person was intentionally shot by the IDF?
Yeah.
How is the New York Times conclusion that it was a ricochet insufficient? And you told me to look at the other article and another thing that you linked.
Yeah,
that's what you told me.
Every time I told you this, you cut me directly to tell you that I didn't answer to a main question. And every time I try to tell you that, let's say the New York Times conclusion is true, it's still not normal, you would cut me and tell me, but you believe that it's false, so you have to prove it. That was not the point that I wanted to get, but you cut me every time. I swear, you cut me every time. I swear, because this was the first moment where I could talk for a long time, and I went to that conclusion. I don't care because if low number box is here or not. It's just I had the time to talk and I came to that conclusion.
I'm glad that you've proven that you're totally dishonest in this conversation. But again,
can I just ask a broader question? Why are we using Najjar as the quintessential example of a Great March of Return death, because there were about 200 deaths in that march, and this one was probably the one that actually made the IDF look the worst because they lied about it, right? And because she was a medic. Do you think this was like the average case? Do you think like she's a good representation of every death at the March of Return?
So basically, the debate was that I was saying that in it there was like I think 29 or 29 militants that were proven to be like tied to Hamas or the Palestinian Liberation Front or anything, and most of them were not. Then
okay,
really
okay. One claim at a time. One claim at a time. Okay, you said 29 militants proven to be parts of Hamas, to be militants, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Hamas, on their own admission, claimed more than 40 militants killed throughout the March of Return? The Hamas actually claimed more than 29 just themselves in one day.
I'm saying that I'm taking the claim of the ICRC.
Yeah, I'm telling you that. Why did so? I'm just curious why they would say only 29 when you literally have Hamas themselves on the Al-Aqsa Al-Qassam Brigade's website claiming 45 of their own guys.
Because I think it would be a good side for Hamas to say that they were like among the people and they were killed. So they were like trying to be with the people, trying to do something peaceful, and then they were killed. So they could use that to recruit people and say that they're not always like bad guys who want to kill every Israeli, but they can also try to do peaceful things and get
So
killed.
you think Hamas lied about some of the people being their own militants, their own soldiers?
So some of the people were their own soldiers. That's definitely true. I think they exaggerated the claims, and there are sources that are impartial on the matter that said there were less than what the Hamas is claiming.
How do you know that? You haven't even seen the source I'm telling you about.
I mean, you told me about it. You haven't seen mine neither.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So where are you
getting
the idea that Hamas just shoehorned, I guess, over 10 or 15 people into their
the Human
pages?
Rights Council of the UN, so it was an independent commission that was tied to this matter, has said that it was 29 at least that were part of the militants, but out of 189 killed.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why they undercounted. You're saying they undercounted because Hamas shoehorned people in, but how do you know they shoehorned people in?
Oh, no, I'm saying that may be a possibility, yeah.
It may be a possibility that the report undercounted.
It may be also, but I think that the report is impartial, while Hamas could have like
I mean, I can see there are pictures of these people posing with guns and Hamas headbands. Like, they've got videos of them training. It's like...
That's not a number, though, like during the protest. That's a video of like...
it's not... you don't know what I'm looking at. What am I looking at? I've got a list of names of people who died at the March of Return who were claimed by the Al-Qassam brigades. You know that on the 14th of May, on the big march, not only did Hamas claim 50 people out of the 62 who died there, they also, their militant website claimed 25, which is that's almost like in one day, the same amount that the Human Rights Report said covered 9 months.
But why would okay, so Hamas, so you're saying basically that Hamas has given a list and has said that there are like more people, more militants than what the UN commission has said that, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. And I'm going through these pages on the Al-Qassam Brigade's website. These guys are literally, they've got guns, they've got military uniforms in their pictures, there are videos of them training. I don't know if these are like, they're just saying, oh, random civilian, but they were actually our guy. I don't know if you can see my stream, or do you want me to send you any of these?
No, I can't see, but wait, I'm gonna go in it. Is it on YouTube or Twitch or? Sorry.
I'll give you my document. Hang on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. In any case, do you think it was a good idea to cross the Dakar Road and head towards the fence to confront the IDF?
A good idea on what basis? Like
what would you expect to happen?
I mean, okay, so we could expect a disproportionate answer from the IDF. That's a high possibility, but they could have expected also like that a democracy on the other side would understand that protests can happen and would understand that people whose main plan was to make tents and stay, even though some people got close to the fence, that's true, I'm not refusing that, but the main goal was to put tents and just show like a way of manifesting or protesting, close to the border. I think it's not unfair to say that they could have expected for the IDF or for the at least the Israel state to understand that it's a protest, like they have in any other democratic country, right?
Yeah, which. So you're saying two things at once there. To set up tents and protest symbolically, it seemed to be that that's what the initial protesters and the civilian organizers wanted to do. They explicitly said, don't cross the Dakar road. On day one, they said, don't cross the road. Don't go into the buffer zone. And the IDF said, don't go into the buffer zone because we might shoot you. On day one, most people stayed in the tents. They did their thing. They went to their festive activities and all that. Some people, seemingly directed by Hamas, because we've seen videos of Hamas leaders directing them, going towards the front to try and break through the fence. That's a little bit different from just protesting peacefully, isn't it?
Just a question, and yes, to answer to a question, it's different, yes. But just two things. I would say that crossing the Dakar road can be part of the peaceful protest.
Oh, it could be, but that's not what the
organizers
organizers said to do, right? The organizers said, don't do that.
A protest is something that is organic, right? Like it's as if you said that every protest that happened was tied to Hamas. It's still organic or not? Like it's not. Like it's still people there doing things and taking decisions. So it can go further than what the demonstrator or the Israel state wants.
Mm-hmm.
And on the same side, I would say also, what do you consider day one? Because you said on day one there were people.
Is it consider day one to be the 30th of March? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So on the 30th of March, it was one of the days where it's really started with like a lot of people, and there were like proved to be armed also Hamas people there. That's totally true. The thing is, I don't understand how crossing the Dakar road makes it, or like people going to the fence makes it normal for this amount of people to be dead.
What do you mean this amount of people? How many people died on day one?
I don't have the precise number. Sorry. Like I can check, but I don't have it in my mind right now.
Let me...
15, I think. 15.
Jog my memory. You're aware that at least 6 of them were claimed by armed groups.
Amongst the 15 people that died?
Mm-hmm.
I mean... Maybe, yeah, but it's still 15 people that died, right?
Yeah, it might actually have been maybe 7 or 8, but I think mostly, for sure, 6, undisputable 6. Yeah, some of them's more circumstantial. So the point is that this wasn't an organic civilian thing to have that proportion, because obviously Hamas are not like 40% of Gazans, right? So like 40% of Gazans are not Hamas soldiers. So that's a disproportionate amount of Hamas soldiers dying here. That wasn't an organic decision. That was a decision to go beyond the barriers of the protests, to go beyond the protests' purview, and to try and infiltrate another country, to infiltrate Israel, to push through that fence. If you're in an armed conflict, which Israel and Hamas are part of, and one side of that armed conflict is trying to break through your border fence, first of all, they're going to use like tear gas and rubber bullets and whatever else they did. But then at a certain point, if people get too close, or there are people who are definitely trying to incite more people to go across, then yeah, people are going to get shot.
But there's multiple cases of people dying. The idea of saying that we're a member of Hamas and Hamas not confirming, right?
Can you show me an example?
Yes. So it was about the 19-year-old Palestinian, but I need to find like the precise example of documents to because I knew the story, but just need to find, and I don't want to send like a source that you may think that I didn't read or anything. So I'm not. Let's give up on that claim. Sorry, let's give up because I can't like give you an accurate document right now. Maybe some other day, but right now I can't.
Okay, just to like simplify the position here, right? I don't think, obviously, just if you're walking around 200 meters away from a fence, nothing else going on, yeah, I don't think someone should shoot you. That's pretty unethical. I think in a different situation, if you have a fence that is not the sturdiest of things, I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures of some parts of that fence. It's like, it's a fence, okay? It's a not very like well fortified thing. And you have a buffer zone of about 200-300 meters. So the problem that you face is that, let's say you've got your fence, you've got a few hundred people running towards the fence, ripping away the barbed wire, trying to get through with cutters and machetes and whatever else. Some of them apparently had IEDs and Molotov cocktails and slingshots, and they're trying to cut through the fence. And then behind them, on the other side of the buffer zone, you have tens of thousands of people who might potentially run through. And if you have a breach in the fence, you've got maybe 1-2 minutes before you could potentially have a few thousand people running through into Israel. And that would be like the worst case situation. So I guess for the IDF, the rationale would be that this fence is a military objective. And if you attack a military objective, you might get shot because you're participating in hostilities. Do you disagree with anything of that?
Yeah, I understand completely that. What I would disagree on is that the fact that the people that were killed were not all attacking the fence or directly posing a threat to the IDF or the Israel state overall.
So yes, there are some examples. Which ones in particular?
So if we take back the example of Razan, even if we say, I don't know if you, I mean, even if we say that Israel fired shots on the ground and it ricocheted to kill her, we have videos showing that they were at first getting closer to the barrier while raising their hands all in white cloth and trying to get someone out of there because he was on the ground because he was shot. And he went closer to the barrier. That's true. He was still 50 meters away, but he was still close, right?
Yeah, and are you also aware that at different points, people were organizing into Facebook groups into what you would call like tire burning units, or people were organizing themselves into sending over incendiary kites, or some people were organized into stone throwing groups. As in, the point was that even if you're not directly attacking the soldiers, you're still facilitating other people who are. That's why also, Hania, I don't know if you know this, but Hania was literally encouraging and rewarding kids, like preteens, to go forward because obviously it's harder to fire shots when there are kids running around. I think there was even someone in the Human Rights Report who said that, talking about women getting pushed forward because they knew the IDF were less likely to fire on them. Do you acknowledge all that being kind of an issue to deal with?
It could have been an issue, but the thing is, it's still, at the end of the day, civilians and like 1,000 children getting injured, right? Whether it is a grand plan or a grand scheme, it is people that are, for the majority of the days, unarmed or armed with like Molotov cocktail at the most, and most of the time with rocks and burning tires. This is true. Getting shot amongst also regular civilians. I mean, there's like the video, I talked about it earlier also. So it's a children getting shot, and it's on the side of the sniper. So he released it on social media, I think and he's like laughing with his friend, saying that he don't know which one to kill. Because of course they were close to the barrier, but there were still children like not posing a threat, not having any weapon in their hands, not doing anything, not having any color, nothing.
Okay. Yeah. So,
and they're laughing while killing it.
To be clear,
if you want, I can send the video.
You can send me a phone. So to be clear, I went through some of the examples that were given by like the videos that were supplied by the UN. I completely agree that I don't think the IDF acted like 100% ethically in this situation. I think quite a few people died who did not deserve to die. Like they were murdered. And obviously it's the IDF, so they're just going to be quite liberal with the response. However, this is an Abby Martin film. Why are you giving me this? This isn't the UN. This is a propagandist. Like, what are you doing?
No, we can say that she's a propagandist, but the video in on itself has no relation. Like, I don't care about the commentary she adds on it. I'm just talking about the extract, the timestamp I put. Also, I think that this documentary, even though it was mostly emotional, I agree, and it was like biased. It's clear that it was biased toward Palestine. I think that it still has a lot of conclusive elements that are that can be believed.
Okay, I'm not going to watch this video on stream because it might be someone.
Yeah, don't worry.
So,
don't worry.
Just to get some of the things out of the way. So again, yeah, seems like there was disproportionate responses in some cases, that some people got killed who shouldn't have been killed. I'm asking you, as a broader response, what was happening here was an attack on the border fence with the intent or the hope of getting people across the border to attack Israeli communities. And
that was not
treating that fence as a military objective.
That's not
is going to
that's
result
not,
in people getting shot, right? Like that's why some of these Hamas guys, you can see it in their obituaries saying that, yeah, I'm going to go and get martyred today. I know I'm going to die because yeah, of course you would. You're fighting with another army, even if you're unarmed, or even if you're like burning a tire to help other people who might have knives in their pockets, or people who are throwing Molotov cocktails or like throwing slingshots. Like, yeah, you're fighting with another army.
But then when you're so when you think that the Israeli answer to that, to those, I mean, it's sure that amongst the group there was people that were like instigating or trying to have a broader goal, but it was not the reason why most of the people were there. And when these people see like 1,000 children getting injured, 4,000 getting like I mean even more thing, they come back and they think that like the Hamas guy was in the protest telling them that the IDF is gonna shoot at them and kill them, and they deserve all the hate we have towards them. Like they're gonna believe that peace is not an option, right? Like they're gonna believe like these people coming back from the demonstration having like a shot in the leg, for some people that were like just young people maybe throwing rocks. Yeah, they're gonna come back and be like, I tried to like not be like I mean, of course it's not completely peaceful, I agree, but like I tried to not be a terrorist, like to not kill civilians, to not do anything. And I'm not saying that they all are, of course. And then it doesn't work. Like I'm just like this Great March of Return. Who also, I think the way the IDF answered, participated in the better image and the better of Hamas and the way they like gained power. I mean, they had of course before, but like the violent rhetoric worked more.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean the violent rhetoric worked more?
Like I mean that like some like the civilians after like seeing that this peaceful protest that was
Stop. Why do you keep calling it a peaceful protest? Attacking a border fence is not peaceful protest. Attacking the border of another country is not peaceful protest.
Yeah, well,
Why do you keep
it
saying
was
that?
not. What do you consider an attack? Like, do you consider throwing rocks to military, like to a tank, like being an attack? I mean, it wasn't tanks, but like to
Yeah,
like
that
a
would
group
be
of soldiers being
participating in
attacked.
hostilities. Yeah, trying to break a border fence is participating in hostilities because the point in the border fence, as we learned from October 7th, is when that border fence isn't there, you got problems. Yeah.
But October 7th showed that with a border fence, we got problems. No?
What do you mean? Yeah,
like
it
we
showed
had the
that.
border fence. The border fence was there, right? During October 7th.
Yeah, you realize that. So, sorry, when the people in October 7th, you know, one of the first moves on October 7th was for them to bulldoze the border fence, right?
Yeah, and to go above them with the thing, to go under them with tunnels.
Yeah, do you think
Like,
do you think the IDF was okay to? Do you think the IDF was justified to? Let's say if they caught someone bulldozing the fence, would the IDF have been justified to shoot that person?
More justified that if they cut someone like just being in a protest close to the fence, like far, like
Again,
even like
being
even
close to the
I
it depends on.
yeah.
Do you understand that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts? So if I go up to a border by myself with a tire and just burn it and dance around, right? That's not going to do anything. But if I'm burning a tire with the purpose of creating a smoke screen so that other people can throw Molotov cocktails, and so that other people can cut through the fence, and so that other people can try to get through the fence with machetes, then that's a different story, right?
And yeah, of course, but I just refute the claim that other people were trying to go through the fence with machetes. I think like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in 2018. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm saying that it was not the goal of the protest. It was not the goal.
So Sinwar, I think after on April 6th, this is like week 2, is saying we will take down the border and we will tear their hearts out from their bodies.
Yeah, and that's the violent rhetoric that like Hamas was trying to use to get more more power. That's what I meant earlier. I'm saying that the people were not there because Sinwar told them that they're gonna cut the barrier and have the front. That was not the thing that instigated the protest, and not the thing that white people kept going.
But you realize these were the people who got shot, though. The people who were threatening the breach of the fence were generally the ones who got shot. Yeah.
That's like generally. What to what extent is general? Like
you
are
can
the
see
46
the distance,
children that died?
You can see the distance. Okay, when you keep seeing children, is a children incapable of participating in hostilities against another army?
According to the Geneva Convention, they're not incapable, but they shouldn't be shot anyway.
You shouldn't shoot a child. You shouldn't kill an under 18
person, or a medical aid, or a press worker, right?
Hang on. That's not the same. That's not the same as participating in hostilities. You think it's impossible to consider that children can be participating in hostilities?
I don't know. I don't think it is. Like, no, but it's possible for children to throw a rock or to throw a Molotov cocktail. I'm saying that.
Or to fire a gun,
Molotov
or
cocktail.
to come at someone with a knife. Can the army,
No,
opposite
because-
army just not do anything to them, or what?
Sorry, I think we can like just because like we're trying to make to go above and beyond what happened there. I think we can still stay on the fact of what happened there, and from there look at if the answer was justified. I'm not saying maybe a child could have the button to the nuke and send it to a country, and then you should like kill them.
No, but
I'm
it's
saying
just the
that
problem is
these
you're
children were there,
obviously
and they
using children
didn't-
for propaganda purposes. Like you're just using it for an emotional appeal because you just say, "Oh, children," as if to say like.
No, because I'm using them according to the international law and the way people agreed to conduct war, right?
Do you acknowledge that Hamas encourages children to fight?
Maybe they did at that moment, but I don't think it was the main reason of why the IDF killed those children.
Why did they? So why in your head did they kill? Did children die?
So I think they killed those children died because the IDF wanted to cut the protest short and to make the most civilian casualty to put the idea that protesting is impossible and the Palestinians should just stay in their Gaza Strip and just not try to revolt in any way, peaceful or not. This was just
peaceful or not. So why were most of the killings within the buffer zone then? Why didn't they just bomb the fucking? If they wanted to take out people, why didn't they just
that those people were not peaceful? There's no correlation between being in the buffer zone and being a killer or Hamas.
There absolutely is a correlation. There's not a direct causation. There is a correlation between the ones who were in the buffer zone because the ones who chose to go into the buffer zone, Gazans are not stupid. They know that going into the buffer zone, that the buffer zone is there for a reason. The organizers recognize this. That's why the organizers, the civilian organizers who Hamas ignored, said that you shouldn't go into the buffer zone. Everyone knows that going into the buffer zone is kind of like presenting yourself as a potential at best threat. Or if not, you're surrounded by people who are threats.
Went into a zone to protest that was forbidden to go, they deserve to be killed.
Do you think that's honestly what I said?
No, you said because they were going to.
I literally said the complete opposite of that. By the way, I think you're just struggling to.
I think you said that most. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna try to reiterate what you said, and you tell me if I misunderstood. You said those people who went into the buffer zone did not listen to the protest organizers. They followed the Hamas idea of going to the buffer zone and try to prepare the ground for them to be able to cut the barrier, right? So saying that people are there because they have a goal of cutting the fence and trying to let Hamas people into Israel. I'm saying, and that justifies the answer because it's a military objective. You're saying that, right?
I think given that there were literally hundreds, or actually no, thousands of people doing this across 9 or 10 or 11 months, and 200 people die from it, that does suggest that there was a bit of discretion applied to who they were actually going to decide to kill in these protests. That it wasn't just, oh, you're in the buffer zone, bang, kill. That's not what that wasn't the policy, right?
That's true. The IDF has said that every last one of their shots were calculated and chosen wisely, right?
Yep, they had to get, I think every shot had to be approved by a commander, yes.
Yeah, we agree on that. So how do we explain, because you're going to say that I'm again trying to appeal for emotions, but how do you explain the disabled were shot, the press worker were shot, the aid worker were shot, and the children were shot? If all the shots are made with a decision to eliminate direct threats, we have multiple examples of people not being a direct threat or being a limited threat with rocks throwing, getting shot, right?
So you've mentioned a few things there. You've mentioned press, you've mentioned rock throwing, you've mentioned children, you've mentioned aid workers. Again, none of these things are mutually exclusive with also participating in hostilities. You understand that, right?
I'm saying that we have proof and we have documents of human rights organizations that say that the people who were shot and had those roles were often not participating in hostilities.
Was this the majority of them? Because I've already said that I think quite a few people here were killed unjustly.
Yeah.
But as far as the majority goes, it seems to be that they were fucking around and finding out.
Okay, so about that. So the fuck around was people going past the buffer zone, right?
Nope.
And that led to one death on the IDF side, Israeli side. So how can we explain that if all which was killed by a sniper, by the way, not even someone in the protest, it was a sniper from afar.
Yeah.
So when we talk about that elements, how can we say that these people had ill intent if they could have done way more? Like if Hamas was not like normalized into those protests and was like just using them as human shields, at any moment there could have been like a greater bomb or like a direct attack with like firearms, but on a bigger scale that could have been done while the IDF was like just expecting civilians, right? Why did it never happen?
Probably because the border fence was effectively policed on all sides by snipers and riot control. No?
But it was the way the border control, the snipers were operating was not preventing any attack from Hamas on a further level. I mean, on a farther level, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, like the way they were operating by killing those what we consider a threat, which I think that in most cases were not threats. I think that those the way the IDF operated would not have prevented an attack on the border fence, as it did not during the October 7th.
The IDF wasn't, sorry, October 7th, the problem, you didn't have people anticipating an attack. Obviously, the March of Return was planned ahead, publicly. That's why they were prepared. They dug, like they built the mounds and they dug up, got rid of like agricultural sites at some points, and they set up tanks and shit like that. They set up infrastructure to deal with an attack on the fence. That's why in the March of Return, Israel did not get breached and filled with like hundreds or thousands of militants. Whereas on October 7th...
I don't think that's why. That's where I disagree.
What do you possibly disagree with that part on?
I would say that it's not because they were prepared to that extent. It's because people did not want to do that. Like the people in the protest had not the goal of like going through the fence.
Most of them didn't, but the ones who went forward and got really close and some of them got shot, yeah, they kind of did. That's why they were trying to advance towards the fence. Yeah.
So do you think that when there's protesters that go to the police and start like, I don't know, like resisting because the police is like getting them off the place where they're protesting, like they're like actively being a threat and thus should like just be arrested or be beaten up?
What was this called? This was called the Great March of Return. Return to where?
But it's not because it's in the name, but it's like the Great March of Return was also just the main goal was to get the blockade off and the fence off and to let people just like, especially the blockade, which was the main goal.
If it was called the blockade, why is it called the March of Return? I don't. Why are you doing it? Why are you West-splaining for these people? Like you've literally got like the Hamas leader in Gaza saying we are going to go across that fence and we are going to rip their hearts out. They are rewarding kids from approaching sniper fire. We've got people organizing themselves into units of like tire burning, of stone throwing, of Molotov cocktail throwing, so they can advance forward. What's the point in advancing forward? What's the point in people being up at this fence and like trying to plant devices or trying to cut through it? What the fuck is this?
So there was no devices planted first, just to be clear, like during the whole March of Return, there was no devices planted on the side. And you're going to tell me that it's because of like the efficiency of the IDF, but whatever, at least there was no thing planted. And to continue on your point, the way it was called the Great March of Return is also highly symbolic. Like it's possible for protests to have a symbolic name and to get people in, because like the main idea and the main goals, which were stated officially by the protesters, were to protest against the blockade and the United States recognition of Israel, right? Of Jerusalem, my bad.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And the thing you're struggling to acknowledge is that not everyone followed that protocol because some people tried to attack the border fence.
So because some people tried to attack the border fence, it justified the disproportionate answer that Israel has done.
You're begging the question that it's disproportionate. I don't know, maybe I just like, because I've been to South Lebanon when I was 13. I've also been to Northern Israel. I don't know if I just have more of an affinity with my Levantine brothers. Even when I was 13 in South Lebanon at the border, I could see it. No one had to tell me, don't approach the border fence and fuck around with it because you'll probably get shot. I don't know why this is like a really fucking... You've got two opposing countries who are at war with each other. You've got two countries that are not at peace with each other. It's an armistice line dividing two sides of an armed conflict. And you are confronting the other military. I don't
The
understand why that's a
situation is
difficult
different
concept.
for Lebanon and Gaza. The situation is completely different. One is a country that is free and like people can like just live their lives and go wherever they want to go, work and like they're mostly free and they just don't have to go to Israel, which is another country. One is literally they're in a strip, they have a blockade, they don't eat enough, they don't drink enough, their electricity is rationed by Israel. And of course, like the only way of protesting is either to go to the Egypt southern border, which was the Philadelphia corridor, or to go to protest towards Israel, which is the one enforcing the blockade, right? So the situation is completely different. Like there's people living on whole country that are free, and people that are literally living like are next to their colonizers, which
That's what the problem
put a
is that
blockade on
you.
them.
Okay. So if you know how a bunch of Jews were kicked out of Gaza in 1929, they were
Yes,
evacuated because of the riots and the pogroms. Well, not really. Yeah.
yeah, no, it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let's say the descendants of those people decided that they wanted to return to their natural homes in Gaza, their grandparents' homes, and they decided to march towards the Gaza fence, and some of them were throwing stones at Hamas outposts or whatever. You think Hamas would have should just let that happen, or?
So I think in the situation where like in the same way the Palestinian people could leave Gaza and go install themselves in their like the region where they lived originally, I don't see why it would be a problem. Yeah, because Hamas has legitimacy as long as it's being like as long as the Palestinian people are being like mistreated and occupied and with a blockade, right?
Okay, maybe I'm just like more pro-Palestinian sovereignty than you are, but I think if a bunch of fucking settlers tried to go into, if fucking Israelis tried to go into Gaza to set up shop and to confront the military on the other side, I think they're probably going to get shot. Yeah, and I wouldn't feel that sorry for them.
Right now, yes. No, I agree with you. Right now, yes. But I was talking
because even in the March of Return, even in say they wanted to do it in 2019. Say there was an Israeli
I'm
March
talking
of
about the whole
Return
situation. I'm talking about the whole, I agree.
Gaza.
No. Since for the let's say since 2006, like since the Hamas election and even maybe before, the settlers would not be welcomed, and that's why they left at some point in the I think it was like in the end of the 2000s. The thing is, what I'm talking about is a situation where both sides are treated equally. If like the Palestinians are offered the same chance to get back to their lands and to get back, because like 70% of people living in Gaza are people that are not originally from there.
Mm-hmm.
So if these people had the same chance as those Jews which were like originally from Gaza to go back to their homes, I think it would lead to less problems. Maybe problems on both sides, but I think it would lead to less problems, yeah.
What, 70% of Gazans going back to live in Israel would lead to less problems?
I think so what I believe in, like in what in my opinion would be the ideal situation is a one consociational state. So it's like Belgium, Switzerland. So it's a state with multiple nations in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where like the conflicts are internally through justice and through democracy taken care of, right? So if the consociational like Israel-Palestine state would exist, I think that there would be less problem into like the 70% of people going back to where they lived and the Jews which were from Gaza to come back to Gaza if they like want to.
Okay, that's incredibly naive and not really conscious of any of the current situation, but I don't know how you're achieving this by sending what seems to be encouraging a bunch of which looks like a lot of teenagers, maybe even preteens, and getting them to these people like to try and climb over a fence when there's literally a fence which is dividing two sides of an armed conflict.
So
and also, you notice there are some incidents here where people are right up to the fence and they're not immediately getting sniped. Like it seems like the IDF were, and you can read this in the Human Rights Report as well, that the IDF had exhausted. They were trying to go through tear gassing, which again has a problem because the wind would blow it in unpredictable directions, or you had problems with rubber bullets because of the range of their effectiveness is very volatile at different ranges. It's got a very limited range of effectiveness, and despite all that, this is not. Why are you describing this as a peaceful protest? I don't understand.
Okay, I have an example. So in the UNHR, right? UNHRC, the Human Rights Independent Commission that I was talking earlier, they took 489 cases of Palestinian death, and they counted also the ones that were paralyzed. Okay,
This isn't from March of Return. 400 deaths.
No,
What's
it's
this
not
from?
the globe. It's not the global. It was in February 2019. So it was the March of Return and a bit of before and after, right? And they concluded that only 2 were justified as response to danger by Israeli force.
Are
I
you
can
talking?
send you
You're
the
not.
documents.
So hang on. What report
It
are you
was in
talking
the-
about?
So it was the. Do you want the number or the name? I mean, the name is probably more clear. Report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the protests in the occupied Palestinian territory, Human Rights Council 25, February 2019.
So this report from.
Oh, sorry, I misread. It was sorry. 189 fatalities
Yeah, it
and
was
300
189.
injuries.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was-
yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They were counted
Which
both.
is what I mean is when you've got like thousands of people in the buffer zone, and people throwing people like slingshotting or Molotov cocktails or tire burning or trying to advance on the fence and cutting through it, and people with knives and machetes, and all the rhetoric coming from them. The fact that they killed like 180 of them in the space of 9 months, that kind of suggests that there was a few steps being taken before they were deciding to shoot to kill.
I mean, there was still like
But this wasn't just you're in the
injured, right?
Yeah, but this wasn't just injured, right? Because again, they specifically in most cases tried to shoot to wound, not to kill. So the point is that you're saying, oh, they go in the buffer zone, they deserve to die. Well, clearly that wasn't the policy. Clearly there was a lot more discernment taken than just everyone who steps into this arbitrary buffer zone dies. No.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, I didn't say
And
that.
it seems to be that
maybe
about,
sorry if I said it.
29 or
okay, yeah.
30% that I was able to count from the admission of these armed groups were soldiers. They were soldiers in the Al-Qassam or Al-Quds brigades.
29 people, right?
No,
29 people were.
That report, I don't know where they got 29 from. It's bullshit, okay? The number is higher. It's like at least 44 deaths from the Al-Qassam brigades. It's another few from the Islamic Jihad. Yeah.
I mean, like I don't know. Like I'm just believing the human rights.
Okay, listen.
Like from the UN.
Let's go through it.
Like,
let's go through
why,
it. Please, listen.
Yeah.
I sent you that document, right?
Yeah, the one on Obsidian.
Yeah. Okay. If you can go into even just let's say one day. Okay. If you go into, I think it's HRC report full, or no, 14th of May. If you go to 14th of May. There's
Yes,
Hamas claiming 50 of their members, and there's also the Al-Qassam site. 25 of them are fighters. PIJ claimed 3.
14th of May, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. 14th of May. Sorry, I'm just not really good with that website. I'm just gonna. So do I just go down, right? 14th of May.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I found it. Okay.
And you can look at all those. You can look at all those
I found
links,
it.
and those are all the
Okay, yeah.
names. And you can go through.
Yes,
You can
sir,
look at their
Habib,
pictures. And yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna look into it.
Near the bottom where they tell you what they were doing when they died, like where they were.
I mean, most of them, like they're like really far away from the. Wait, sorry. Maybe I'm misreading. Is it the one with like the name in green?
The first name for 14th of May should be on the Al-Qassam
Yes.
site. Should be Ahmed Fayez Harb Jihada.
Oh, that's not where like 14th of May 2018. I'm sorry. I'm just return of a million coincided with U.S. Embassy. Casualties in Gaza City. Oh, should I go down?
Yeah.
Casualties in Gaza City. Oh, where is it?
You should
Sorry.
see. So you see all the headings there. Oh no, I can see because they are not collapsed. You have to just Control F. Control F.
Yes.
This name here. I'll just copy paste it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Fuck me. Okay, here we go. There. Control F that. And there you'll find the list of 25 people.
Okay, right now I'm doing it. Okay, I found it. Thank you.
And you can actually see here at the end of this biography that they say that he was martyred along with 5 other people, all from the same battalion. As in, this was like a planned, like coordinated. They were coordinating their attack.
Oh yeah, 50 people killed by Israeli soldiers on Monday were members of Hamas. But I'm sorry, I'm not asking this as a trap question or anything. But why do you think the independent council would underestimate that number?
Don't know. Why does that seem to happen fairly often? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they don't know about these websites or if they just undercount or I don't know. But they undercounted. Maybe Hamas didn't update this other website until later, because sometimes they update their websites quite slowly. But a fairly disproportionate number of these deaths were from armed groups.
Oh, but in the same article, someone someone who was part of the organizers, I think, said that he doubts the number and thinks it's rhetoric, in the CNN source.
Do you think Hamas made this up then? Like these pages I'm showing you here? Do you think they photoshopped the guy into a military uniform with guns? And
I mean, what he says is two things. And one, either it's rhetoric, but the other thing he says is the political and military factions are part of society, unfortunately. Even though 50 members of Hamas.
No, I'm not talking about the 50 members, because you can be a Hamas member but not part of the Al-Qassam brigades. That's a different claim.
You want me to? Al-Qassam. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at the 50.
If we're talking about members, being a member doesn't mean the IDF gets to shoot you. But what it does suggest, I can see where you got that from. What it does suggest is that the disproportionate, the majority of the people who were here were potentially affiliated with these groups, which suggests that the decision to go into the buffer zone and to go towards the fence and attack it was not some spontaneous, regular old person move. It was a move that was designed, that was coordinated by organizations like Hamas, like PIJ.
So I went to the source, the Al-Qassam thing, and I don't know if they deleted, but on the 2018 part, they list way less members than they used to do. I mean, I don't know if I'm reading the right date. So is it the dates? Sorry, I'm of course I'm not trying to say you're lying, but just on the part, so there's, I feel the name and everything, and then there's a date, and I feel the date should be the one of the death, right? The one of the death.
For who? Which page?
On the Al-Qassam site.
What, on the front page or?
When you go down, because I feel these ones are tied to the recent conflict. But when I go to the
are you talking about the standard marches page, where it's just all of them?
Oh, okay. No, I was on the wrong. Okay. You want me to? Okay, yeah, for each of the names. Okay. I found. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. So the first one is with 6 people. I mean, there were 6, right?
It was him and 5 other people. Yeah, and you can look at the biography of him. They tell you that he was involved in the March of Return.
Looking at it, thank you. Sorry, I'm reading everything. Okay, so these people, seem to be. This is true. This seems to be. I mean, I can't look at every of them, or I'm gonna just stay silent for a long time. But this seems to be true. Yeah. But do you think that these people, those 25, and that could be extended to maybe more? Do you think that these people are the majority of the ones that were killed?
No, my count for the militants from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, because it's hard to verify the other armed groups, even though they're much smaller, seems to be about just under 30% of the people who died, which is a pretty disproportionate amount, because obviously 30% of Gazans are not soldiers, right?
Amongst the death, right? Not the injuries, right?
Yeah, these are the deaths, yeah.
I'm sorry, can I get a link to what you guys are looking at?
Yeah,
somebody in my chat is asking.
Do you want me to send it or did you send it?
I'll send it. Don't worry.
Thank you.
So, sorry, just can you remind me why did you show me this? Is to tell me that so you think that most of the people that like, I mean, disproportionate, sorry, a disproportionate amount of people that were killed compared to the population were part of terrorist group, right?
Mm-hmm. And the other point to tell you is that the problem with the Great March of Return is that the majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people who were there, were doing something that I actually support. They were in their tents. They were like flexing or like taunting the IDF from a fairly safe distance. They were making their statement. They were getting attention. Some of them, I think, even if they wanted to go into the buffer zone, just like slowly with in a way of saying like, we are doing this peacefully. We're not trying to threaten you or anything, but we're just trying to like assert our rights to be free and everything. I think that was an awesome idea. That was a really good idea. Unfortunately, when things started, a bunch of Hamas, PIJ dipshits decided to hijack that protest and threw a bunch of people forward and tried to inspire other people who were not involved with them forward, and basically resulted in a total shit show that got a bunch of people killed. And then with the IDF, obviously, you know what the IDF are like. There's a bunch of young people in there. There's a bunch of racist people in there. Some people just got shot because they didn't because of someone deciding to commit murder or a war crime or whatever. And yeah, some people did not deserve to die. Other people who seemed to be the ones who were trying to egg this on and were following the rhetoric of Sinwar to say, let's advance forward and rip the hearts out from their bodies and cut through the fence and everything else, or just get shot for good press, because Hamas likes doing that too. Yeah, these people are assholes, cunts. They don't represent the Palestinians. They don't give a fuck about their own people. And they were happy to let people die and let children move forward and let women move forward just for political points. That's my take. Do you disagree with any of that?
Yeah, no. I think it can be true. I mean, most of the parts you said were true. Just one question though. Don't you think that it's also like part of the responsibility of the IDF and the Israel state to try to like, sorry, but like I don't know how to say it, but like show the population that the peaceful protests were not a bad thing to do. I mean, you can say that the collateral damage was tied to those minority like terrorist people, part of terrorist groups, but I think the incentive that was set by the Israel state and the IDF was that peace is not an option for those people, right?
I don't know what you mean. Like,
oh, I mean that basically the way they acted, the number of deaths that happened and the number of injuries that happened, and the way this could like the number of people that died.
Oh, you think the IDF were trying to discourage peaceful protest by shooting people?
Yeah, I think they were trying to discourage.
Absolutely, no, absolutely not, because they weren't responding to a peaceful protest. They were responding to the part of the protest that was actually the opposite of peaceful. So if, like, for example, if no one had gone across into the buffer zone, or if people who were going across to the zone were doing so in a completely unambiguous, like hands up, white flag, like we are just here to protest and show you guys that like we just want our rights and we don't want to whatever, like, and the IDF shot them, that would back up what you're saying. But the IDF did not do. That's not the situation they were responding to. Okay, like if you respond to this, and apparently this is the IDF's way of saying, oh yeah, peaceful protest won't work. It's like no, this is their way of saying trying to fuck with the border fence won't work, right?
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, the way it's taken back by the groups, the violent groups, and the people there. It's also like they're going to use this to say that peaceful protest, because like the way this was framed on the Palestinian side and on the majority of the people there and the majority of people that were injured, I think we can agree on that, killed or injured, was that they were like just there to protest peacefully and they got shot. Like even if they like they saw like the people burning tires, the people trying to throw Molotov cocktail, they still believe that the majority of them were innocent. They were trying to do something good, and that the IDF was indiscriminately shooting everyone, right? So
that's the way I don't think obviously like you can tell that it wasn't indiscriminate, I think, and you can tell that because of the proportion of people who died who were militants. How do you did they just get lucky? Kill like 30 and make sure 30% of their deaths were soldiers?
I mean, 30% is not a good stat. Like, it's not a good statistic that makes it like. I mean,
Again,
I think it's a debate.
this is just
Yeah,
it's not it's an indicator that
yeah.
a disproportionate amount of this was inspired by fighters, that it was fighters who were like directing this kind of stuff, it was fighters who were leading the charge. But again, also, if a fighter inspires a civilian next to him to go and join him and help him, well, that civilian's participating in hostilities now. They're part of the conflict now.
Do you think that the civilians sorry, do you think that like the family of the majority, like the 70% of people that died that were not tied, or the family of like the majority of the injured people are gonna think that, oh, it was because there was like next to him someone who was tied to Hamas? Or are they gonna think that like the the medical aid worker that died was because it's just because like of Hamas people? Like, they're gonna think she was not doing anything wrong, she died, that's unfair, and like peace doesn't work. I feel
Well,
like,
yeah, of course. I mean, I understand perfectly well how Hamas would use that event for propaganda purposes to say we need to return to armed resistance. Yeah, I think Sinwar even said that. But
Yeah, of
Sinwar
course,
said
yeah.
that after saying, let's go and cut through the fence and rip their hearts out of their bodies. So it's like, yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
of
Yeah, Hamas will cynically waste the lives of their own people to get political points. Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah.
but then, like, I mean, maybe like shouldn't have the Israel government made like, I feel like there could have been way more policy, or like at least army way of doing it that would have like put forward the peaceful part and lower down the negative, like harmful part, right?
So you can look in the human rights report, and I think there are videos of this as well, where you can see people who are right up to the fence and hacking at it, but there's not just like sniper shots being fired 1, 2, 3 at all of them. So it seems to be that even if people were quite close, there was still, in some cases, like caution taken, right? It wasn't just like, okay, they're within 5 meters, bang, go. Like, it was, there were still times where people were right up to the fence and they weren't like necessarily just hit right away. So I don't know, like, obviously, I'm pretty sure there are cases where people will get trigger happy, or they kill someone who didn't actually who had a better way of being sort of like pushed back. Of course that happens. I just don't think that accounts for the majority of the situation.
Yeah, no, of course I understand.
And
But
I also, just to
like,
add
I
on
think
to
in
that,
the same
sorry.
way you showed this. Oh, do you want to continue?
No, go
I
on.
was just gonna say that in the same way you showed me these people that were not shot while like doing something harmful. I think there's like also tons of people that were not doing anything wrong that were shot, because like basically the point you're trying to make is that they're careful about the way they use their military force at that point. But
Yeah, but
if they're
again, being
careful on those
careful. So
people,
again, I don't know. So snipers are like with that like kind where you've got a spotter and everything, you're generally quite accurate. But when you're also there's like a fence and there's tire smoke all over the place, and there are Molotov cocktails coming your way, and stones being slinged your way, and also fucking what'd you call it? Like tear gas that's blowing in different directions. Like, I don't know how easy it is to always get your targets in big crowds, but like, yeah, generally I think most of the hits would have been the people they were intending to hit. Maybe some accidents happened, but again, like, all of this is happening. Like, this isn't an issue if people stayed on the right side of the road.
but we can't like expect for social movements or protests to be as disciplined as an army. We can't like expect
No, but the army was
social...
the one that made the decision to push people forward, right? Like, the people in the army, it was like,
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the IDF here. I was like saying like you can't expect like a my bad. I was saying that you can't expect like a social movement that is like organic, that is made of like bad apples, that people that come from like military movement that have an agenda, and people that just don't want to live in a blockade where they're hungry every day, to have the same discipline. Like, I'm expecting snipers to not kill 70% of people that, I mean, I can't say 70%, but like a majority, like, I don't know if there were like a majority of people that did not pose a direct threat to them. While I expect like 1,000 people across the whole Gaza Strip to not cross the road. You see what I mean?
yeah. So when you keep on saying this thing of like did not pose a direct threat, is that because you're using the human rights report that said that like all these people, they did not pose a direct threat, right? You're using that language, the analysis.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, I'm saying that like that report said that like amongst like 189 deaths and like 300 injuries, like there was only 2 people that were proved by the IDF to be posing a threat.
You understand that this is the same report in the human rights in the UN that also said that when they were considering who was participating in hostilities in armed conflict, was one person with a rifle who they said was maybe participating in hostilities. You remember that bit?
Yeah, of course, but it was. I don't think the report needs to be like undermined because there was that bit where they said like who was considered was because they had a rifle. Like they're also like
that's fucking
had
insane.
sources
The
from
fact
the
that like
IDF,
if you fire a rifle
they had IDF
towards the Israeli side, and we're like, okay, well, yeah, maybe that person was participating in hostilities. That's like a standard for a pacifist. No?
Yeah, of course. No, I agree. But the thing
I'm
is,
sorry, I don't trust this report to analyze because the whole argument from the Israelis was that this border fence is a military objective, and generally, if you attack military objectives, whether it's with stones or Molotov cocktails or guns or missiles, like you're considered a threat. You're considered participating in hostilities, and you might get shot. So that wasn't considered at all by this report because the fact that they're firing a rifle towards the Israeli soldiers is that's maybe hostilities. That's stupid. Yeah.
But that report still has like solid grounds upon a lot of their conclusions. Like when they come back to the end and say that there is, of course, found reasonable grounds to believe that individual members of the Israeli security force in the course of the response program killed and gravely injured civilians who were neither directly participating in hostilities nor posing an imminent threat. I think that, like, with the proof of like I think the number of children dying, because we can say that the children could pose a threat, but when we know that the fence was never breached, we know that there was no.
It was breached. People got through.
No, I mean, it was never breached to the extent where it was a danger. Like it was like the people that got through at that moment, it literally didn't continue forward.
Okay,
I mean,
you're
of course, because there were soldiers, right? Yeah.
The way your reasoning is fucked here, right? You're saying, oh, well, we know these guys weren't a threat because the border fence wasn't breached. Well, no, that's like me saying, oh, well, we know that the IDF strategy worked because for thousands of people trying, the border fence wasn't effectively breached and people weren't harmed, right? Yeah, these people were literally sharing fucking maps telling people how to go and approach like directions to the kibbutzim, to the civilian community. So
no, I understand. That's true. I agree with that. But I think globally, like I don't understand why this report would be like that details every injuries and every research they done, like with names and how it happened. I don't understand why this report that is independent would be would be targeted towards Israel for them to look bad. I think like
I don't know why either, but I don't even know if they did it on purpose. Like it's just, but that's that. In some cases, I think that's what happened. I don't think it's a bad report. I don't think it's like I wouldn't ditch every claim in it. Like I use claims from it. I use claims from it that are actually quite valuable, but there are also missing pieces, unfortunately, like very important missing pieces.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Sorry, Riley, we're taking up a lot of your stream, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry, true. I can like
No,
also
you're
let
good.
you guys.
You're good.
I'm sorry for taking so much time. It's just like I think it's interesting to talk about it, and I learned a lot on my side.
Oh yeah.
Wait, are you guys done talking?
Maybe. Do you have any input?
Well, I mean, I feel like well, on my side, I still think that the IDF strategy was to. Oh yeah, I think the last thing I want to say. Sorry, I don't know if I can. Is it okay if I continue a bit?
I'm good.
Yeah,
As long as
I think that the incentive that was sent and the like message that we got through was that peaceful protest doesn't work, and you should like resort to violence to get the means of the revolution of the Palestinian people. Like, and unfortunately, like it's the case with a lot of like nations in history. Like like the Algerian one, which was violent, filled with like terrorist organizations. That's literally, I mean, that's how it got through, right? The Algerian revolution.
Yeah, but I don't know if the Algerian Revolution is like the best analogy for this. But
okay, so I think how it could be like countered by people is that I mean, usually how people say that it's a bad analogy is because the French people that lived in Algeria, even if it was 100 years that they lived there, they were still considered French and part of the French states.
Mm-hmm.
So they had somewhere to go back to if like the FLN won, right? So it wasn't a vital threat as much as Israel. Israel is in face of like the Palestinian organization. Mm-hmm. But I think that where the analogy is good is because I think we can go to like the problem is that I think both sides want the other to completely like be destroyed in order to have a peaceful advancement. I think even though like right now, I know that most of the people, whether it is in Palestine or in Israel, don't want a constitutional state.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in the end, it's the solution that can be the best, because what I have seen like through history with this conflict is that we have friends. We are sorry. We have Israel and Palestine developing their ways, going to war sometimes. We have Israel sometimes, sabotaging the economical development of Palestine for more or less justified reason. And I feel like in the future, it could happen that both sides, like let's say that in 100 years, maybe like for whatever happened, like Israel has lost all its economic might and all its military power. I don't understand how the two-state solutions would prevent, let's say, Palestine in 100 years that have way more economical advancement and way more military might to do the same thing that Israel is doing right now, right?
I'm not sure entirely what that means. But
I meant like the two-state solutions. To be clear, the two-state solutions doesn't prevent anyone from preventing the other state from developing. You see,
it doesn't stop Israel from preventing Palestine from developing.
Yeah, which and in the future, let's say that Palestine on the other side gets more economical might and military might than Israel. It doesn't prevent Palestine to counter to do the same thing to Israel that has been done historically.
Like if a Palestinian state next to an Israeli state might become stronger than the Israeli state and then go and take them over.
I mean, that could happen.
I mean, Israel has nukes, bro. That's not a problem.
That's not a problem.
If there's a Palestinian state and that state attacks Israel, they're just gonna, why? What would they go? Like, they can try and invade Israel all they want. It's like they'll probably get nuked. Or, I mean, Israel's had their back to Israel's fought with Soviet-backed armies with fucking Syria and Egypt and Jordan. Like, yeah, they'll be fine. That's not.
That's not what I meant. I meant that. This situation of having two states will often lead to one state picking on the other and sabotaging the other, because the other is seen as a threat to their idea that the whole territory should be theirs. So the two-state solution will always result to like armed conflict when it has any problems. Well, I think a one-state solution, like a constitutional state, would get solutions through justice, judiciary means and democratic means.
Okay, I see. I've heard a similar proposal from what's his name, Yossi Beilin. I don't know. It seems...
Google. She was not arrested.
What the fuck? Sorry.
Because of...
It feels like a bit pie in the sky, but I don't know. I'm not against the idea. If both sides were up for it, that would work. I guess with any solution, it's going to be like you need to find whatever solution is going to get both sides on board, and that's the hardest thing, right?
Yeah.
But slightly different question.
True. Well. Thank you for this discussion. Good luck on both of you for your streams, and sorry for taking so much time, right? I learned a lot, and thank you.
You're good, man.
Take care.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
I'm sorry.
Loner.
Hey.
Much love, brother.
How's it
Much
going,
love.
little bub?
It's going better, little gup. Now that you're here.
Wow.
Okay. Came in here to save the day. I actually was digesting a lot of that, or trying my best to be able to keep up. And I actually do appreciate you coming in. So yeah, don't worry about like me not talking or whatever for a good portion of that or whatever. I was 100% dialed in and digesting it.
Based. Is that what you're doing now? Have you been getting roped into Palestine debates?
I mean, they had messaged me earlier about it, and they were inside of my like public streaming chat, and I was just like, oh yeah, you were messaging me about talking, and So yeah, we just kind of naturally did it, but yeah, I wasn't like specifically looking for one, but it ended up happening. Yeah.
Oh shit. Well,
Yeah.
sounded like you were
So
doing well. Sounded like you were doing a good job. Little pug.
yeah, it was. I was getting a little. My feathers were getting a bit rustled because of what felt like I was getting kind of led down different paths, and I wasn't really a super big fan of it. So it's actually really good that you came along because you were more informed on it. That's why I didn't interrupt anything or do anything, because it was like, oh, okay. You know, I was kind of reading along and trying to grab what was standing out to me from their sources, right? And trying to work with their narrative through their sources.
Clever.
But like you had your own and stuff, so I thought it was really cool. I'm really glad that you messaged me.
Wow.
But I wanna yap with you a little bit about your H3 appearance.
Yeah. Were you watching it? I can see you. Where it's in your title.
Yeah, it's perfect that you're here, actually. Yeah. That's how do you feel like that went? How do you feel it went?
I had initially, because there was kind of like a list of 3 or 4 broad questions that were going to be asked, and I've seen other guests on his show talking about like Ukraine and shit, and they were often like given quite a lot of space to speak. So I kind of organized like a few things and just like sort of quick, catchy summaries to each different question broadly. And I think about half of them just didn't get mentioned because things got like the crew were asking questions and we were kind of going on tangents, which is okay. Like I feel like I can respond to things that I'm not fully prepared for. But overall, I think it probably went pretty good. Could have always been better, but it's always the case with live conversations, right?
Yeah, that's the nature of the biz, really. That's the nature of the biz. I haven't gotten through like all of it. I was pausing so much and talking so much. I was told specifically, and I think I started that conversation right as soon as the moment of I was told that the crew. Oh wait, am I lagging a bunch?
No, not to me.
Okay, great. I was told the crew like asked you a couple of questions, and some people wanted me to like go over that and take a look at the crew asking you a couple of questions. So I was literally about to go over that. So I haven't like finished it myself or anything. So I was just curious what your thoughts were after it.
Yeah, the crew are obviously like very far left, but it's like, again, I don't mind the people in chat were getting frustrated by them, I guess, because like calling it bad faith or whatever. But like, I don't really mind those kinds of conversations as long as they don't jump to like their way around the argument is to just attack me or to accuse me of things I don't believe in, right? That's when I just think like, okay, you're a waste of space. But if someone can be like far off from me as much as they want and they can be aggressive, but there's a difference between being aggressive in an argument or being really emotional or being just not seeing eye to eye, but then just being like, oh, well, you must believe in this, and this horrible thing. I'm like, Jesus, that's slightly different, you know?
Yeah, no, I got you. I
don't think anyone in the crew did that.
I want to. Okay, cool. I want to. I want to get through and watch, the rest of it. But man, I'm really happy. Just person to person, I'm really happy that you were able to step into that arena and give some opinions on that. Like you of all people, right? Because I think that you have a reputation, right, independent of some of the people that he would get like shit for being on there, like essentially pretty somewhat independent of Destiny. So you're able to stand on your own and not have as much of the like, oh yeah, this is just a Destiny whatever guy. And you're able to, I think accurately and very succinctly talk about this shit, right?
Yeah.
About the Israel-Palestine stuff and stuff. And so, yeah, it's really nice to have you of all people on there because you're reasonable. Like he could have picked a whole host of people that either I don't know about or I think might not be good to talk about it with. And yeah, I'm just happy that he picked you, man.
Shit! Wow, that's really nice of you, little glup.
Did he? How did he reach out to you? How did you get reached out to?
I can't tell you that. I'll probably tell you privately. I don't know if the middleman wants to be known about.
Oh,
is
that a secret? Like if it's like on email or something, or?
No, we just spoke on WhatsApp. We just organized it on WhatsApp. Yeah, like that's. I don't think that's. Yeah, that's not that's not a secret. Yeah. Yeah, and we've spoken like a little bit afterwards. So yeah, that's cool. It was planned about 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Nice.
I can
man.
tell the
Fucking nice.
I can tell the molders are molding. There's a lot of angry fucking. It took me a minute to recognize that there are like 3 subreddits called H3H3, but 2 of them are like anti-fans. So it took me a minute to realize that there was like the H3, like there's a fake one, and then there's also a fucking like the snark one. So I'm like, yeah, fuck. But otherwise, that's that was expected. You know, those people will always be mad and will always be dishonest and always be full of shit. So, yeah, is what it is.
Yeah, no. I get that for sure. I get that. So, also just a little bit of a side thing is the document that you linked me, is that have it looks like it has like a multitude of, is that just like your master doc where you have like a bunch of shit on there?
It's just my notes on that particular issue. Oh, the other ones are, you mean like the other links?
Yeah, the whole
Oh yeah, those are
thing,
just
yeah.
other little research projects that I've published. Yeah. Some of them are very, like some of them are meant to be presentable. Other ones are just note taking. Yeah.
Is that like do you have that one and then like a private one, or is that just your?
Yeah, there's the
one
private
that
one,
you
which has a
use?
lot more shit on it. Yeah. But
Okay.
like,
So
let me
that's your,
think.
like-
This yeah, most of these I think like this one here is this, yeah, the cookie files. I think that's more or less supposed to be chronological, like that works. The Sinwar one I think is a lot more just like self-contained. It's like better organized. But yeah, other ones are just like the cash report one's a complete fucking mess because it's just reading a 200-page thing and taking notes. So yeah, so some of them are more clean and some are a bit of a mess.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was. How did you even know I was having the conversation? Did somebody in your chat or
I
whatever
was just
message you?
lurking on Twitch, and then I clicked on your stream, and then I saw that you were. I saw the wiki page, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
You notice
Okay,
these like
cool.
these these like far left people are very they're very high information. You know, you gotta look out for that. And it's not always correct information, but it's a lot of information. You gotta be
Yeah,
careful.
there is. There was a lot of information for sure that guy had, and I thought it was. I don't know that I enjoyed it. I enjoyed listening to how that conversation went for sure.
Okay.
So yeah, I appreciate it.
Netanyahu has gone live to address the nation after having ceasefire discussions. Oh shit! No, that means they'll be in Hebrew. No. Never mind. Sorry. I can see a translation.
Yeah. So that's for the most part what I wanted to, I guess, say. And yeah, so if you want to do your own thing, I appreciate you coming through, man.
Yeah, all good, man. What's your
They ask
story
like
next?
if Hamas don't surrender, then what?
I think
The only answer
after
to that
you're
is
talking
what
about
is
like what am I
likely to
doing after this?
happen.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
confuse themselves
Or your
into
general
thinking
plans
your
as a
answer
streamer,
is
as a
this will
human being. I don't
happen,
know, anything
and
you want to
it'll
talk
be
about.
good.
Oh shit. Well, I really want a pony. It's I've been wanting one for a while. Yeah. No, I'm for the near future. I just want to focus on like short form content creation really bad. So, TikTok, the reels, all that stuff. I want to
Oh.
focus on that really bad. And I do want to get more into a lot of the harder political coverage because I do a lot of like drama and stuff like that. I'm on JStock's thing. I do a bunch of that. I want to do more of the actual political coverage. So, doing deep dives into various topics and researching them. It'll be fun. So that's just like the general vibe that I'm on right now. And trying to find that roommate, man. We're just like finished I mean, not even really finished, but we just finished moving all of like Adriana's stuff into the house, and she has like an entire house worth of stuff, like easily tripled the stuff in the house, and we gotta move it all to the like right place and stuff. It's been a lot, honestly.
Cool. Hope you guys don't fall out on stream in a month and have to find a new person.
Hey, look, if we do, there's going to be 5 different cameras recording it.
Yeah,
So, you know, everybody will get a slice. Everybody will get a slice of the content they want to see, huh? So, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. What about you? What you got?
I'm documenting all of the Hamas police and security deaths from a war in 2008 by going through their websites and corroborating it with Israeli intel reports, with human rights reports, and with Hamas's own website. I'm almost done. It's taken about 30 hours, but we're getting there.
Holy shit. I'm sitting over here talking about roommates. This guy's actually putting in work.
I don't know how useful this work is. I think I'm just going to get to the end and be like, yep, everyone was slightly wrong. These guys are more wrong than the others. I don't, but
see, that's the type of shit you got to do to be able to have the kind of argument that you just did, huh? Like that's part of the reason why I really liked taking the back seat there is you get the juxtaposition, right? So I didn't know almost anything about the topic, really. Almost anything at all, right? And you saw people could see how I handled it, and then you come in and you're somebody who has it's pretty obvious you've thoroughly researched it, and you could see the juxtaposition as to, you know, somebody with knowledge, somebody able to articulate and argue it. And I think I was able to look at it and try and be reasonable with zero information, and then you can be reasonable with a lot of information. Right. And then you can just see the difference in how that worked. And I thought that was a really interesting juxtaposition. And it's also really nice because it's like, I kind of want to, you know, it makes me want to get to that level. I was like, listen to it. I was like, oh man, if I had that knowledge, man, that would be so nice to be able to, you know, be swinging the way you were swinging, bro. That's cool, man. That's cool. And you're doing that with, what was it? A thing in 2008? You're trying to look, what is this that you're trying to look up?
Okay, so the TLDR is that in the first Israel-Gaza war with Hamas, the first day of the war, Israel bombed a bunch of the headquarter buildings of Hamas's police and security apparatus, like police officers, security workers, and all that. And then everyone was like, wait a minute, like you can't just kill cops. Like just because a cop has a gun, that's not the same as a soldier. And then Israel was like, no. These cops, they were soldiers, okay? Hamas integrated their police unit with the fucking military so that you can see all these pictures of police vehicles full of guys with guns and RPGs and like automatic weapons and shit, like crazy shit, and military uniform. So there's this big dispute, and I don't know if you've ever heard of the Goldstone report. This UN report basically says, no, we don't believe it. We don't think the majority of the people who died in these airstrikes were cops. And they debunk, quote unquote, an Israeli study that claims to show it. But then going through their debunk, it seems to be that they, one, took Hamas spokesman basically at his word when he had kind of like said 2 completely contradictory things about the police. And then I stumbled eventually upon Hamas's own website where they list obituaries for their dead soldiers. So I just scroll down this massive obituary list that takes about 10 minutes to scroll to the bottom. And then I go through 2008, I go through the date of these strikes, and then I see, okay, well, are the people in these who are named in this Israeli report showing up in Hamas's website? And it turns out most of them are. Not all of them, but most of them. In some cases, actually, the Israelis undercounted, but mostly,
Really?
some mostly overcounts a few of them, but some undercounts. But it seems to be that the UN basically didn't check this evidence or didn't include it or lied about it or something. And that's where I am now. So it seems to be that the Israelis overcounted a little bit, but everyone else undercounted. And another human rights organization listed the cops to kind of get over this dispute as just not applicable. So to this day, this Israeli human rights organization just has, here are the fighters, here are the civilians, and here are 250 cops who are not applicable, even though most of these cops seem to be soldiers. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, so I have two questions, one question of which was brought up in there, and it might have a relatively simple answer. But I like asking stupid questions when I don't have very much knowledge. So it was a question brought up there. Why are you going with the number or with the numbers verified by these armed militant groups? Why are you going with their obituaries, how many people that they say they had inside of these areas, instead of like independent investigations by third parties? Why are you going with them?
Because I think things are a little bit weird when Hamas are like, this guy was a soldier of ours, and Israeli was like, this guy was a Hamas soldier, and the third party is like, no, there weren't. We don't know that. What are you talking about? It's like, I consent, I don't. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Now, some people will say that Hamas will claim people who are not actually like theirs. So sometimes when someone dies, and maybe they die in a high profile situation because it's like an unjust killing, and sometimes Hamas will hijack that and they will like put the body in a Hamas flag, and then they will have like a Hamas fucking funeral and all that because they'll hijack the press. That does happen. But the problem is that and then sometimes even Israel will say, look, that person was a Hamas fighter, even though they weren't. They might have just been like a family member of a Hamas member, or they might have just been a civilian member. But on Hamas's website for soldiers, their like armed forces website, they literally have like pictures of them in uniform with their weapons. They have videos of them training. They have complete biographies of what they did as a soldier, how they dug tunnels, they manufactured explosives, they monitored the borders, they organized suicide bombing attempts, right? They booby-trapped buildings, and they also were cops. So it's like, okay, I feel like that's a very high effort to make all that up for some reason. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wait, and sometimes they'll have these descriptions for singular people?
Yeah. Yeah, usually
wow.
they have fairly detailed. They'll tell you where they were born. They'll tell you where they grew up. They'll tell you a little bit about their personal life, about their activities, often in the mosques. They'll tell you what they did as a soldier, what they did in civilian life, whether they were secretive or not. They'll tell you about maybe something about their family. They'll tell you sometimes.
Can you give me the site that
Yeah,
you're
hang
using
on.
here? Is
Yeah.
it? I'm assuming it's not just Hamas.com.
No.
Is it?
Let me show. No, it's not. Hang
Okay.
on. I wonder if I can. Okay, here's a funny one. Okay, why not?
Also,
This
will
guy.
will I get put on a list for looking up the site?
You are black, so
Okay.
proceed with caution, little pup. All right, let's see.
Proceed with caution.
Where the fuck is the?
Hey, listen, bro. I haven't been outside of the U.S. I imagine you might be on
I know I'm distributing this
a
shit and
list sooner
everything,
than
yeah.
me.
So if you look at this guy, there's like a little biography of him.
Okay. Secure connection failed. Literally won't let me go to this website.
VPN or hang on.
I could VPN it.
Hang on. Let's try this. Let's not lose faith. It's a good thing we have archives of this stuff. I really need to get all this archive won't let you. I don't think archive automatically translates, does it? Unless you have something.
Let's see. Oh man. Yeah, it does not automatically translate it, but that
Well,
website works for you? That first link that you sent me?
Yeah. Are you on my stream? You can look at my screen.
Oh, let's take a look. Oh wait. Oh wow. Yeah, it does.
So there's our
Good for
guy.
you.
There's his biography. I think this one in particular will say.
And this is for each militant?
Mhm. This one will say, this is from 2008. They'll say, he loved the art of detonation and was delighted by the sound of explosions, considering it for the sake of Allah, preparing himself and getting ready to join the ranks and enter the thick of battles. Some of these stories are quite sad, actually. It's like there's one guy who, I think in this war, he was bombed in the police station. And I think the day before, he had proposed to someone and he was awaiting a response.
Oh, tough.
Yeah. A lot of people joining when they're very young. A lot of them getting educated in UNRWA schools in refugee camps. It's where I think Hamas gets a lot of their dudes from. But yeah, they have these for quite, and they have their like pictures. Occasionally, this guy's just got his civilian pictures, but other ones you'll see them in full gear and their training. They have a video, like a promo video, I guess. Some of them are quite long. Like they get kind of personalized
What the hell?
footage.
Bro, this is like a Match.com profile page or something.
Yeah, this is
It's
a
like
bit of training. Just regular old traffic cop, apparently. And there's his funeral.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's
And this
crazy.
guy was a cop in the anti-narcotics department. What do you think? Would you want to get caught with drugs by this guy?
Sure. Yeah. That sounds amazing. Okay. My second question for you. Okay. All right. Is what do you view as the most egregious overstepping or like the most egregious act by Israel against Palestinians?
The expulsions in 48 are quite high up there. Like probably
Okay.
Lida and Ramla, the two towns where I think 50,000 people were sent on a march into the West Bank in the height of the summer, where a few people died of fucking thirst on the way, even in a fairly short
Jesus.
walk. Yeah. The Sabra and Shatila massacre was when they were in Lebanon and the war had officially ended. They'd managed to get the Palestinian militants to leave the country, but the defense minister, with no evidence, said that there were still 2,000 soldiers in this Lebanese refugee camp, this neighborhood, and they took a bunch of their allies who were Christian, like fascist militants, and basically told them to go in and mop up the situation, like mop up the militants. And these Christians were fucking mental. They'd already committed massacres in the past. They had also they had just had their leader assassinated a few days before. So everyone knew that this had happened. The defense minister was like, no, there's no risk. I trust these guys. These guys are legit. So the IDF surrounded the neighborhood. They shot up flares in the middle of the night, in the evening, sorry. And then the Christian militants went in door to door and just murdered people. I think generally they took the women away somewhere else and killed the men up against the wall. Sometimes they just took whole families out, told them to turn around and face the wall, shot them in the head. I think one woman had her baby fucking like sliced up with a knife by a guy who said, listen, if he grows up, he'll become a terrorist, so we have to kill him now. I think a couple of people, maybe like a handful, were raped. I think one teenager was raped like 10 times before she was killed. Yeah. Pretty fucked up. Yeah. I think one incident where the Lebanese soldiers faked Israeli accents when they were knocking on the door, and the woman says, oh, it's okay, they're Israeli, they're like professionals, they won't hurt us if we're civilians. And then she comes out and she sees the little Lebanese tree on his arm, and he like shoots her kids and then shoots her in the fucking shoulder, and she just falls to the ground and they think she's dead and she survives. Yeah, pretty bad. And then the IDF, meanwhile, are getting warnings that this is happening. They're getting alerts from the soldiers on the ground, and they don't react initially. And I think what happens, I think in the timeline, right, is the defense minister says, okay, we'll call it off. But then he goes to the Christians and says, okay, you've got until 6 p.m. in the evening or whatever, or like some particular time to stop. So even after they know the massacre is happening, they say they need to call it off. the defense minister still gives them like space to keep going. Yeah. And then they had a whole fucking
shit.
yeah, and they had a whole inquiry about it afterwards. It was the first time in the Middle East ever. I think that inquiry took place like right after a massacre, like a war crime like that. They found the defense minister had lied about the
Can
risks.
You,
he'd lied
can
about
you
the
DM
threats.
me the name or something of what you're specifically talking about, so that way I can.
1 minute. Where's the? I think I know where to. It's in my documents. Oh, are you on my Obsidian page?
I have your Obsidian page. Yeah.
No, wait. Is it there? Fuck. Where is it? Oh, wait. It's not there. What? Where did I put it? Where did I put? How do I? Okay, I can look for the. Here we go. Here.
I just want to know so that way I can look out for some of these things and look into these because I know that there has to be, massive oversteps from Israel that, are pretty bad. There has to be, just statistically speaking, at the very bare minimum. So I just want to know some key things to look out for people who are trying to do it. And also so that way I can just, be informed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't actually take notes of this timeline, but I can give you the fucking. I'll publish this and put it up. Hang on, give me that. Publish. UK politics. New. Fuck. All right. This is called Lebanese Civil War. It's in here, I think. Is it? Yeah. Okay, if you refresh the Obsidian page.
Yep.
Okay. If you go to Lebanese Civil War, it's in Israel-Palestine.
In Israel-Palestine, Lebanese Civil War. Got it.
Yeah, and go way to the bottom.
Way to the bottom.
It says Sabra and Shatila papers.
Gotcha.
So those are some papers on it. You can find the wiki for it as well. I think the important ones there are the where is it? Am I so fucking stupid that I put the wrong link? Okay. Yeah. The main things you want to look for there are called the Kahan Commission. Whoa. And just some of the Palestine studies papers. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that, man. Thanks.
Okay. That's all right. No worries. Little pup.
All right. Cool. Is there anything else that you wanted to yap about while I'm here? Because I'm probably gonna call it.
No, I'm good. I'll shuffle on.
Okay.
All right.
Much love. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for talking to that person, giving me something to think about, and giving me this place to look. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. All good, buddy. Take care.
Have a good one. Bye.
Wow. Okay. Why did I document that so fucking badly? Where's the goddamn Kahan Commission? This is not it. This isn't it. Where's the full Kahan Commission? And why is my link so nonsense? Does anyone know where I can get a full PDF of the Kahan Commission? I swear I had it. It's like 100 pages, no? Did I just paste the wrong link? I must have. Because this says .pdf. Wait, what? Why does this say .pdf? This is a different link. It's a completely different link. Why is this enemy there? What? Look at this. .pdf. US Iraq Proncon source files 83 report. Send me to fucking Britannica. Why do you hate me? Fuck. All right. All right. I guess I just have. Oh, wait. This is the fucking link that leads to that leads to Britannica. What's wrong with it? Why is it a dick? 64 pages. No, it's not. It's a Britannica page, you asshole. What? What's this? Israeled. You got Israeled. I guess they did, didn't they? Full report. No, final. Oh, God. It's. Do you know the exact death toll? No, they were never. The Red Cross was never given. It's just not it. The Red Cross was never given full access, I don't think. So I think they estimated between like 1 and 2,000 generally. But we'll never know. 20. It's not it. It's not it. Is it? Wait. Oh, this is smaller writing. Single spaced. Is this the commission? Is this the report? Many considered genocide. I don't think that's true because I read the. You read the McBride report. People misquote that report and say that he called it a genocide. But if you read the McBride report, he's actually saying, we didn't go into the Genocide Convention here, but maybe it should be considered. That's where it was left. But people, I think the Wikipedia just says that McBride called it a genocide, as far as I know. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be. But anyway, what the fuck? I hate this. Nah. Fucking search bar, go away. Why won't my search bar go away? No. Stop. I just want to. Why can't I search my notes? Why the fuck can't I set my no? My notes are being shit. They're being very fucking shit right now. Oh my God. What? I opened a fucking search bar and I can't close it. And now it's saying no matches. Oh, there we go. Okay, Jesus Christ. Well, I guess I didn't take notes here very effectively. Because I don't even have the McBride Commission, do I? Why is this the thing? What's it doing? Hang on. Is this it? Excerpt? I want the whole thing, you dick. All right. Bride? What was it called? Sean McBride. Okay. The Lebanon. Oh, yeah, they called it The Lebanon. Banger. This is not it. UNESCO? Would this be? Oh, I can get it on Amazon. Why not? Google Books. Oh. Did I download a PDF of it? I might have done because it's long. I think I read all of it. 282. Did I read all of that? That is not what I don't want to read it like that. What the fuck? Was the Kahan report released in English? I guess it was. Look at it. There it go. Let me see. Maybe it's here. Download? Oh, this must be it. And this also means Rally wants to raid you, Lil Gup. Okay, I'll put him on the list. Fuck! And I'll actually do that this time. Jesus. Where's the list? Where's the goddamn list? Settings. Permissions. Community. Specific users are relevant. Why is he not coming up? Do I need to? Am I not sub to him? What the fuck? I know how to do it. Okay. Irrelevant. There we go. Save. There he is. He's on. You know what? I can also add. Netanyahu is ready to implement the deal. Give me a link. And I'll watch it. I'll watch his speech. Little box. All right. All right. Ooh. Don't worry, I'm letting Collins in a minute. I want to see the Netanyahu shit. I want some good news for once. It's been a while. Even if it's coming from the grumbler himself. Okay, I've put Rally on my list so he can raid me if he wants. If he hasn't finished already. Not in principle. Fuck off. Okay.
Maintaining our full
There he
liberty
is.
to take
on the.
So this is him speaking now on Sky.
They don't care for that.
Terry.
Front page. I'm ready. Are you? Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Okay. Cool.
Let's get more now on the breaking news this hour that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said a short time ago that he will recommend a ceasefire deal with Hezbollah to the Israeli cabinet this evening. His statement followed continued Israeli airstrikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut throughout the day.
I'm looking at all of the fronts simultaneously. I'm seeing the bigger picture. And I am determined to let our soldiers, our brave soldiers, all of the means they need to stay alive, stay safe, and bring us the victory. And that's why tonight I will bring before the cabinet a plan for a ceasefire in Lebanon. The duration of the ceasefire depends on what happens in Lebanon. We have an understanding with the United States. We are maintaining our full liberty to take military operations. If Hezbollah tries to attack us, if it arms itself, if it rebuilds infrastructure next to the borders, we will attack them. If they launch missiles, if they dig tunnels, we will attack.
Bam. Whoa.
Benjamin Netanyahu in the last hour. Let's speak now to Robert Clark. He's director of the Defence and Security Unit at the Civil Affairs Policy Institute, Civitas, also served in the British military. Rob, thank you very much for being with us. And first of all, let's get straight to it. Do you think this ceasefire, if it happens as we think it will survive?
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. I think the key question, whether it's going to survive, I think it's going to be enacted. There's been an enormous amount of pressure from Washington, and Benjamin Netanyahu seems broadly supportive of the terms so far. But the question of its survival really depends on the Israeli government and the cabinet keeping a united front, supporting it. We can already see there's been great dissent already this evening from the far right of the party. Former Prime Minister Bennett has come out and publicly criticised the potential deal and the terms of it, saying it's not really ensuring Israeli security in the north of Israel, crucially to allow those tens of thousands of Israeli civilians to return to villages which have been attacked by Hezbollah over the last 13 months. So I think there's going to be an enormous amount of pressure from the right of the Israeli government, and really we can see whether that's going to last, I think, quite soon.
How much of it, though, do you think the Israeli military is being stretched? And I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu made the point. He said there were 3 reasons for the timing, one of which was he was quite honest about it, to refresh our troops and rearm. And I guess it's difficult to see how they can go on fighting on 2 fronts indefinitely.
No, quite right. And I think it's
Oh my God, this guy's reacting to me as well.
This is like a
They're
good way to
everywhere.
springboard to get those conversations going. But yeah, and it's difficult to
Listen, as someone who also is currently reacting to an Ethan segment, as someone who also has looked at like Hassan segments, I'm not above, you know, looking at other people's content. You know, that's quite literally what I do.
Hey.
But let's not pretend like you don't do specifically this shit, because it's the only way to stay in the orbit of your stream daddy. Okay. Let's just,
what the?
Let's just remove all barriers.
What is the fucking projection here? Like, sorry, which one of us started a YouTube channel and grew before ever meeting with other streamers and and streaming before bigger streamers? Was that me or you, buddy? Like, Jesus Christ.
X-rays of
Lil
children shot in the head and confirmed by New York Times were fake, right? That's who Ethan is glazing? Yes.
Prove, right?
Who said, hey,
Want
just
to
because
prove
these snipers
I
are
said
shooting
the
kids in the head
X-rays
and in
were
the
fake,
torso,
bub.
double tapping them, doesn't mean that they did it on purpose. They make snap decisions,
Or
and
did
these things
you
happen in
just
war.
lie?
Do you not understand how sniping works?
outside.
Right.
But I guess because they don't have that much political power, they have invested a lot of effort into getting a
Let's see.
very
He's got
strong
call-ins
presence
open,
on
so I don't
social
know if he
media.
wants to talk.
And also,
Why not?
bleeding into normie spaces as well, which is a little bit more bothersome because they might not get the votes, but like that's where an increasing number of people are getting their information from.
Right.
More young people get their information from the internet, and that's going to keep on going up and up. It's not going away.
So this is to protect the Democratic Party. Yeah, this is to stop Republicans.
Way. And obviously that's the space I operate in. So
Is Lonerbox? I don't know if anybody's familiar. Is he still in? Does he still live in Scotland, or did he move to the U.S.?
kind of have to address it, and even if it feels a bit disproportionate at times.
So when I hear you talk about like Israel Palestine,
Oh, he's got me up. What's we
Want
saying?
to prove I said the X-rays were fake, bub, or did you just lie? I mean, we can pull
Go
the
look.
clip.
Yes, get it. Yeah, get the clip.
You know, I feel like a bad empanada's got your number pretty good, bud. Yeah, get the clip. Sure. Sure. Well, y'all really are a magnet, aren't you? Which person in your Discord notified you that I was looking at this segment, huh? Let's see. Let's take a look. What's it about empanada?
How do you justify?
Let's see. Let's go to our transcript. Does anybody have the timestamp? Damn, that's a lot of references. Let's see.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like, so I've just said, if you're doing call-ins, we can go over the other clips too. You won't find me saying the x-rays were fake. You heard someone else lying about that. But good luck moving the goalposts.
If we're doing call-ins, we can go over the other clips too. You won't find me saying the X-rays were fake. You heard someone else lying about that, but good luck moving your goalposts. It's okay, man. I don't platform genocide deniers.
It's when you're sniping. Like, snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations. Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill and a guy opposite in a building just went, got him, take him out. Maybe someone committed a war crime. But I don't think that's his
I'll see you on LSF, bud.
Israeli policy is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
Not Israeli policy to snipe children.
Take care, buddy. Okay. They're all
important to
cowards.
note
They're all cowards.
it's not
It's
just
okay.
two fronts that the Israelis have been really engaged on. It's about 3 or 4. They've had operations in Damascus, in Syria. They've still got one eye strategically to Iran, which is, you know, the vital ground in this wider campaign. And I think to your question, you know, is it going to stretch the Israeli forces? And I don't believe it's a question of them being stretched. I think it's a question of sort of sustainability and long term. We can see that the Israeli forces are going to maintain some form of physical presence in Gaza, potentially for at least another 12 months, in order to obviously minimize the chances of October the 7th last year ever happening again to Israel. And also really with one eye, like I said earlier, to the strategic game played with Iran. And I think that's where Washington is going to come in increasingly more influential from January with President Trump or President-elect Trump and his team, which are going to take a much firmer stance on Iran. And we can really see the pressure on Tehran ratcheting. And I think this is Israel really starting to recalculate their force postures in order to actually deter further aggression by Iran in the long term.
All right, Rob Clark, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. We've got 3 or 4 minutes, Dominic, to wrap this thing up. Interesting what he says there about American politics, and we're going to hear from Joe Biden, I think, sometime tonight. He'll want this as, you know, a small part of his.
I'm just trying to think. I remember when October 7th happened, I did think like, okay, this is going to be something that far leftists will probably not defend. Like they're just going to back away from it and they're going to dissociate from people who do defend it and all that kind of shit. Because it was just too obvious. Hamas just filmed themselves doing too much crazy shit. But now, a year later, we've got fucking the entire Twitch sphere platforming someone who supports October 7th and says it was glorious and says they wish more people died. Fuck me. Meanwhile, I don't think that New York Times article shows that people were intentionally sniped en masse, because the article doesn't show that. It doesn't even say that. Anyway, as a matter of policy. Yeah, fucking stupid. Waste of time. Is he still grumbling, I wonder?
Standing a few meters beyond the separation fence.
Well, there it is.
Al Jazeera. He's looking at Great March of Return, bro.
What is this? Oh, it's from Yitzhak Rabin. Colonel says Rabin ordered a breaking of Palestinians' bones.
Oh, it's all the same fucking dumb fuck talking points. Jesus Christ. Rabin didn't say that, by the way. He said something about riot police using fucking truncheons or whatever. And one of the soldiers underneath him was like, yeah, break their bones or whatever, yeah. But I think the Rabin thing was, it was about not killing people. Like it was, the idea was to try and police riots without killing people. But, you know. Reads titles, soy posts, and move on. It's effective though, right? Because it's digestible. And that's really annoying. What's this?
And we are
Keck, yeah.
Okay.
As an adult, you have
Full
to
screen
at
it,
some point
yep.
respond, but keeping it to say shit about character, not physically, is great. I mean, listen. All I'm saying is on site, you know, we all have different ways that we react.
Oh, this has the Keck W
so-
laugh in it.
I'm
Insert
not
it. Always a
saying
classic.
it's on site if I see Destiny at TwitchCon again. I'm just saying, you know, it probably would be on site. Honestly, I probably wouldn't notice him while I'm tripping over him because he's so fucking short.
Oh, I like that. Look at this guy. He's wearing pumps. And look how short he is.
Why would you ever set yourself up
Like the performativity of is just so. Again, you shouldn't make fun of people's heights, but if you're going to, I wonder, because he did that. Like, there's no way that this guy who has literally altered his entire personality and even his fucking camera angle to look like Hassan would accuse me of having a streamer daddy. Like, me who started a fucking channel with over 100,000 subs before I ever spoke to Destiny, by the way. And also have a go at someone who he thinks is short when this guy is literally like stretching to reach.
Like this. And what is this outfit? This is an outfit that you would expect on.
How much? That is a lot. That's like a serious level of insecurity. My God.
Like
Rejection.
a moderately attractive woman.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a man in such a breedable stance. Look at this. What is happening here?
I don't know. Like, this guy is getting excited going behind him. He's like, damn. All right. Oh, look at him. Look. Look at
Okay, stop. I don't know why.
Why is Mike here?
Why would you do this?
I don't know.
Why would you go here?
I don't know. Like, I don't.
You never see me. I don't like Myron's point of view on a lot of things. You never see me threaten to. I'm gonna beat up Myron when I see him next.
Yeah, it's like
I'm gonna beat the
retarded.
shit out of him. I'm gonna beat up Sneeko when I see him. I'm gonna punch him out. I'm gonna knock him the fuck out.
I don't know.
I'm just saying when I see Andrew Tate next, it's on site. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna do that. I understand my limitations, but these, like, look how fat and ugly he is.
Okay. He is. All right, take us to the next clip.
God. I mean, on the inside, by the way.
Of course.
And on the outside. Okay. Oh, God. So much of this dude's resentment is personal envy. Okay, I really need that fucking extension. God.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah. You want to watch this? What is this?
No. Also, I was invited to the
Okay, whatever. Look at my enemies, little bro. Look at my critics. What's happening? Look at my critics. What are we doing? Is this guy going to admit that he lied about me saying the x-rays were fake? Do you think I could get that out of him? There's no way. With the Scots. So he just deported them all. He just purged them and they weren't allowed back until like 500 years later. So, but that's just something that never gets brought up. And then even to this day, the UK still has a fairly low Jewish population, Scotland even lower. When it comes to whatever. What would you do if those tanky hobbits stepped on you? What? Oh, God. Oh, I need to talk to this guy in my waiting room. Let's do that. Okay. Hello, strangely shaped dumpling. Hi, how's it going?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep.
All right, perfect. How are you?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. So I wanted to talk to you about I just watched the Heath and Klein video, the conversation with him, and I thought there were some things that were quite problematic with what you said. So just kind of give you an understanding of who am I. I'm 19. I'm Israeli. I live in Israel, and I hold on one second. I can't hear shit. Hello, do you hear me? All right. So when you were in Israel, you went into the Judea and Samaria. You guys call it the West Bank, right?
Yeah, that's what we call it. Yeah.
Yeah. So where specifically did you go?
I went to the Kalandia checkpoint area in outside of East Jerusalem. Went to Hebron. We went around outside Nablus. We went just about outside Yitzhar, and then just drove all the way down the Jordan Valley when we were coming back home from the north, East Jerusalem.
Okay.
There are a few other places.
Did
You know Pasagot, the settlement, and the Arab town next to it?
That's great. And did you ever have a chance to go into any of the Jewish settlements around there in the West Bank?
Yeah, I think
Like
we were in. We
Ma'ale
were in.
Adumim, Efrat.
Is it H1?
What do you mean?
Hebron 1. Was it? Is that? Or was it H2?
Hebron, I get. I mean, there's like it's like shared. I guess that kind of counts. But generally, the Jews, like Israelis, are kind of like leaving the Arabs, alone in the area.
We met a
But
settler
no, I'm
family
talking
as
about.
well, like on the way, but I can't remember exactly where. It was around the Hebron area.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I'll tell you what my issue is. Like, without getting too much into the issue with the settlements and all that stuff, I'm more focused on the idea of settlers that really bothers me and how people look at them. Like, for example, Ethan said that settlers, according to him, are perfect like military targets, which is like an absurd, insane thing to say. Which is it's insane.
Yeah.
And you, I mean, look, this is why I'm here. I don't want to assume your position, but you did say that if October 7th happened in the West Bank, you wouldn't care as much. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I said I was exaggerating a bit, but yeah, I just don't think it's the same. It wouldn't hold the same weight to me as Israel proper because, again, this is very dependent. Obviously, like, I don't agree with Ethan's position. I think settlers are under international law; they're civilians, right? Unless they do otherwise. But if we're talking
Well,
about
hold up. Let's step away from international law. Like, I'm not talking about that's
yeah,
like.
but it's morally as well. Okay, I'm not going to defend a law that I don't think is moral.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just feel like a lot of people have this idea that settlers, look, there's like the settlements like a mile outside of the west inside the West Bank, like a mile outside of Jerusalem, are like huge cities now. Like the big
Yeah.
ones, the populated ones are humongous cities. I think it's pretty disingenuous. When people say settlers, what they imagine is like some fucking 20-year-old like Jewish kid or guy with like some fucking M16 who's like doing like Clash of Clans building outposts every like 10 feet and like attacking Palestinians. And that's what they think. And that's just not the case.
Yeah, I know. The settlers that get the attention are the outposters and the more aggressive ones. Yeah, like the Yitzhar ones and those people. Yeah.
Did you also you agree that the Arabs as well, they do a lot of problems. It's like a back and forth. It's not just Israelis.
Yeah, it's a back and forth, but the difference is that I don't think the people who start settling, especially deep into the West Bank, who are more than 1 mile away from the border, who are intentionally going to different places to split up communities and to like claim land and to basically make the West Bank into a discontiguous blob, then yeah, those people have no right to be there. And they assert themselves there aggressively, and they waste Israeli money to be there, and they waste Israeli military resources to be there, and they
Why don't they
antagonize
have a right
Palestinians
to
to be
be
there.
If
Because
let me ask you a question right before we get into that. If there's like a Palestinian village, like 5 miles in or pretty far in, would you have any issues putting aside like the global political stance on it? Would you have what are the issues with like a Jewish Israeli family settling in an empty land?
do those people? Do you want to annex that land?
No.
So what is it? What is the land?
I
What's it
mean,
part
look,
of?
like maybe look, I'm talking about like if you're the family, like why would they give a shit about annexing the land? They're just trying to live there. They're not the government.
Yeah, but it affects the government though, because the government has to make decisions about those people. They have to make decisions about whether or not they're going to help them coexist or connect them to national infrastructure, or to allow them to be like, are they still part of the nation if they live in a place that's not Israel? Like what? That matters, no?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that much. Not really.
What do you want to happen in the end with the West Bank? What does the ideal West Bank look like to you?
Well, the ideal West Bank to me is Israel fully annexes the West Bank.
Okay.
And look, I'll tell you the truth. I know obviously we disagree on a lot of stuff, and I admit that, but I do respect you. But I think personally, I think that when you're dealing with a population that quite literally does not, they're driven ideologically to think that that the land you live in is theirs, and that's their goal to claim it. They're not willing to have any peace, and they want to do terror attacks all the time. I think it's quite literally impossible, and Israel's made so much concessions in the past. I think it's literally impossible to live with these people, and you either find a solution. Obviously, morally, we're not talking about kicking people out, but I'm saying, look, if there's like a terrorist who does a terrorist attack and he's like from Tulkarm or some like Palestinian village in the West Bank, I think that a good solution would be to kick his family out, destroy the home. You probably disagree with that.
Yeah, because when people commit crimes, usually, if you're saying, especially you want to annex this place, then that's going to be your country. Usually, I think if a Scottish citizen murdered another Scottish citizen or like an immigrant or whatever, you would jail them. You wouldn't kick them out, deport them, like.
Well, the issue with annexing is obviously if we annex the West Bank, we're gonna have to give them voting rights, and that's going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why you're leading yourself into a kind of difficult situation here, because you can't have the status quo forever. You can't just have people living as like non-citizens in a kind of limbo for the rest of their lives, because fuck that. They're humans who deserve rights at the end of the day. And you also can't get rid of them because I don't think you think that's ethical. So what do you do? Like,
well, yeah, no, exactly. I think the issue is that all the concessions, it needs to be put on the Palestinian side. It needs to be. There needs to be something. This whole idea that it's like, because they're literally, they think that Tel Aviv is theirs. Like, this is a level of delusion.
Okay, and you're telling people who live in the West Bank and whose families have lived there for hundreds of years, potentially, maybe even over 1,000, and you're telling them, this is our land. This isn't your land. This is going to be Israeli land.
But no. Did I say we should kick them out? Did I ever say we should kick them out?
You didn't say you should kick them out, but you said you wanted Israel to annex the land.
I think Israel should
they
annex
would be
the
getting
land
subsumed into an Israeli state. If you annex the land, you're not giving them voting rights. So that that's Israeli land, and they're just second-class citizens.
The alternative of annexing the land is giving them a state just so they can do another like 20 October 7th.
Well, obviously, if you're going to give them a state, you don't just give it to them unilaterally. There has to be an agreement made, and there has to be a negotiating party on the other side. But until you reach that position, it's obviously not helping. It's not really extending the greatest olive branch to the people who live there, who don't want to attack Israelis, who want to just live their lives, by saying, yeah, we're going to keep on encroaching, we're going to keep on splitting up communities, we're going to keep on making this like Palestinian state idea impossible. We're going to keep on having more reasons for checkpoints, more reasons for IDF presence, and things that bother you.
They don't want a Palestinian state. No one there wants their Palestinian state is just us going. They don't want it. It's a lie. It's like this. This is like a lie that they say because they don't actually give a shit about Palestinian state because they've been offered it 20 times.
They haven't been offered it 20 times. What are you talking about?
They've been offered it a bunch of times.
They were offered it like I would say twice or maybe 3 times. Yeah, probably 3 times.
And you have the Clinton parameters.
2000. So the final offers. There were 4 final offers. One was in 37. They rejected it. The Israelis also kind of rejected it too. 47. They rejected it. 2000 rejected in 2008. It's not 20 times. Okay, like keep proportionate.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sure. They rejected also if you count 48.
Yeah, so since 48, there were 2 times that they were offered final offers for statehood that they rejected.
No. I don't know where you got 2 times. You have 48, and you have. I mean, I guess we're going to disagree on who broke the Camp David summit and the.
No, 2000. I'm saying final offers. Camp David was a final offer, and Olmert was a final offer. Those are the only 2 since 48.
What about the Clinton parameters?
That wasn't a final offer. That was a negotiation.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a final offer because Arafat was not returning any phone calls and he was just jerking off for weeks until the elections happened.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that's not the same as rejecting a final offer. The rejection of the final offer was Camp David. And by the way, I do blame Arafat quite in large part for that failure. Not completely, but it's a large part his fault. So again, just don't say 20 times when the answer is actually 2 or 3, right?
They've been offered it a lot of times, okay? A lot, and very, very generous offers. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't think Camp David was particularly generous because they were offered something better immediately after when Arafat walked. So I don't think and I think even some Israeli negotiators have said that Camp David wasn't good enough. So yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so I guess I just disagree with you because all these people. I know you don't know this, but all these people that you talk to, you and Destiny, you probably met Olmert. All these people. they're just like they're like the biggest leftists in Israel. Like I really wish you guys did talk to some like.
We
I
did
think
speak
you
to
did what?
settlers,
You
by
talked
the
to-
way. I know. I said that it was the fucking most incredible frustration I've ever experienced in my life. It was like pulling teeth from these people to try and get them to answer a question about whether or not I wanted to ask them if security wasn't an issue, and you could give up this land for peace, would you? They just wouldn't answer because I think. And I don't know if this is your case as well. It seems like they have a slightly
where did you go when
ulterior
you asked these
motive.
people?
This was like around the Hebron area for them.
Okay, so it was in Hebron. Okay. I mean, look, like at the end of the day, first of all, yeah, okay. So let me start over with what my first original point was, which is that people look at settlers like they kind of dehumanize them a lot, and they talk to them, they talk about them, and they think about them like there's some like evil people, and in reality they're just like like regular people who live like majority of them a mile outside of Jerusalem, in like full developed cities, and like babies, women, and kids, and go to school. You know,
the ones who are just like around the Green Line or like Hashmonaim or whatever, even like because some parts of it are even on the Israeli side of the wall, right? And they're still like technically over the Green Line. Like I don't really. Them, whatever, that land can be annexed and land swapped, okay? But I'm talking about the ones who politically, ideologically are there because they want to disconnect the option of a Palestinian state, and they also want to establish a strong enough presence that the area can eventually become part of Israel. I think those people are obstacles to peace. They are not. They're not politically good people. They're delusional. They have contradictory desires. Yeah, they're a mess.
It's the mindset of the Palestinians that they're going to take over Israel one day, which is an obstacle to peace.
Really? Do you think these people who are digging farther and farther into the West Bank would suddenly change their mind and move away?
After there's like 15 years of stalemate of no offers, because these people they decided to do terrorist attacks, the second Intifada, which then led to like 15 years, the Likud government taking power, which led to nothing happening. What do you think is going to happen? You think like it's obviously it's like a natural reaction of like just years and years of terrorism, and just them being like no, we want absolutely nothing, and then they just find something else to complain about.
Do you want to settle Lebanon?
Huh?
Do you want to settle South Lebanon?
No, I really don't care about Lebanon.
Why not? Like, I mean, Hezbollah is probably going to go back, right? There's not going to be a viable alternative to policing Hezbollah out of the south.
Well, that's why I kind of disagree with the ceasefire.
Years and years and years of terrorism. Like, again, these Shiites, are they just going to, like, do you...
Yeah, but the difference is that
some
Lebanese,
point they're going to come
not
back.
driven. Lebanese people aren't driven ideologically to reclaim Israel. For the most part, they're willing to live in peace.
The Shiites are
you're dealing with
absolutely
a population of people who quite literally think that my house belongs to them, and they are not willing to concede anything below that.
Yeah, sorry. The Shiites in Lebanon absolutely are committed to destroying Israel. But like that's the entire Hezbollah.
Yeah, the Shiite. What Hezbollah? Okay,
the ones you're at a border with, who are years and years of terror.
Yeah, which is why I disagree with the ceasefire, and which is why I wanted to go hard on Hezbollah. That's what I thought the government should have done in the beginning.
You realize even if you disarm Hezbollah down to the last rifle, as soon as Israel leaves, the Shiites are going to go back to the areas in the south where they live, and Iran and Syria still have a connection to Lebanon where they can get arms in there. Like that's not going away necessarily.
Well, no, there are alternatives. You can make like you can somehow find a way to empower the Lebanese army to basically occupy the area in the south, or you could have like IDF presence in the south until they get their shit straight.
Why don't you apply that logic to the West Bank?
Because
IDF
West
presence
Bank,
until they get their shit straight. Why is that not applied to the West
because you
Bank?
understand that occupying like an area, right? You're when you're dealing with an area, a civilian population that works with these people, right? They're like embedded with them because it's ideologically driven. Then like you have some like Christian villages in the south of Lebanon. You have some Shiite villages, but they're mostly evacuated. Like this, it's like a war zone right now. In the West Bank, they're not like it's not a war zone. It's not. The civilians live there. They work almost in tandem with Hamas. It's a culture. They're like your second cousin is Muhammad, who's part of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, like who's a fighter. It's a completely different reality for the army to deal with. Do you disagree with that?
I don't agree with the suggestion that you seem to think that establishing settlements in there and annexing, but I guess like you don't want to give them voting rights, so you're maybe not going to annex them. Like, do you realize that just because there isn't a solution right away, and by the way, it's not that it's just the Palestinians who are intransigent on a peace process, okay? Netanyahu, like, vehemently opposed the peace process, even when people did have a feeling that it was possible, right?
Yeah, what year?
So
Let's go about what year?
95,
In the, like
96.
what? In like the early 2000s, right?
95, 96, when he first got elected, when he was
Yeah,
telling
okay,
people that
95,
Rabin was a
96.
fucking terrorist and shit, yeah.
Okay, so 95, 96, when
Mhm.
this was like the ripe point of like Palestinian terrorism occurring in Israel. You do agree with that?
And I also agree that Netanyahu did not want, he didn't humor the idea of Palestinian statehood. So,
Okay, but you had like 3 prime ministers
and
like
he's
up
been
until
there.
like 2000 who
Mhm.
were trying to work to for a peace. Like you're just getting one guy who's a byproduct of like a whole bunch of like even now I tell you, like you can talk to Israelis over here and they'll tell you like they'll give you stories about how they used to go to Ramallah and Jenin in the 90s when they were kids, and
Mhm.
how like all this stuff, right? Like there's a radicalization that happened, which no one wants to talk about, for the Israeli public to distrust the Palestinians, because of like you wouldn't know if you're going to a bus that get blown up.
Mhm.
And the same shit happened with October 7th. Literally, no one here gives a shit about like peace. This is why no one talks about it here. Like it's kind of funny. I will say this. Every single time you look at like a stream or the West, all the news, right? You open like CNN or something, they're always talking about peace, peace, peace. This is is this moral? No one gives a shit about over here because it's not like you like it's not an option after October 7th. After what they did, after everyone thought that you could have peace and they still did it, it's not an option. It's a completely different like mindset that you guys are talking about. No one here thinks peace is an option. Absolutely no one.
Yeah, I know. I know that you're saying that people have been radicalized and all that, but just because it doesn't feel like there's any solution now, like you said there was you said there was a process of radicalization even from the Palestinians, because people at some point were able to go into Ramallah and to Gaza and to go to the beach and everything. Well, obviously something changed. So it sounds like people aren't going to
Yeah,
be
I
the
mean,
same
what
way
changed was
forever.
like
The
terrorist
fact is
attacks,
that
like
there is
Hamas blowing up buses.
there's this piece of land called whatever, the West Bank, you call it Judea Samaria. There's this piece of land that is inhabited by 3 million people. You have to answer the question, what happens to them? Because you don't want to give them a state right now. Okay. That still doesn't mean that, like, what if one day that there is a leader who wants to negotiate peace and you're like, oh, that would be great, but fuck, it's a shame that we built settlements all the way through and this state is basically just going to be like a fucking piece of leopard print. Like, and it's just
So I mean,
impossible.
like,
So
I'm not even touching. By the way, I'm not even touching on the part of the argument where settlements are like literally what's stopping like a border between the West Bank and Tel Aviv being like 20 minutes away from each other. So I'm not even going into like the national security benefit of having settlements, which no one wants to talk
the
about as well.
security benefit would be from the Green Line, from like the Green Line up until I think the first
how,
ridge.
do you know,
That's
how
what.
far do you think the Green Line is? It's literally 20 minutes from like the first.
No,
There's, like,
you're cutting me
raids
off.
every
You're
night,
cutting me
so, like,
off. You're cutting me off. The security
Okay.
bit that people talk about that I've heard is generally agreed upon by like security or military people is the first ridge of the West Bank, which I think is like maybe about a mile or 2 miles over the Green Line, which is all very, again, it's close. It's very connected to Israel. That's not to talk about the rest of the West Bank. Okay, like people don't say that Hebron is a fucking security concern to have settlers in there, or Ariel. Like these are not there for security reasons.
There's a huge presence of Jews in Hebron and IDF personnel that had like occupies a part of it with settlements around Hebron as well. If
But
you're
that's
talking
not
about
because.
Ramallah and
But
Jenin,
that's
it's
not
completely
keeping.
different story.
Yeah, but that's what I'm not. Wait, sorry, I'm not talking about. You said that there's a security reason to have the first ridge of the West Bank. I can see that. I can see why people say that, and that's why peace deals by whether it's Rabin or Barak or what do you call it, Olmert, they consider that, and they don't want to compromise security in exchange for a Palestinian state. So they consider that, and then they land swap those borders. But that doesn't account for settlements that are all the way deep into the West Bank. Those aren't there for security reasons.
Yeah,
Ariel
okay. I
in there
mean, you
for
could say
security
they're not there
reasons.
Okay,
Yitzhar,
sure. Then
right? Let's not. Yeah.
then yeah, I would agree with you that they're not the ones like really far in, because there isn't enough of them. They wouldn't really count as benefits for that. But I do think that that I think that Arabs look when don't get me wrong. Obviously, I live in like one of the most Arab cities in Israel. I work with Arabs and I have a bunch of good Arab friends here. That's not what I'm talking about. Obviously, what I'm saying is when I talk about this, Arabs, they care about, as you probably know, one of their biggest like benefits to them is land. That's what they care. That's like their thing. They want land. It's the most important thing to live in the land, to work in the land, the villages. That's how it works there. So I think
Before you continue, sorry.
One second. Let me finish. When you have terrorist attacks, one of the best punishments that you could give as Israel is to take away land. Is to take away their land because that's where it hurts the most. That's what they care about. That's I think if you just continue, if you implement stricter positions on removing land from terrorists and terrorist families who support the terrorist acts, then you can eventually get into a position where there's some sort of movement to be done there in the West Bank.
So what you want? So you want to eventually? The only way that works, and it's a very naive presumption, but the only way that works is if you're assuming that one day these people will get statehood. Is that what you're expecting?
I don't think statehood. I don't think a Palestinian state is even in the question. And I think even if it was, it would just be another terrorist state that would try to attack Israel. I think
And you're an obstacle to peace, just like the Palestinians you're complaining about.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously you think that.
What do you mean? Obviously, I think that I'm an Israeli citizen. Like, if you are an obstacle to peace if you think that, like, no, there's no way a Palestinian state can happen.
No, it's the obstacle to peace is the people who are driven ideologically, who are.
You are driven ideologically. You say they can't absolutely have a fucking country.
No,
and
but
also,
Israelis are not driven
by the
ideologically.
way,
we're
hold
able to
on.
make concessions. Sev, we were able to do that with Egypt.
But also,
we were able to do that with.
Just to
Before you
double
continue-
check. Are you okay with a second person coming in here, buddy? Like just to check.
No, I just want to say something real quick. And
No, I
leave
need to
and then
ask the
wanna-
person if they're okay with it because it's quite rude otherwise. Just
Oh,
is
I
that
don't
okay?
have permission, but they're here. Of a settler.
Are you okay? Are you okay with that being here, buddy? Settler
Yeah,
tard, you're called.
I don't.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
All right. Before this, I have Arab friends. Dumb shit. I've never heard it from a leftist. I've only ever heard it from a right winger. I have Arab friends. I work with Arabs. This is just dumb fucking virtue signaling that nobody actually believes.
But I'm
You
not
don't-
saying. I'm saying that because I know the audience that Loaderbox has. When I talk about Arabs, when I
Yeah,
say Arabs,
and
when
they
I-
all
it sounds-
and
I
they
know how
all
it
see
sounds,
through
so
that.
I'm trying to say that I'm not coming from a place of fucking like of hatred of Arabs. That's what I'm trying to say.
I do want to ask: is your name David?
Yeah.
It's the same dude from last time, Loner.
I don't remember.
From like months ago.
It's like from months ago. This guy's like who like sat here when the other David was here trying to say, well, the Arabs left or the Nakba was bullshit. The Nakba was bullshit
that
or is
debate.
bullshit. Yeah, that guy.
Okay, that's
It's
fine.
the same
whatever,
guy. I
yeah,
know.
we've had that debate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've had that
Yeah,
argument.
Yeah. Also, I mean, there's like okay, well, that's a different debate, but whatever.
Okay, but I'm just saying when you talk about like so are you are you in favor of settler expansion? Are you in favor of these people moving farther and farther into the West Bank and cutting off communities and all
Yeah,
that stuff?
I'm very much in favor.
Okay,
of it.
why?
I'm not in
Where does that
favor of
lead?
Settler violence. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, even though it's kind of difficult to do this without violence, right? Like you're antagonizing the fuck out of people that live there.
Okay, it's such like a redundant way of looking at you're antagonizing the reason I'm saying in the first place that we should have more settlements is because of like of terrorism and of radicalism on their sides. If they get a bit pissed off, then like so be it. It's if that saves like a life over here, then I don't mind.
I don't think there's any
Okay.
evidence that it saves lives over in Israel. Like, wasn't this a big
Doesn't.
problem around October 7th? Like, how many, like, because of the number of battalions that were tied up in the West Bank because of
Yeah.
settlers fucking about with
I
locals
think
and
the
shit?
numbers were 17 battalions in the West Bank and 4 at the rest of Israel. What like the shit is fucking insane. Having more security in the West Bank does not guarantee security of the rest of Israel. October 7th proved that. I don't know why you guys are still like this.
No, October 7th. No. October 7th. First of all, is kind of a completely different situation because, as you know, there's IDF has some sort of control over certain areas in the West Bank. We had a checkpoint with Gaza, but we didn't like every few days you have raids inside of Jenin and camps who are battling with terrorists or doing arrest warrants. You didn't have that on Gaza. It was just like full raid. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how they did it. I don't know. I don't know how Hamas was able to do it. No one knows how. I'm just saying it's like a pretty different scenario.
No, the issue is that the IDF were, never mind. Like, the issue was that Gaza was left under protected, like because of all the activity that had to be in the West Bank. You keep saying that you're okay with people expanding settlements farther into the West Bank. What happens next? So what do you do? What's the end state of that?
What you do? You implement a law which already almost passed the
I gotta go
Knesset.
do some shit. Maybe.
You implement the law, and the law says that you kick out terrorist families. And every single time there's a terrorist attack, you kick out the family, you bulldoze the house. You don't settle on it. Obviously, you can't. But you kick them out, and then eventually you take over the West Bank. You can make some sort of deal with the PA or whoever Abbas. I don't know. You'll make some sort of someone where they have some sort of control. You don't give them citizen rights. You just give them or I mean, I guess honestly, you can even offer it to them, and most of them won't even take it. Like the Palestinians in Jerusalem, a bunch of them probably won't even take it anyway. But you can there's ways around it. A Palestinian state is just not.
So are you're like an Emirates solution kind of guy then, right? Like that's what you're
How is that
hedging on.
Absolutely no.
What do they have then?
I'm saying
You said they have like some kind of autonomy or a deal with the PA. Like what do they do? They're not going to get citizenship. You don't want to give millions of Palestinians citizenship.
You annex the land, and you just don't get them voting rights.
Okay, so you want to be an apartheid state.
I mean, honestly, you call it apartheid, but like, I mean, sure.
What happens in apartheid states?
Look, the issue with apartheid states is that 90% of the time they weren't justified.
No, the issue with
99% of the time-
apartheid states is that in the year of our Lord, 2020, in the 20th and 24th century, those people will eventually demand civic rights and voting rights. And then you're going to be like, oh, well, fuck. I guess we just have to give 2 million people who apparently want to kill us all voting rights. Shit.
Well,
You
no,
are the death of
obviously-
Israel, and also you do this on the world stage, and you're like, "Hey, rest of the world, we're the democracy in the Middle East, but also we're an apartheid state." Like you want to make Israel into a pariah.
bullshit with
Like
the West. It's bullshit with the West because you're not dealing. The West doesn't know shit. They don't care about anything. If this was any Western country in the entire world, they would have they would have done this stuff years ago. Okay, it's just like it's a stupid. Obviously, we're the only democracy in the Middle East, and we strive for Western beliefs. And
yeah,
like,
but
and
that's
stuff like
thanks to
that,
people who
but-
are not like you, though, right? Because most,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
because I
that's
don't think
interesting.
people who are, yeah, because I don't think, yeah, you don't say you strive to Western values and democracy and everything, and then also say that we want to be an apartheid state. That's not really. That's kind of contradictory.
You're using the colloquial understanding of apartheid. We're just like emotionally loading it with like South Africa and like an obviously unjustifiable racist thing. I'm saying if the only way to end this conflict in a way that saves Israeli lives, Arabs and Jews together, is by annexing the West Bank and not giving them voting rights until maybe you increase the Jewish population or something. And I'm saying that's fine. You still give them rights, obviously. I'm just not doing it from like a emotionally loaded way as you just want to label it as apartheid, and I guess, and then yeah.
Well, yeah, because you've got it's citizens without equal rights. Like that's a value that some states have, like the Emiratis or whatever, but that's or the Qataris and a bunch of other shitty places. But that's not really the kind of standard that I think most people who strive for like a more just society would go for. And again, this isn't peace, okay? This wouldn't be peace. This would be unstable. It would be full of internal opposition. You are just, even by your own admission, punishing people for crimes that a lot of them personally didn't commit. If you're talking about punishing the families of terrorists, that's like you're punishing people for crimes they didn't commit. Like what the fuck?
Well,
it's like medieval shit.
First of all, you're going to be stopping, right? If that will stop if you're like if you know that this is what happens if you support or enable terrorists without going to the police or alerting the anyone about it, then yeah, this is the punishment that happens. You lose your home, and that will stop future.
So why did you go
terrorists.
from their family to people who support it to people who know it's going to happen but then they don't do it? Which one? These are all very different things, right? I don't know if it's necessarily a crime to know someone else might be doing a thing and to not stop them because you might be putting yourself in danger to stop them. And if you also don't have the appropriate authorities to get
Because
involved.
the next terrorist that wants to go in and shoot up Haifa or some shit, or Tel Aviv, the next terrorist that wants to do that is going to know, okay, shit, this is what's going to happen to my home, to my land. It's going to actually do the effect. It's going to do the opposite effect of what you want because it will stop it from occurring.
So you
Do you not?
are you talking? So are you talking about when you talk about punishing the families? You don't just. I'm guessing you don't mean punishing the families. Then you mean punishing people who legally cross a line of accessory to murder.
A terrorist, yeah, a terrorist.
Don't just say terrorist. I'm asking you in like practically what this means. Someone tries to commit.
I'll give you an example.
Someone commits an attack.
Okay, let's say. I'll give you an example. Let's say a resident of Tulkarm, he goes into Israel and he goes on the highway and he just starts shooting at people and he kills 3 people and then he ends up dying. Okay, now he's dead. There's no one to punish. What do? You go into his house in Tulkarm, you destroy it.
And who else lives in this house?
Does it matter who lives in his house?
Yeah, it does, because some of the people in the house might not have had anything to do with the crime.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay, it matters to people who believe in liberal democracy. Unfortunately, if it doesn't matter to you, that's fine. That's the country you want to be. Then, yeah, it's
not
just not.
It's the issue is that these people, they're going in and they're dying. These terrorists, they're not surviving because they're like going out there on suicide missions. There's no one to punish. It's like free roam. It's like the point is to outsource the punishment to something that they care about, so they won't do it. In a good world, none of this would have to happen. The goal isn't to punish the families. The goal is to stop future terrorists.
And do you feel like that's effective?
I mean, I don't know, but what isn't effective is having no one to punish because they always end up dying, because they do the crime and they just die. I know there's no it's just a full incentive structure. Like I understand this sounds especially to people on that side, it sounds radical and whatnot, but like I'm not trying to do this from a place of I want to destroy their house. I'm trying to think of a way that will stop enabling these people to go into Israel to just do some fucked up terrorist attack.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think there's any evidence that punishing family members is a good deterrent. What if someone really hates their family and they can get revenge against their family by committing a crime?
Okay, so let's follow the logic here. You do agree that that Arabs, they cherish their land and their home, right?
Yeah, but not always. Some people apparently wasn't one of those hostages who said that her fucking she said that the hostage takers who was looking over her was complaining about how much he hates his wife and shit. I'm sure that's not unusual. Like, also, you're like, it's not that, because you're kind of doing two things at once. Like, if you punish people by destroying their houses and punishing their family members who didn't do anything, then okay, maybe let's say that has worked as a deterrent for some people. They're like, okay, I'm not going to commit this crime because my family's house might get destroyed. But if it's happening to other people, I imagine some people wouldn't care as much and they'll do it anyway. And then houses and communities are getting demolished anyway, and family members are getting hurt. And you're basically like, one of the important things, I think you would agree for this, and especially for Palestinians, is that social bonds are kind of important for reducing crime. And if you're in a community where social bonds are kind of like a little bit rough because people around you are getting their houses destroyed, and some families are losing their houses when they didn't do anything wrong, but just because one family member did, that's producing an environment where there's going to be bitterness and resentment, and people might want to commit more crime. It's just a really ridiculous notion. It's like punitive action that's why it's not really treated that kindly in democracies, because it doesn't seem to work.
I mean, first of all, you're comparing this like it's the U.S. going to Afghanistan, where you have a civilian population who's willing to work. They're not like they don't have anything religiously or ideologically driven against you, and they're willing to work with you to some way. This is not the case with Palestinians. They already do hate us 90% of the time, and I just want to add on to the fact that I disagree with your assessment on how this looks. I think because I'm following the logic. First of all, most of the time, as you know, they have celebrations. The family, they celebrate after the crime. They do like a whole party. They throw. It's like a whole neighborhood celebration thing for it.
Yeah. So you're about to make. You're about to be careful. You're about to make my argument. Just so you know. Do you know why?
No. Okay. Go ahead. Explain.
Because if family members know that they might get punished for crimes they didn't commit, and if it's like you say, and this does appear to be the case, is that Hamas support and PIJ support often runs in families. Like people will bring if a Hamas guy has a kid, he'll bring his kid up to be Hamas as well, and he'll make sure his wife is pro. So if you have this family that knows that they might get punished for one person's crime anyway, then family members are like, well, if I'm going to get punished anyway, I might as well do something crazy as well.
But the issue is no, you're missing out the fact. The issue is that they're celebrating, but they're not getting punished. There's no punishment that's happening right now. Like every single terrorist who does something in Israel, and there's shit like every other week, there's something in Israel going on. There's no one to punish because they all end up getting killed by some guy who has a gun on the street.
But the
family just celebrates, and it becomes a martyr. There's nothing to do. There needs to be a punishing system. There needs to be some sort of incentive structure that makes them not think about themselves. Do you disagree with that?
I'm pretty sure in the Jenin raids, like a few buildings were demolished and the entire road system was bulldozed. I think collective punishment does still happen in the West Bank. What? But I'm saying that if you have
raids, you're talking about like there's one like is it like a specific
the ones that happened just this year?
You mean like in the last like 2 months?
August, yeah.
No, I mean they literally went in there and they like fought like whole battalions. Like I don't understand. You call that collective punishment?
Wait, battalions, right? I think like like in the first day, I think maybe 11 people died. But no, I'm saying that people's houses got demolished, didn't they?
I mean,
and they lifted up they tore up the road system.
I don't know what specific case. I know that they do it sometimes.
Yes, I'm saying, but you're acting like we don't have this. Like you don't have this. Again, you're looking at it very one-dimensional.
No law.
I know there's no. Yeah, so you're looking at it in a very but the fact that it happens and the fact that people can expect it to happen. Okay, you're doing this in a very one-dimensional way. All you're assuming is like, oh, well, people might get deterred because their families will get punished, but you're not. There's more than one dimension to what can happen there, because the other consequence is that you might cause like community breakdown because you're demolishing a bunch of houses and people who didn't do anything wrong are like. They lose their social glue, their social bonds are breaking down. And then you also have, because it's going to, and then you also have family members who are like, who maybe have an affinity to people like Hamas and PIJ who wouldn't commit crimes, but they're like, well, if my cousin commits a crime, like and I can't really, maybe I don't have all the means to stop him. Maybe he'll kill me if I try to stop him, or I'll get killed for trying to stop him because of being accused of being a collaborator. Well, maybe I'll just commit a crime as well because I'm going to get punished anyway. So you're not understanding the complexity of the way humans work. This is why punitive and retributive justice has been ditched by most societies that are more well-educated and more fucking developed, and it's because we know that it doesn't actually achieve the results that it says.
First of all, I completely disagree with that assessment because right now there's no results being achieved because there's nothing being done. There's absolutely
no results being achieved.
Right
I
now.
mean, like,
there's nothing, Loner. There's nothing being done against terrorists who go into Israel and ram a truck into a bus stop and then they come out with a knife and they die. Nothing happens. There's
why
no
did
court
October
case,
7th not happen in the West Bank then?
Huh?
Why did October 7th not happen in the West Bank? Why is there no third intifada?
Probably because number one, they don't have like a massive tunnel structure and they don't have as much access as Hamas did.
They didn't have
and
that
number
in
two,
second intifada.
Number two, because the IDF operates in the West Bank, they have control over these cities. They haven't. It would be logistically impossible, I think, absolutely logistically impossible to do something like they did on October 7th from the West Bank. It would almost be like I don't.
When I say October 7th, I mean like the third intifada. I mean that kind of like not obviously the exact same attack, but I mean obviously Sinwar wanted there to be an intifada. He wanted people to go out with knives and Molotov cocktails and maybe guns if they could get them and to attack people, right? And that didn't happen en masse. You didn't get a West Bank intifada.
You mean like West Bank, like Palestinians going into Israel from the West Bank,
or attacking, or even attacking the settlements near, or going into Jerusalem and fighting people.
Yeah, probably because there's a strong IDF presence there. But I do disagree with that assessment that nothing has been happening. There's every week there's a big attack in Israel from either Israeli Arab or just Arab in general.
Yeah, but you're in a conflict though. There's no perfect solution. There's only the less bad options. But what you're doing is you're basically just like trying to kick the can down the road, expand settlements into the West Bank, and surround all these communities and cut them off from each other and everything else, and then hopefully annex them. Don't give them voting rights. All you've done is you've just basically made part of your country 2 to 3 to 4 or 5 million people who are going to demand voting rights, and the rest of the world is going to see that and they're going to be like, Well, that's not really defensible, is it? To
They're
have
going to demand voting rights so they can vote in Hamas again, so they could do October 7th again.
Maybe, yeah, and it's going to
So,
look really.
so
It's
you
going to be
see
very
the
fucking
issue with giving them
difficult
voting
for.
rights. So you see the issue. Did you see exactly why you wouldn't give them voting rights?
Well, that's why there's a problem with your position, because you're the one who's fast forwarding that inevitable conclusion.
That's the
I
only.
think Israel
there's no
should separate
alternative.
from the West Bank. I think Israel should separate from the West Bank, and they should have their state.
If
So
they,
that you don't have to
there's
do
no
this.
state, but there's no Palestinian state that wouldn't ever try to attack Israel.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think you have a lot of people
Really?
can. Yes, people can change their positions. This has happened across. You know how like. I don't know. You know how like fucking Japan, like Imperial Japan, went from what they were until what they are now, like very quickly, right? From 45 or at the end of the
hold
war,
up, now you're
there's like total
justifying
war,
what?
and now after that, there's like, it didn't take that long before Japan had become a democracy. Like 55, they were having elections.
So are you saying? I mean, yeah, but you know what we did to Japan, what the U.S. did to Japan.
Yeah, but I don't
right?
think the thing that made the huge difference there was nukes, right? I don't think you need to nuke the West Bank. I think a level of control has been asserted over the West Bank, like effectively.
A huge hit. That's like, holy fuck, maybe this isn't the option, the road we want to take. If you just keep on half-assing everything.
Yeah, what's happened in Gaza, right? Like, do you think Gaza's been pretty fucked up? Do you think that it doesn't really help when you've got your own government that's basically saying there will never be a Palestinian state? We don't want a Palestinian state. We're going to let settlers go in. If you had the problem is that even if Palestinians have someone in their community who's maybe interested in trying to pursue peace, or there's like leaders from the past who have been more amicable to peace, or other leaders in the Arab world who are amicable to peace, who might want to prop up a Palestinian leader who's interested in peace, there's no point in going for this because they think Israelis are intransigent. The problem with the mistrust is that it goes both ways. And the problem is that if you're talking about your side, the Israeli side, you can have your security presence in the West Bank. That makes sense to me. But you've admitted that settlers going deeper and deeper in is not part of that security presence. That's nothing to do with that. That's to do with annexation and that kind of aspiration.
Yeah, but that's a fraction of the settlements.
I know it is. I know it is, but they're the problem. You can have your security presence.
It's not the problem.
You
think that's the problem.
It's a part of the problem. It's not the only problem. It is a part of the problem.
Because you're acting like the Palestinian response, terrorism, is a pragmatic response to settlerism. That's not true at all. I don't like. There's scuffles that happen between there. No one gives a shit. The people who like this idea that settlers is what's continuing this this wide scale issue in the land is just it's not in base with any type of reality. It's just absolutely nothing here is pragmatic. Nothing.
Okay. Yeah. What? Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
No. Wait. I need to. What's wrong with just saying you've got your security presence in the West Bank? Like people, I'm not like an anti-security person because it saves lives and shit. But that's all you need for security. You need your security presence. You don't need settlements past Ariel, cutting up villages and all that shit. You don't need that for your security. What's wrong with maintaining your security presence and having a leader that says, we're ready when you are? If Palestinians want to find a leader and back a leader who wants peace, then we'll do it.
Because honestly, no. If we were having this conversation before October 7th, then I'd be like, honestly, yeah, sure. I'd say, you have an argument there. After October 7th, there's no scenario in this world where anyone would trust the Palestinians to do anything like this. And to think that anyone in the Israeli government right now would ever even would think about doing something like that. And I'm not even talking about Netanyahu. I'm talking about you put in Lapid in there, you put on Bennett, you put on anyone else from him. The idea that anyone would even think about that right now is just like, it's laughable, because it's like after October 7th, it destroyed something in the Israeli population, even the left. The people who are considered the more secular leftists in Israel, not any of them would ever take up that position. That would be absurd. That would be insane.
Whoa, hello. Is the fuck? All right. I didn't ask you if Israelis have lost all trust in Palestine. I think, by the way, that kind of seems to have happened before because they've spent the last 20 years voting in someone who doesn't want peace or doesn't want two states. So
Okay, hold on.
again, what
This
would
is
be
another thing
what would
here.
be wrong with
Yeah.
what would be wrong with, because again, the West Bank people, they didn't do October 7th, okay? And they're going to have kids one day, and those kids definitely didn't do October 7th because so what is the problem with saying that this land is, we're here for security reasons, but we're also here to offer a state if a sincere offer comes our way?
The issue is that the Palestinians have never been shown to be interested in something like this. And in the average Israeli head, the average Israeli mind, that's just signing a suicide deal and giving them more
Wait, why is
leeway.
it
to,
suicide? You've got your security presence in the West Bank. Why is it suicide?
because we're talking about a Palestinian state. What's stopping them from just saying, "All right, yeah, we're cool. We'll do that," and then we make some sort of concessions, and then we give them more power. We give them an army. We give them more funding,
Okay,
and then they just like bite us back in the ass.
Yeah, because people aren't stupid. People know how to make. Generally, when peace deals are made between nations and or a nation and a fledgling nation,
Yeah, I
is
know
they
what you're
can
gonna
have
say. They're gonna-
arrangements. They can have arrangements that would make sure that those
Yeah.
things didn't happen, that they couldn't act on those desires. So yeah, I think you can do that. But again,
But there's no desire on that side. There's no desire on that side for something like this to happen. Absolutely none.
Yeah, I know there's not right now, but that's. I don't know why you think people are so permanent.
Well, I mean, because it's been like that for 75 years.
Do you know how Israelis changed? I think Israeli leadership before the 6-Day War didn't have any interest really in conquering the West Bank. Dayan was up for it, but the rest of the cabinet didn't talk about it all that much. They tried to avoid a war with Jordan. They said twice, "Stop shooting at us!" And then when they eventually went in, obviously things changed. So if Israelis can change, why can't Palestinians?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Oh, okay, because the Israelis, they're more. There's a cultural difference because I mean, probably from an area of, it's probably from the place that we already have a country, we already have a land, so we're not as ideologically driven. But I mean, the issue is that like I feel like if you're looking at this from like a pragmatic solution, right? Okay, you have Palestinians, you have one side here who wants half the land, you have the other side who wants this part of the land. Why can't one side just come in and say this, and then and then you can have peace? I understand that mindset. I understand the train of thought. But I'm saying the issue is, and this is the big issue, is that one side does not want half the land. One side wants the other side's land.
You're just
And not
describing
only the other
again.
side,
You're not telling me how anyone can change or how like any circumstance can change. You're just telling me what the situation is now.
that's what I'm saying. I don't believe it can change. That's my point.
Okay,
I don't believe it can. That's why I don't think.
That's fine. Just so you understand, though, this thing that you want of more settlements and more annexation and a population of 3 million people who don't have voting rights, that is a death sentence. Okay, that is not the state that any fucking Zionist ever wanted, like for Israel. Like,
I'm okay. I disagree with you. I think this illusion of a Palestinian state that won't just be another terrorist state is never going to work. And I feel like there's just differences that we're both going to have, and that we can't get into it.
crazy. Okay, well, good luck with that.
Also, I just want to touch on one more thing. You keep on talking about how Israelis voted, and
What the fuck happened? Did someone ban him? From the outside. Hello, Spider.
Oh. I think he got banned.
Okay.
Shit.
It's just so infuriating. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, people in the chat who says, "Oh, is it David? He's from New York." Oh, it's not David, you fucking retard. All right, it's fucking David, but he was born in Israel. Like, all right, converted to like Zionist. All right, all right. Stop being retarded.
Well,
It's not David.
what can you do? Hello, sir. Sorry, the guy got banned. I didn't even do it, but you can say what you want
I'm
to
so
say, though.
sad. I'm so sad because I just wanted to no, I don't know, but like everyone has heard it. Like dude is actually like real real family punishment hasn't been tried yet.
I know what the fuck. Yeah.
I
I just want to say sorry. My patience with him simply fucking ran out. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
bro.
You can
Man.
dictate the content all you want, buddy. Fucking Jesus.
Bro, this
It's a coup.
non-content having ass, bro.
This is a coup. Silver is in charge now.
I
was
wanted
he
to. I wanted
even-
to ask him
you know,
how much collective
like-
family punishment have people done to Gaza? Like, you realize that if a fucking Hamas fighter hides his weapons and shit in his family house, like since Cass led, Israel will bomb the house, right? Like, it's not. This hasn't stopped shit. Fuck me. All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, look, or you can just look at like Hezbollah in Lebanon. Like, is the Shia population really anti-Hezbollah after 2 months of this? No, actually, I actually haven't met a Shia person who's like reconsidered their position, which is depressing. But yeah, like it turns out that blowing up every village in the south didn't work. Wow, yeah, they still hate you more now. Stunning. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, I don't know. Damn it! I really wanted to like reason with the guy.
Yeah.
And,
No, I don't know. But
and
I don't know if you can. It's like you're literally. It's like these fucking dads who think that if you beat the shit out of your kid, they'll be more well behaved. It's so stupid. We've ditched this a
It's
long
not
time
even-
ago. Like,
It's that you beat the shit out of your wife so that the kid learns. Like that's actually like the
yeah.
approach.
Fuck me.
Yeah, like it's not, hey, I'm gonna torture the guy who did the crime. It's, hey, look, I'm gonna torture the family and the relatives. And like they also don't realize that like when that happens, okay, so like you bulldoze the kid's house, he's 6 years old. Like that's what the pay to slave fund is for, that they always get so fucking uppity about. It's that Israel comes in and destroys the houses in the West Bank, and then these kids, like, what are they gonna fucking do? Like where are they gonna eat? Who's gonna support them? So instead, these people are being supported by their parents' martyrdom. So of course they're gonna support it. It's the opposite. They're eating, they're being fed, they're being clothed by their parents' martyrdom, rather than by their parents who are now rotting in some Israeli prison because they did crime. Obviously, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like that's how I see it. But yeah, I just wanted to actually ask you something, and yeah, like this is from a long time ago. But I heard that you said that anyone who like criticized Hezbollah would be assassinated in Lebanon. Is this accurate? Is this a fair rendition of what you said, or
I don't remember saying it that bluntly, but I'm pretty sure like if you're in certain areas and you you're echoing.
Me again?
Yeah.
Sorry. Fuck. Yeah. I should buy like a mic or something. Damn it.
Yeah, you get the sound of the mic.
Okay, no way. Is there a way for me to deafen?
Don't mute. Don't deaf. He can't hear me. Yeah, mute yourself. Don't deafen.
Ah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Is this better?
No. Oh, that's maybe fine. Yeah, I can't hear
Okay.
any. Okay. So I think my understanding of what's okay, there's a bit of
Yeah.
echoing, but if you turn your own volume down, I guess like yeah, your volume of me. So yeah, my understanding is that fucking with Hezbollah, definitely they did say that when it came to trying to prosecute people for Hariri's death, they said that they would try and fucking kill anyone who got forward to that. I think there was people who said that if you were a journalist trying to investigate Hariri's death or the death of people who were suspected of being killed by Hezbollah, they'd probably not come back from Lebanon. I've heard people saying that in terms of speaking out against them in the Shia population, like they probably, I don't know if they would kill you necessarily, but you're probably going to get accused of being like a Zionist collaborator or whatever the fuck. So I imagine the free speech restrictions are pretty rough. I don't think it means instant death unless you go quite far. That's my assumption.
Yeah. well, like, especially like within the Shia community, it took a lot. Like the first Shia that they killed was this guy Luqman Slim, right? And it was pretty groundbreaking. He never thought he would die because Hezbollah doesn't kill their own. And that kind of scared a lot of the Shia critics out. Like this guy called like Nadim Kutesh, who's very famous, who was like a Shia critic of Hezbollah. Yeah, he like went to Dubai and he's never gonna come back.
Yeah.
To Lebanon. Because of that, right? That like he doesn't want to bet his life on a hunch. But no, generally speaking, I don't know. Like this is like one of the other ways that like Hezbollah proved rather prudent and tactical in how they behave. Like they did overuse the assassination tool. It was obvious to everyone that they could do it and get away with it, and they did do it. But it wasn't really like they killed critics of Hezbollah left and right. like a lot of the assassinations that they did were in the early 2000s and in the mid 2000s, and they were largely under Syrian orders. It's like the Syrians basically killed anyone who disagreed with them, right? That's sort of how Hariri died. My impression is that the Syrians gave Hezbollah an order, and Hezbollah did it.
Okay.
But when Hezbollah had free reign in Lebanon, they operated just, I think, a lot differently. The way they operated was that they used their assassination tool a lot more sparingly as a way to scare low-level critics, but never to target senior politicians. Like, yeah, like, I don't know, like, they never, like, tried to kill, like, the leader of the Lebanese forces or the leader of the Kataib party or something. But what they did was that they, but, like, basically they exercised a dominion within their area that you couldn't really go and criticize them in Dahiya or in South Lebanon.
Okay.
And they used intimidation. But, like, look, like, if everyone knows that, like, because the chilling effect is more powerful than the actual assassination, right? Like, if people know that criticizing Hezbollah is risky, then they just don't do it. And you can see that because people who would, like, criticize them on TV, like, they take a breath before doing it. They'd always take a breath. They'd always take a pause and then do it. So that chilling effect is way more powerful than them overplaying their hand. And so they overplayed it a lot less than you might think, which was very smart of them. And yeah. So, like, yeah, and if you look at their assassinations, it's like some journalists who wanted to investigate the port explosion, stuff like that. Like a low-level Lebanese forces operative. Like, you know, like pretty, like, I don't know, like, it's not really, it's they definitely didn't use assassination as much as they could have.
Okay.
Because they felt that the chilling effect was more powerful. And it was smart. I really don't know what's going to happen now, because now they might use it more, honestly. Because Nasrallah was very disciplined in a way that I don't think that the random Hezbollah members on the street are. Yeah.
Yeah, especially because
I don't know.
the whole like trying to integrate themselves within like Lebanese nationalism, as opposed to being this whole like we want the Islamic like extension of Iran, or like that whole switch that they made was very much like a very good tactical move by Nasrallah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
I don't know.
it true that like internal Shiite critics of Hezbollah, it's like it's very like they're very very quick to just call them fucking what is it, like traitors or foreign agents?
Oh, they call everyone who they don't like a traitor in the foreign agent. They always do this. Like,
I didn't know that.
like,
That when
Yeah.
Nasrallah would give speeches talking about victories against ISIS, he would call it a victory against Israel.
yeah, obviously, bro. No, like, dude, like, yeah, come on. It's like, yeah, like, I grew up with my own Israel stories that we all told. Like, what was like the, you know, like the Israel, like the Israelis secretly steal water from the Litani and pollute it.
Nice.
That was mine. It's like, yeah, and meanwhile, all the people saying this are like dumping their sewage into the Litani. They're like, damn, those pesky Zionists, they strike again. Yeah. But probably like the biggest Israel conspiracy is Israel hit the port. That's probably like the biggest one.
Oh,
Like,
the
that's, like,
explosion, the port explosion.
yeah.
Oh God.
It's very mainstream Lebanon. It's very mainstream. I would even say a lot of Christians believe it. Like, yeah, like a lot of like very anti-Hezbollah people believe it. It's very interesting. Like, I've heard people who are like, you know, part of like the, you know, think tank IR establishment who are like Lebanese, like just mutter to me in hushed tones, like, I don't buy the official narrative. Like, I don't know how much I believe it myself, which is maybe a really questionable thing to say. But I'll tell you why most Lebanese, this is the one conspiracy that maybe they hang their hat on. Everyone heard a plane that day, right after the explosion, and some people saw one. Like, that's literally why. So like, people heard the explosion, and then they heard a plane just take off right above. And so it's just weird. Like, I don't know.
For the
But,
port
like,
explosion,
yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, but like, yeah. So then, like,
It's nothing
people go
untoward
from there.
about Israeli planes flying around over Lebanon, right?
Yeah. No, it's not just that. We know the sound of the Israeli plane from like going up, like, because they used to go in and violate the airspace almost like
Yeah.
routinely. So like,
But that's what.
yeah. So like,
yeah. So that's what I was saying. Is like,
Yeah.
there's nothing unusual about Israeli planes flying around over Lebanon, right?
there is nothing unusual. So then, like, but like, it was right after. Like, it was literally like, I recall the explosion. I was sitting in my room, and then all the glass in my room broke, and then I heard a plane taking off. So then I ran down to the basement because I was like, the Israelis are bombing, so let's go out. And then afterwards, we realized what happened. but like my initial instinct was, oh shit, like a plane bombed. But I was also very far from where the explosion happened. But it was so powerful that we all heard it. We thought it was right next to us. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. I don't know. And so yeah, like it gets sort of told as a way to see, like, yeah, like look what Hezbollah did to us because they made the Israelis hit the port, right? So like that's how the narrative is sort of construed. But like I don't know, yeah, like we love a good conspiracy. Yeah, like I don't know whether I believe that one. Like I think the official story makes sense, but like I'm just saying, like that's where like a lot of Lebanese will like just say this, and that's where that narrative is coming from. I think. Thought I'd add some light there. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. We are a very conspiratorial people. If you haven't figured out, people
I know.
went from we
I've
had
grown up with it plenty. Yeah.
Ooh, like yeah, like I'll tell you the best one after the explosion. A video went around of a bird flying towards the explosion, and then it became the case that the U.S. or Israel had sent a bird drone. This is a drone that is the size of a bird to fly and drop a bomb.
Man, if I was a Hezbollah guy after that pager attack, I'd be. I wouldn't even want to put my key in the door. Just like anything. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, well. Do you have any other memes?
Do I have any other memes like this?
Or just anything else? That means anything else to talk about?
I was really excited to argue with this guy. I was like, shit, I'm gonna like body him using like actual facts and logic, or maybe try to appeal to his shared experience or something. But no, I was more so curious. Like, do you think the ceasefire is gonna hold in like Lebanon? I don't know.
No
like,
idea.
Like,
So
yeah,
it's gonna depend on. If there's any disruption, it's going to depend on other people getting involved. So I imagine without anyone else additional getting involved, I think Hezbollah will regroup around the south, and the Lebanese army won't stop them, and people will notice it happening, and then it's just going to be up to some other country to be like, wait a minute, we need to do something quickly, and then the war will start again. So it depends very much on more parties involved. I don't know.
I think. Well, I don't know. It's a. Like if Nasrallah were still around, I think they would actually be stunningly by the book because it's the excuse for them, and then in a couple of years they'd turn back in.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, man. Like look, like it's like they don't actually look like this group hates Israel, yet for 16 years the border was like super quiet. Like they can rein in their impulses when they want.
You know, I just had another thought. What if I think when Hezbollah started firing on Israel on October 8th, I don't think they were expecting the war to go on that long. And I don't think they were expecting that tit for tat to escalate into what it did. I don't think they wanted that. I don't think they want. I don't think they like Hamas enough to do that.
No, absolutely. Like I think they thought it was going to be like half ladder. It's going to be like 2 months.
Yeah,
But
so
then instead
maybe. So maybe now that like maybe now that they get the ceasefire and then they go back, and now that the war in Gaza is at least slowing down, it's not like there are thousands more getting piled onto that count every day, then or every week or month, then maybe they can just be like, oh, we did our bit, the war's like, it's not like it's going from 42 to 50,000 or 60,000 from the health ministry. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, so before you guys continue this conversation, since I had to do some more like work calls, what happened to the conversation at the end with the Ben Gvir Pocket Edition?
Oh, he got banned. One of my mods banned him.
I got banned. Fucking Justin's like, no, man, I lost my patient, guys. We gotta ban the guy. So, sort of.
Yeah, like, listen, Spider, have you, or Loner, have you ever heard anyone, when you were in Israel, that I was a leftist, that, like, I have Arab friends?
No, that's what right-wingers say.
And how many right-wingers did you hear say that?
Yeah. Fucked up.
I think you had a fucking video of Yishai Fletcher saying that.
Yeah. Yishai loves it. Yishai loves talking about how much he loves getting along with the Arabs. But also, look at H1. They all want to kill us. They're all Hamas. I'm like, okay. Good luck, dude. By the way, meet my friend who wants exactly what I want. If I push him to say it. Like, yeah, fuck.
Also, this this kid's. By the way, that's his thought process. He still hasn't been. He still hasn't gone to the IDF yet. He will go to the IDF soon.
I'm really excited to see what he does there. I'm sure he's going to be
think-
very by the book, and he's not going to, make fun of Mary in a church, or bulldoze some house for no reason. Now he's going to be very strict and by the book, and if he ever acts out, the Israelis will discipline him and will punish him.
One thing I wanted to ask him was, like he said, what was like he said, we should punish Arabs for terrorism by taking their land because land is precious to them. What was the terrorism that caused Israel to take all that land on Land Day? Do you know about Land Day, Loner?
Is it not Nakba Day, or is that the same thing?
No.
No? Okay, I don't know.
Put in Israel Palestine Land Day into Google, you'll see.
Okay.
Wait a second. Are you talking about the massacre that happened?
It's not a massacre. Israel just illegally annexed like 22,000 dunams of land.
Oh, it was also when, the other example of this is when Smotrich he naturalized 5 outposts because 5 countries recognized Palestine. That's like, the Palestinians didn't do anything there. That's just the rest of the world.
He also took funding that would fund projects inside of Israel proper for Arabs, by the way, and just put it into settlements.
Yeah.
True, yeah. Because basically Smotrich has been trying to make sure that the joint list and Arab areas just don't get funding. They
don't, yeah. Like he shut down Isawi Fridge's 5-year plan. It was still in motion, and then he shut it down.
Bad man.
Base. Legend. This is the
listen. By the way, I still have the conversation with Isawi Fridge on my phone.
Yeah, good. I have it too, don't I? On my camera.
I think. Oh, you probably do actually have it on your camera.
Yeah, I've got the file. Yeah, it's with my editor. Yeah.
Okay. When are you ever gonna release that?
When the editor has something, okay, don't worry. It's a long process, okay, and there's lots of different things that can be done with it.
Bro, the conflict's gonna be fucking solved before you guys get this.
It's gonna be over while you send this
and
shit.
It's not gonna matter anymore. The content's not gonna matter.
Dude, Olmert will be dead by the time you post this shit. So then our last is gonna be him saying no, but dude, it was really funny. We said like no napkins, no.
Yeah.
Dude has such aura.
Yeah, he has a vibe. He's a very intense vibe.
Yeah, no. I met his brother actually. It was very random. He was on a Twitter space. So his brother just hopped on Twitter Spaces every single day.
Olmert.
And so then I went on there from my So his brother, he's called Yair Olmert. It was really funny because I was there yapping about the Olmert deal, and he's like, my brother's deal was very good. I'm like, what the fuck?
My brother's deal was very good.
Yeah, no. And so then I was like, is this conversation recorded? Because if so, I need to leave. Yeah, but no, and so I ended up actually thanking him and saying that the deal was really good, actually, which it was.
Man,
that deal was
there ain't
fire.
no way someone. There's no way someone made a spreadsheet of every Al Qassam fighter on the entire page.
Wasn't that you?
Hell no, that's crazy.
Wasn't that you?
No, I didn't make this. This is all of them from the second Intifada until 2023.
Oh damn! Good job on them.
What
This is like a gold mine for you.
God,
we're gonna
You
do
love
Protected Edge
this.
next.
Of course.
It means I don't have to do the scroll ever again.
True.
Someone here died in 1994. The fuck did you do?
Okay, I'm leaving before this echo gets blamed on me. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the guy, the David guy who joined, the Israeli motherfucker. I think he got what the fuck? What's that word? You know how when the 9/11 happened, everybody got radicalized, hey, yeah, bro, let's go.
Yeah.
Fucking, let's do it, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened with the guy.
Yeah. Bit of a little gup situation.
Little gup, big gup.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, a loner, why didn't you put up more of a fight with Blusher? Is it just is it just you were in his lair and you wanted to be respectful, or is it I also haven't seen the full video obviously, But like I don't know, like I saw like that stuff where like he's sort of pointing to like different parts of Hebron and just spieling in typical Israeli fashion. And I don't know, like was like the desire just to help him get his ideas out there, so that like you could like, you know, like
Yeah,
like, be
because I
fair-
felt like I can argue against these things all the time. And it's like,
Yeah.
rather than debating someone and watching them like and getting into those kind of things, it's better to just let them lay it all out. Because I felt like I was in more like a Louis Theroux situation than like a debate situation, especially because it wasn't really like my project. Like I wasn't the one who organized most of those meetings. I organized some, and I didn't really want to like imagine if I got into a big fucking fight with someone and pissed them all off, and then that means they don't want to talk to, like, that's killed the thing with Destiny, you know? Yeah, I just wanted to. So I thought I could still just get the things out there, and if I ever want to put it into a documentary or anything, obviously I'm going to say, yeah, I disagree with this, and this is why, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just really exhausted because it turns out that my, unsurprisingly, my very optimistic take for the war was proven wrong because in the end it accomplished nothing, which sort of brings me back to my pessimistic take,
You don't know
which
that.
was that. Well, I don't know, man. Like if the Israelis don't go all the way, which they didn't because they didn't have the wherewithal to, and also like going all the way is impossible. Then what you're left with fundamentally is that you weaken them, but then they can come back, which they will.
Yeah,
But
I
then
guess
what?
it's only dependent on whether or not there's enough. If there was, I really hope that if anything goes beyond 60 days, it's such common sense for a bunch of countries who care, apparently, or are invested, like the United States, France, whatever, to just get a shitload of money and give the money for rebuilding houses and solving people's issues with welfare and employment and everything. Give it all to the Lebanese government, make sure they're the ones who bring people back to peace and normalcy. And then maybe.
There is one problem with your plan. If you give all that money to the Lebanese government, it will be gone the next day.
Yeah, I know. That'll be, yeah. The fucking,
Like, yeah, like, you will live, like,
the
fucking,
Lebanese
like,
prostitutes will be
Nabi-
fucking eating well that day. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah. Like, yeah, like it would literally all be spelled like, like it would literally just disappear the next day. Like, yeah, like that's like the other thing. Like everyone's like, you want to strengthen like the Lebanese state. It's like the problem is that Hezbollah is less corrupt than the Lebanese government. It's way less corrupt than the Lebanese government. Just like,
I think they're they're more competent maybe, but like again, they've got their fucking thing as well with the drug deals and stealing fucking money and diverting shit from the government to boost up the Shia infrastructure. Yeah.
Of course. But what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like,
but at least they're helping someone.
Look, if there were a president doing the kind of social spending and the kind of investment in the area and in education that Hezbollah is doing in South Lebanon and also in Dahiyeh, that guy would like be like the greatest president in Lebanese history. Like, just in sorry, but like he would literally have done what leaders before had never accomplished since the 60s. Which is actually build something, rather than point fingers.
Is there going to be an election in these? Has that been mentioned at any point in these 60 days for the president?
I haven't checked those terms, but at the end of the day, dude, we can hold like stupid votes, but can you get the parliament to agree on it? Like that's literally the whole problem. Like if you can't get the parliament to agree to, like I don't know, it's. Like, what does it matter? And anyway, like the position of president is like it's not a figurehead position, but it doesn't really have as much power as the prime minister does. Like, yeah, like the president is not the president of the 70s and 80s. It's a far weaker position. One of the effects of Taif.
Okay.
Is what it is. Like I don't know. Like it's like yeah, like in terms of who's gonna vote. Let's see. Like it's like the forces will push someone. Yeah, I just don't see them getting quorum. Like it's like yeah, and so like the relatively pro-Hezb Christian party has distanced themselves from Hezbollah, so they're probably gonna try and vote in a viable candidate. But just realize that if the stakes aren't war anymore, they can very quickly try and find their footing. Right, like they can very quickly recalibrate and figure things out.
Yeah, like that's always the missing piece. Is like what helps the Shiites get back on their feet in the south, and also what stops Hezbollah from being the ones who are like rebuilding their military. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck knows. I honestly, Just let Hezbollah rebuild. You know, they can just fight again in 15 years. Like I don't think Hezbollah will go back to business of fighting with Israel after what just happened. I don't think they'll do that for a long time. Like,
Nah, they got cooked, bro.
I know they won't. Look, like my impression is that genuinely speaking, there will not be a war with Israel in a very long time. And if there will be a war with Israel, it's going to be accidental, like this one, which was accidental, and not intentional.
Just let that happen. Then
Never wants to fight Israel. It wants to fake fight Israel by building weapons that it doesn't use and point in our face, not the Israelis. Anytime they're fighting Israel, they're playing a very dangerous game, and they just realize the stakes of it right now. So the next 20, 30, 40 years in the north will be very serene. And then at some point, maybe they'll forget, and they'll fire rockets again, and then we'll die again, and then it will be rinse, repeat forever.
I mean, that's...
To be fair, without Nasrallah, they're going to have to reinstate their position in the fucking area.
Yeah, they need another Rizzler. But sorry, I need to go and bugger off for like 5-10 minutes. Is that okay? To leave you guys to...
All right,
all right, be back soon, okay?
Question. Yeah, and so like, sorry, yeah, go
ahead. Do you think the ceasefire, let's say they agree to it, does it also apply to Syria?
Ooh, I don't know the answer to that question. That's a, okay. Wait, would that mean Hezbollah firing from Syria?
I don't know anything because I mean Israel also attacked like the S-300, like the Russian air defense in Syria.
Oh, the Israelis are absolutely going to keep hitting Syria. Why would they stop? Like it's like they're just taking W's there. Like why are they going to stop? Like they'll hit Syria, they'll hit Iraq.
I mean, they're still going to be fighting Hezbollah in Syria because they are also present there. But like clearly, it's not gonna like. I'm not sure if like that applies because like I don't know.
I don't think it would apply, and I think that Hezbollah will be very measured. Like, look, I don't know. It all depends on. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't think that Hezbollah is an independent organization anymore. Hezbollah has gone from like an organization that could tell Iran no, to an organization that will basically just do Iran's bidding whenever. It's become what the Israelis said it was, which is interesting. So basically, if the Iranians tell Qasem not to do something, he won't do something. Like he's sitting at Tehran. Like this is very simple.
So if they shoot from Syria, I'm talking about Hezbollah.
They will not shoot anything. You will be stunned by how well they behave. They will literally do nothing. They will give you absolute silence and literally feed you the best terms you ever heard. They will literally do nothing. The border will be serene as hell, and then they will totally rebuild their forces because they'll basically restock up in Lebanon proper and maybe in Syria proper to make sure that they're tough enough not to get screwed again because they don't like being in a position where the Israelis can kneecap them whenever they feel adequately threatened. They don't like being in a position where they're vulnerable to stuff like the pager attacks or let's say like Nasrallah getting killed. So like they're gonna spend 5-10 years working on that. If they don't and if they just hit you, then really Hezbollah is ruined and destroyed, and then really they're a shadow of their former selves. But what you actually should be concerned about is like from like the Israeli perspective, if Hezbollah behaves and is very responsible and doesn't do anything, and there's absolute silence on the border, that means they're pretty strong. That means they still have a chain of command. That means that they're still able to like organize the rabble and make them behave. That means that their fighters are still behaving responsibly. It means all those things, and it means that they're able to calibrate correctly and to focus on the issues that are clearly exist within their command chain. If they fire rockets and break the ceasefire, then that means that you're dealing with a really weakened organization because then they don't know how to maintain discipline at all.
What would be Hamas like reaction to the ceasefire? You think if it goes through?
What Hamas? Oh my god.
Mina.
Oh
my god. Relax. All right, relax. I'm asking a Palestine. Okay, I'm asking a Palestine. Okay. All right. Just because you're.
Right? Yeah. No. It's fine, but Wait, Spider, are you like Israeli? Because I thought you were actually Palestinian.
No, he's
I'm
like
American. I'm USA. Okay, I'm motherfucking USA. Okay? The best country in the world. All right?
yeah, dude, you
I'm
can't even
also
fucking read and write, okay?
Bro, Mina, relax. Why you crashing up right
I
now? I'm asking Palestine right now. I'm asking Palestine a
yeah.
question. All right, relax.
Yep. Okay. Well, it's a good question, and I'll answer your good question. Dude, like, look, like Hamas's problem from the first day, and this is why Hezbollah hates them, has been that Hamas has zero discipline and zero thinking. Like, this is evident from October 7. This is evident from everything. There's no plan here. There's no game. It's just fire a rocket and be surprised at result. This is basically how Hamas thinks. So what Hamas is going to do, especially since Hamas now is basically a bunch of neighborhood factions, is that they're going to keep firing, and they're not going to stop firing, and they're always going to fire, and like nothing will matter. Like the Israelis could literally turn Gaza into a giant crater. Well, they have, but more. It's not going to change anything. Like, they're going to keep firing, like, because like this isn't like a real organization. This is a bunch of erratic people who are just firing aimlessly. Like, I don't know, like, which is like versus an organization that can, even though like think about it, like Hezbollah describes Israel as like the greatest force as the greatest force of evil in the Middle East, right? It literally hates its guts, yet it was able to restrain its troops from doing anything for 16 years. Anything to fire any rocket into Israel, with the exception of during wars against Gaza, where they fired a little bit.
Did you
To be
hear
fair,
about
it's
the
because
plans they had?
Hezbollah. Yeah, go
Did you
ahead.
hear about the? No, so you can go ahead. You haven't said anything.
I was gonna just say that Hezbollah is basically deferring to Iran's decision most of the time, while Hamas is very much independent in its policies to deal with Israel, especially in their dealings with the rockets that they lob at Israel.
I think that's part of it, but I think also like Nasrallah was very tactical in a way that like the former leaders of Hezbollah wasn't. So basically, like the way that Nasrallah got to power was that he pushed out this guy called Subhi al-Tufayli. So Subhi was the founder of Hezbollah in the 80s. And if you want to read about Hezbollah in the 80s, it's like the opposite organization as to now. Like, it was literally, it did mass suicide bombings, it Lebanon's Jewish community, it killed them. It, like, I'm trying to think about like what else it did. Basically like Subhi's argument was that he wanted to destroy Israel, and that Hezbollah's core focus should be on this issue, and it should never engage in Lebanese politics. It should be like a resistance org that does nothing else. Subhi got pushed out, and now he lives in Saudi Arabia, and he rants about how Hezbollah is destroying Lebanon. So it's pretty funny, but since then, Hezbollah has been very different in its focus. Its focus has been to strengthen its claws over Lebanon, and so Israel is kind of a waste of time. It's the convenient argument that they use, and this time they like leaned in too much, and they bit off more than they could chew, and they got their
Aren't
hands.
they like kind of screwed right now politically?
They are screwed for
Yeah.
sure. Like a lot of people are very angry at them, but here's the reality. They're not as good as I thought they would be, because okay, here's what happened basically. It's important to think about what Hezbollah's alliances are in Lebanon. They have a relationship with the Druze, with basically one of the two big Druze parties, and it's the bigger one, led by the Jumblots. And they have a relationship with the Christian Right, which is a party called the Free Patriotic Movement. Which is led by like Michel Aoun, right? Who is the president. And they have a partnership with the other main Shia kingmaker, this guy called Nabih Berri, who's part of Aman, right? These are the three main partners. They lose all three, then they're in serious trouble, because then they're isolated. And then they only represent 20-25% of Lebanon, and then they're really fucked.
Okay, but
The Christian right broke against them. Look, it's very clear to me that Aoun and it's very clear that they've lost that link. The number of Christian people who have a nice thing to say about Hezbollah is zero. Like, it doesn't exist anymore. Like, that faction has been bodied. Any kind of Sunni support, gone. Like, so there was a little bit that they were getting from firing at Israel, that's gone. It's all gone. What's left? Fundamentally, what's left is two things. What's left is, and this blows my mind, but Walid Jumblat held. He didn't break. he felt that Hezbollah was going to survive, and he stuck by them. And that guy is he's like he flip flops every 5 minutes. He went from pro Assad to anti Assad to pro. It's like basically like his policy is like, I want to make sure that the Druze get their bag, and the way that I do that is by picking the winner. And he felt that Hezb is a viable winner, so he stuck with them. And so he didn't break. So that's one side that's going to go with them. And then Birre, which
But what does Hezbollah still have to offer now, politically? Except for the Shia community.
What did it have to offer before? It has guns.
Yeah, are they still able to threaten the parties enough for them?
Don't they have support in South Lebanon because of the welfare they provide?
Yeah. But look, like all of South Lebanon is now giant piles of rubble and ash. But so then and if the Lebanese state comes in and rebuilds it, that's going to be good. But I'm just telling you that the Lebanese state is going to hoard the money if they get the money. And if NGOs build it, then it's not going to reflect well on the Lebanese state. And if foreign countries build it, that's not going to reflect well either. And I think what's going to happen is that Hezb is going to help to rebuild it, without you guys knowing. They're going to pour money. They're going to give people cards for supermarkets. They're going to do a ton of stuff. But look, Shia support held, and I would say more importantly, Amal held in support of Hezbollah. It never budged. It didn't move. So that's it. It just means that the Shia faction held strong and the Druze faction held strong, which means that basically he represents 40% of the country. Held. You can live with that. He'll lick his wounds, calm. Look, here's what they have to do. They have to try not to piss people off. If they try to piss people off, then there's going to be a civil war. There's already been moments that are pretty scary. Someone broke into a Christmas festival, a winter market in a Christian area, and they put a gun where the small statue of Jesus was. And you do that 10 times, you create things. And the thing was, Nasrallah was really good at making them not do that. He was really good at that. I really don't know whether Qasim sitting in Iran is going to be any good at that. And so, yeah, I don't know. But that's probably a good way to think about it, if that makes sense. I apologize for the very extended Lebanese politics explainer, but it's useful to think about.
I mean, yeah, but we also we have no clue about Lebanese politics, so we don't really.
Yeah, Lotobox isn't exactly useful in that regard.
Yeah. I'll explain it this way, okay? It's if someone asks you, right, is Bibi going to survive in Israel? It's look, he has people that support him, right? He has Mafdal and RZ, right? He has that faction that is very with him. He has Shas and he has the other Haredi party, UTJ. And it seems that Gideon Sar is with him too. So that's enough to hold the country together. But if he was on his own, he would be gone. That's it. So it's the same thing. So what you can think about is that he lost. So basically, think about it like Bibi losing the Haredi parties. No, that's not fair. Think about it like Bibi losing Sar and losing some of the more centrist members of Likud, but then still holding on to the more ideological factions. And that's basically what you have. And you can hold on to that. You can. And you can lick your wounds, and you can behave very calmly and not make a fuss.
All products coming into the United
States. And then you can be back in the position you were when this started.
I mean, yeah, they basically need Iran to reconstitute all of their ammunition and everything, yeah.
And Iran will send money. Iran will do you really think that the Trump admin is going to flood Lebanon with money? No. On the other hand, Iran is going to flood Hezbollah with money. It's going to flood them with money. It's going to give them so much money. So I don't know, I don't know how much of the south they'll be able to rebuild, but they will rebuild Dahia. And if they can control Dahia again, that's it.
Would Israel be able to blockade Iranian, planes and shit, because they've done it over the war?
No, they have a land corridor.
Planes? Sure, money? Just funds? No,
yeah, but
I don't know.
What are you gonna do with money if you can't get shit?
No, but money for goods, money for services, not money for weapons.
No.
Like, money for like, like, look, like Hezbollah is going to rebuild the houses in South. I'm dead certain Hezbollah is going to rebuild the houses in Dubai. I'm dead certain they will rebuild. And they would
And to
give money
invest in Iranian crypto.
like, no, dude, like they have banks. They have banks that are
Oh
deeply
yeah.
affiliated in Lebanon. Like Israel didn't hit them all. And even if Israel hits the building, like who gives a shit? That's not how that works. You know what I mean? Like they can like rebuild a new branch. But like there was a bank called like Jamal Trust Bank, which is like literally just the front for Hezbollah, right? So like and so like they'll get them checks from Iran, and then they'll hand them out to people, and the people will go rebuild their houses. They will go. So who cares? Like if your house is getting rebuilt, like for a war that you invariably support, like like I really don't know. Like I think that. But at the same time, like I really don't know what good the Israelis hitting more would do. Like like if the Israelis hit for 100 more days, it seemed like they were unable to break Hezbollah. Like it seemed that
But they literally hit like central Beirut today. Didn't
yeah. I actually want to see where they bombed because they said that they hit central Beirut, but I want to know exactly where they bombed.
I mean, the IDF has been hitting Gaza for hundreds of days, and like Hamas is still like doing its thing. So the fact that you hit the center of population doesn't mean anything.
No, it does mean something because this isn't Gaza. This is Lebanon. There's other factions there. There's other people there that aren't affiliated with Hezbollah, especially in Beirut. So like if you hit the center, this is gonna be like way more of an impact on the entire Lebanese society than like whatever the fuck they've been doing before.
Yeah, it's an attack on all of Lebanon and not just Hezbollah. And that's
Wait a second. I have to go call my friend. I didn't know that they hit Hamra. The fuck are they doing getting? Yeah, no, I have to go check on him. This is insane.
Okay.
He's in the States, but his family's there. Yeah, this is nuts. The fuck? Yeah, this is really. What the fuck are they hitting? There's nothing to hit there. There's literally nothing to hit there. Son of a.
What did they hit?
In Hamra?
Mm-hmm.
In Hamra, an area that is Sunni, that is not sympathetic to Hezbollah at all. Like what exactly are they hitting? Like I don't know. Like the one thing you could make an argument for is like this fucking is that the SSNP, like the Syrian party, has like a building in Hamra, which they do. Which they do. Fine, they have a building. Is that what
Did they hit that one?
If they hit that one, it would explain what happened. So then they hit the main road. Yeah, it explains why people ran into AUB. Yeah, I was wondering why people ran into AUB. I'm like no way they hit Hamra. Yeah, like yeah. Damn,
Does Israel have a history of hitting SSNP? Actually,
yes. They've always kind of wanted to target them. Like they've basically been hitting any of the allies of Hezbollah besides the Christians who have a tepid relationship with them. Okay, no wait, let's see. Okay, wait, I'm trying to
Is
see
this
where
one where they
is,
actually
'cause
had a video of the bombing happening, or they only the aftermath? Because I think it'll tell you something if people were able to film it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask my. Okay, yeah, I know where they hit. What the fuck are they hitting here? Yeah, it's next to the central bank. Like, okay, no wait, yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, so here's one. Is this it's at nighttime, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so we hit 5 hours ago.
I
Yeah.
don't want to give you like too much hope, but it looks like people are gathered outside filming it. So it looks like looks like they were warned at least. So.
Yeah, no. Like I would have gotten a text from my friend if something happened. Like, let's be fair, but this is terrifying going forward.
But it does obviously not answer why they went for this particular. It's all like right to the. What was it? What's the fucking ceasefire that got the massacre in 2006 that just got ruined by that ruined that ceasefire for Israel? Kana, was that? Kana? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where they just blew the fuck out of a house that they thought. What was the strategy there? The strategy was like, oh, if a rocket comes from an area, like a general area, and you've got a kind of like a hunch, just bomb in that direction. I think that's more or less exactly what they said. It was fucking mental. They were like, I think there's a phrase that they used for the kind of intelligence that they thought was acceptable for hitting this place. It was
questionable intelligence.
Circumstantial connection. If you have a circumstantial connection. Just where were rockets launched from in previous days, combined with like some available intel. It's like these people move after finding these rockets. That's so dumb. Yeah.
Wait, holy shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I know where this is. I've walked it 50 times, so then what did they hit? They just knocked down the building? Yeah, dude, but the bomb hit the road. Explain to me how this is different than when Hezbollah hit a random road and it hit the road. It doesn't look like it hit a building. The fucking road.
And haven't they made like a lot of strikes today on Lebanon and Beirut?
Yeah, they've made.
They've been firing a lot today.
Yeah, man. They are. But look, I don't know. Like this is like the Lebanese in me, but I just had the impression that they were just hitting Dahia. I didn't realize they were just hitting, like, or
Is this like
or,
one
at least,
car?
like-
Was there like a? Or
Yeah,
is this
no,
a
they're-
petrol? What the? Is that a petrol station?
It looks like it, yeah.
I can't.
But
Oh, this. Yeah.
What exactly is in Hamra? What exactly? Like it like yeah. There's the SSNP building. That is there.
But it doesn't look like.
have
Is
they
this a
been-
building here that they're going for, or is I can see one car here.
I-
Exchange company. Whoa, fucking Twitter! Jesus Christ! I don't want to see. Jesus, they had their clothes on. Thank God.
Okay, no wait. SSNP building, Lebanon. Let's see. SSNP.
Have there
building,
been
Hamra.
refugees from southern Lebanon going to that area?
Bro, they're
Haven't they been
everywhere.
hitting these people?
They have
Sometimes.
not been hitting the tents here. Yeah, it's not Gaza, so you can't hit tents. But you know, everything can get worse. I'm sure.
Maybe they tried to hit the person that was in the car.
Maybe they tried.
Why
to
would there?
support
Why would there be
them.
people outside like filming the spot before the bomb goes off? That sounds like they were saying go away from this building because
Yeah,
that would be like a
yeah,
warning, right?
okay.
Like why are these people just
Okay,
hanging
wait.
around here?
I'm just trying to find the place, like the, because like look, like I don't know, man, like yeah, dude, it's like here, yeah,
Maybe there's like a standoff down there. Or the bomb missed, hit the road.
like it's like I'm trying to find like the alleged area that's SSNP, like so like you can see like a lot of posters for the SSNP there, like that much is true, like you can see them. Hamra, fuck me. Yeah, my hunch was right though. I said that Hamra, they would make an argument to hit it. And it's stupid for them to hit it. Fuck. Yo, 80. Yeah, no, I didn't realize. Yeah. And they hit Hadas again. Okay, yeah. So all these. Yeah, no. This is actually very true. Like, look, like it's like there's even raids outside of Dahia proper. Like, it's like there's raids outside of South Beirut. Like, there's raids on Sunni areas. The area that got hit there is a bit mixed. But what the fuck are they hitting in Hamra? I'm very baffled. Yeah.
Wouldn't they actually release, I don't know, a statement or something if they literally bombed central Beirut? Surely they would not.
No, because yeah, look, like Hamra is central Beirut. Like it's not fair to say Hamra is not central Beirut. Hamra is central Beirut.
But then
Like,
surely there has to be a press statement sometime in the future.
yeah, like this is a couple streets away from AUB, man. Like this is like yeah, like this is like it's a street off the central bank. Like yeah, this is central Beirut. Like this isn't like Dahia, or like it's not close to Dahia. Even.
I
Like,
mean, we are getting close to like a ceasefire. Like hostilities do ramp up right before that. It might be just like overabundance of wasa.
They accepted the ceasefire from what we.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
but
found out.
the ceasefire doesn't go into effect for another how many hours?
10 o'clock. Is that right?
4 a.m. local time.
Oh, okay.
4 a.m.,
Well, fuck,
5
stop
hours.
saying 4 a.m. without
Yeah.
saying which time. Oh my god, local time.
Local time,
Who's local
buddy.
time?
Lebanon.
Fucking
Israel,
Lebanon.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, so the
Hey, what is-
ceasefire went through?
Yeah. So, 4 a.m.
Yeah, man.
Lebanon's
What?
ahead. So
It's 6
Yeah,
hours.
No.
ahead.
They're 2 hours ahead
Between
of you.
Israel and Israel?
Lebanon's 2
No,
hours?
no.
No, they're not. Hang on. UK Lebanon's
It's
3
6
hours, no?
hours ahead of the US. but that's not helpful.
Oh,
it's
you're
2 hours-
you're 1 hour. You're
I'm only
1
2
hour.
hours behind Lebanon. That's crazy. The fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, man, like loner. It's like I went to high school in Wales, man. I'm familiar with the time zone difference. It's
You went
it's a
to
couple hours,
Wales?
yeah.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, man, yeah. And so I did sixth form there. Yeah, it was where I met my first Israelis. It was a riveting experience.
Shit. I did not
I
know
went
that
to
about
school
you.
with the son of an MK for Yesh Atid, which is always very funny.
Hmm.
I went to school with the son of the guy who was responsible for the Olmert conviction when he was chief of police.
You're
And-
just a people
and
person,
yeah,
aren't you? What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Biden's
What?
talking. Biden's talking.
About Lebanon?
The other the
My
deputy
president.
supreme
About the
leader.
ceasefire,
Okay.
yeah.
Daniel
President
Hagari's
of the
Daniel Hagari's deputy supreme leader. Okay, I'm gonna share a screen if you guys want to see this. Okay.
Good afternoon. Today I have some good news to report from the Middle East. I just spoke with the Prime Minister of Israel and Lebanon. I'm pleased to announce that their governments have accepted the United States proposal to end the devastating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. I want to thank President Macron of France for his partnership in reaching this moment. For nearly 14 months, a deadly conflict raged across the border that separates Israel and Lebanon. A conflict that began the day after the October 7 attack by Hamas on Israel. Hours later, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations backed by Iran attacked Israel in support of Hamas. Let's be clear, Israel did not launch this war. The Lebanese people did not seek that war either, nor did the United States. Over the past year, including the days immediately following October the 7th, I directed the U.S. military to flow assets and capabilities into the region, including aircraft carriers, fighter squadrons, and sophisticated air defense battery to defend Israel and deter our common enemy at critical moments. Since the war with Hezbollah began, over 70,000 Israelis have been forced to live as refugees in their own country, helplessly watching their homes, their businesses, their communities as they're bombarded and destroyed. And over 300,000 Lebanese people have also been forced to live as refugees in their own country. In a war imposed on them by Hezbollah. All told, this has been the deadliest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in decades. How many of Hezbollah's senior leaders are dead, including its longtime leader, Nasrallah? And Israel has destroyed Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon as well, including miles of sophisticated tunnels, which were prepared for an October 7 style terrorist attack
Jimmy, you have
in
echo.
northern Israel.
No, Jimmy's just echoing.
Oh. I didn't even know this. I'm used to it.
But lasting security for the people of Israel and Lebanon cannot be achieved only on the battlefield. And that's why I directed my team to work with the governments of Israel and Lebanon to forge a ceasefire, to bring the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah to a close. Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, well, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will...
Wait, was Hezbollah involved in these talks?
Yeah, I think so.
Insofar as they're a party in the Lebanese government?
Is that why? Oh, because I
No.
think no, wait. So isn't what happens is you've got Hezbollah, is it Berry or like a mediator within the Lebanese government or just Hezbollah members who sort of give like a nod towards the ceasefire, even though you don't actually get an agreement from the general secretary. Is that right?
There are Hezbollah MPs in Lebanon.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Facilitate that kind of thing. Yeah.
But why did he say the Lebanese government and Israel agreed? Where's, I'm guessing Hezbollah said something, right? That it's not just they're just so beaten up that they don't have to.
They are part
agree
of
to
the
it.
government.
Yeah. But
Possible everyone's hoping really, really hard that the ceasefire just works.
yeah, no, it looks like Hezbollah have said, yeah. Man, they must have been really, really on the back foot. They must have been getting really fucked up. If Hezbollah violates the agreement and attempts to rearm, we will strike. If they try to renew terror activities near the border, we will strike. That's what Netanyahu said. Huh.
If I'm not mistaken, that's something that's not part of the deal itself. That's just a statement that he made.
Just by the by. Well. Okay, let's go back to Joe.
Will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives. We're determined this conflict will not be just another cycle of violence. And so the United States, with the full support of France and our other allies, has pledged to work with Israel and Lebanon to ensure that this arrangement is fully implemented, the agreement totally implemented. There will be no U.S. troops deployed in southern Lebanon. This is consistent with my commitment to the American people to not put U.S. troops in combat in this conflict. Instead, we, along with France and others, will provide the necessary assistance to make sure this deal is implemented fully and effectively.
Oh, please don't tell me it's the Foreign Legion. Fuck, man.
Don't tell you what?
Please don't tell me it's the Foreign Legion, man.
What's the Foreign Legion?
The French Foreign Legion.
Oh, okay.
They're a bit wacky.
They haven't been doing good in Mali at all.
Yeah.
Founded in 1831 by Louis Philippe I.
It's basically like a bunch of like people that basically like if you do a crime, you can still join the French Foreign Legion. If you're like somebody that was a soldier in the army, and you got, I don't know, dishonorably discharged or something like that, you can still join the French Foreign Legion. Like, it's basically a second chance for like misfits.
Wow.
So yeah.
Fucked.
So yeah,
Well.
they usually send the French Foreign Legion to anything they don't want to send actual French people to.
Rip little gup. All right, hang on. What's the what was I gonna say? I can't fucking. They haven't spoken about anything with regards to rebuilding the South. That's just something that I guess will maybe be spoken about after the ceasefire starts. Hopefully.
And it's only a 60-day
I mean, it's not a
ceasefire.
guarantee.
Yeah, I know, but that's why the whole point in a temporary ceasefire is so that you can get breathing space to extend it, right? So to do the things that would be required to stop the hostility. It's quite normal to do that. That's what they expected from Gaza as well, right? I think the Biden US-backed ceasefire was always like temporary, but with the hope of making it permanent in that space.
Yeah, it was the same with the ceasefire in the first war between Lebanon and Israel, the one with the PLO. I think that ceasefire was like a couple weeks, and then it got extended.
Yep.
And then it was peace ever since.
Yeah. Okay.
If Hezbollah or anyone else breaks the deal and poses a direct threat to Israel, then Israel retains the right to self-defense, consistent with international law. Just like any country, when facing a terrorist group pledged to that country's destruction. At the same time, this deal supports Lebanon's sovereignty. And so it heralds a new start for Lebanon, a country that I've seen most of over the years, a country with rich history and culture. If fully implemented, this deal can put Lebanon on a path toward a future that's worthy of its significant past. And just as the Lebanese people deserve a future of security and prosperity, so do the people of Gaza. They too deserve an end to the fighting and displacement. The people of Gaza have been through hell. their world's absolutely shattered. Far too many civilians in Gaza have suffered, far too much. And Hamas has refused for months and months to negotiate a good faith ceasefire and a hostage deal. And so now Hamas has a choice to make. Their only way out is to release the hostages, including American citizens, which they hold. In the process, bring an end to the fighting, which would make possible a surge of humanitarian relief. Over the coming days, the United States will make another push with Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, Israel, and others to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. With the hostages released and the end of the war without Hamas in power, that becomes possible. As for the broader Middle East region, today's announcement brings us closer to realizing the affirmative agenda that I've been pushing forward during my entire presidency. A vision for the future of the Middle East where it's at peace and prosperous and integrated across borders. A future where Palestinians have a state of their own, one that fulfills its people's legitimate aspirations, one that cannot threaten Israel or harbor terrorist groups with backing from Iran. A future where Israelis and Palestinians enjoy equal measures of security, prosperity, and yes, dignity. To that end, the United States remains prepared to conclude a set of historic deals with Saudi Arabia, to include a security pact and economic assurances, together with a credible pathway for establishing a Palestinian state and the full normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel, a desire they both have. I believe this agenda remains possible, and in my remaining time in office, I'll work tirelessly to advance this vision for an integrated, secure, and prosperous region, all of which strengthens America's national security. Getting all this done will require making some hard choices. Israel has been bold on the battlefield. Iran and its proxies have paid a very heavy price. Now Israel must be bold in turning tactical gains against Iran and its proxies into a coherent strategy that secure Israel's long-term safety and advances a broader peace and prosperity in the region. Today's announcement is a critical step in advancing that vision. And so I applaud the crazy decision made by the leaders of Lebanon and Israel to end the violence. It reminds us that peace is possible. Say that again, peace is possible. As long as that is the case, I will not for a single moment stop working to achieve it. God bless you all. I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you get a ceasefire in Gaza before leaving office?
Ask me how I get a ceasefire, and I think so. Hold on, Rain.
How is this push any different from the previous ones?
None of that. Should be reported. What?
What's the off-script Biden? What the fuck did he say there?
How is this push any different from the previous ones?
None of that. Should be reported. What?
Mr. President, what have you told the new administration?
I have no idea what he said there, but I'm sure it was catchy.
Something about a philosophy. That's the last word he said, I'm pretty sure.
Jesus Christ. What a
I mean,
signature.
that's like a 9 out of 10 Biden speech.
Yeah.
What a banger.
What a big gup. Why is my audio crackling? This never happens. I don't know. I'm gonna close some stuff. Hope it helps.
That's, I think, as good of a Biden speech as we'll get, probably.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm probably gonna do some cringe React content unless anyone else has anything pressing.
I actually want to ask you something.
Wow.
You said something in the H3 podcast that seemed a little bit. I don't know if it's wrong, but the Arabic phrase.
Yeah, I know. There's two. I was trying to shorthand the way that I think it's not controversial to say that what river to the sea or water to water is effectively saying is that this is a land for Arabs, not for Jews. But I think like that's its origins. But I just didn't know like a shorthand way to say that, so I just kind of scrawled over it. Yeah, it could have been more accurate there.
All right.
Do you agree with that or no?
I mean, yeah, the whole phrase clearly says that Palestine will be liberated, which they mean the whole area from river to sea. It's not like but when you talk about it, the whole Palestine will be Arab, it kind of, well, from what I got from asking people, it didn't come up till after this war, at least. You know what I mean?
Really?
At least popularized. It's not as popular as Palestine will be free, is what I mean.
Like the Arabic versions.
Yeah, Maya, Palestine Hurra.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought the Arabia was like fairly common, but I don't remember where I heard that from. It might just be I might have just made up in my head, or I might have misremembered something.
I read the Arabic version, the wiki page, and it doesn't even have the Arabic part
Interesting.
at all.
Oh well, fucked.
Yeah.
So something Biden said at the end there about two-state solution, sovereignty, yada yada. How exactly do you think they're gonna like conceptually square sovereignty of a state versus also the the lack of that state's ability to, I don't know, cause harm to a neighboring state? That's not sovereignty.
What do you mean?
Like,
sorry, can you rephrase what you're asking?
So if you say that Palestinians should have a state and it should be sovereign and it should have access to all of the things that a state is supposed to have, every other state has.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also say, well, yeah, but the state beside it needs to have complete and total security and never be threatened by all that. So how do you both propose a state that's sovereign and then you say, yeah, but we're gonna like defang it? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so
well, that's not what he said exactly. By the way, he says that it needs to not harbor terrorist organizations. I'm pretty sure.
That was about Lebanon. He was talking about the state of Palestine, and he mentioned that it should be sovereign and that Israel should be like free of all threat from that state or something along those lines. It was something like that.
I mean, okay. The thing is, right, for it to become sovereign, there needs to obviously be like a proper pathway for a Palestinian state to come to existence, right? So there needs to be a transitional period. There needs to be, first of all, proper rebuilding of Gaza, proper infrastructure at least, and making sure that people actually have some human rights. Like that needs a lot of outside help. They can't do it by themselves, and Israel's not going to fucking help them with that, obviously. So that's going to need a lot of international help. That's what I at least think. Obviously, people might disagree with me. I think once the international coalition or whatever that helps them says, okay, I think they think that they're at a state where they can actually be sovereign and take care of themselves, then they leave and see what happens. I mean, that's like legit what they did with Germany as well. So like, you know, I don't think it's impossible for it to.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I live in Israel. I would support that 100%. The only issue I would have is like what happens the day after, or a week, or 10 years after, if that country, that state that can now stand on its own, turns around and decides to like go back to its old ways, and you know, October 8th.
Why would they do that if they have like a proper life, proper jobs, proper, you know, like nothing that threatens them really? Like why would they throw away their life, like their families, their houses, their jobs, their, you know, everything, just to start shit again with Israel?
I'm not saying I think that's the only thing that could happen. I'm saying it's a possibility. I'm saying it's possible that like extremism happens, right? Like it's
that
possible.
that can be said by both sides. Like you can have like insane fucking settlers wanting to go back into fucking Palestine and start shit again with the Palestinians.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna fast forward all of this because the first point is that Palestinian leadership historically has not actually given that much of a fuck about the demilitarization clause. I think even the PLO were quite happy to sort of reach some kind of compromise at limited arms or something like that. Also, like Andorra is a sovereign state; they don't have a military. Like Iceland is sovereign, Tuvalu, Samoa. So it's not like, yeah, you can be sovereign and not have a military. If you're worried about Palestinians getting attacked, say by settlers or anything like that, well, if limited arms isn't good enough for a future Palestinian peace process, then just demilitarize them and put them in NATO. And then if Israel fucks with them, they get Article 5.
No, that's not how this works. They can't join NATO. They can't.
Why not?
No, it doesn't fucking work. That's not how NATO works.
Don't say it's not going to work because it won't work. Why?
Okay. NATO has a specific like area basically where a state can invoke Article 5. So first of all, Palestine is like way too far away. Like this is not like what are you gonna do? Okay, let's say settlers start attacking Palestine. They're gonna invoke Article 5. Do you really think they're gonna fucking attack a NATO ally that is Israel? No, they're not gonna fucking do that.
Yeah, well, obviously Israel's not in NATO, so if a NATO ally attacks a NATO country,
They're not gonna attack Israel because they attacked
To be
Palestine.
fair, Turkey
Okay,
and Greece
fuck
also
NATO.
had problems,
Just-
and they had to like
No, I like the NATO solution.
Just
NATO's
get a new NATO.
They
Call
can't
it
do-
call
they
it
can't do-
Beto or Beto if you're Palestinian. Just get fucking
Beto?
America. Yeah, Beto, okay? And
Yeah.
Palestine, Atlantic, whatever. And then fucking is America,
There can
Saudi,
just be
all
no,
the
there
fucking
can just be like defense agreements. Yes, there can be defense agreements.
yeah,
That's
just put
fine.
a Saudi base, an Egyptian base, an American base all over at the corner of the West Bank, and they're just there to be like, listen, hey Israel, you send one of your fucking hillbilly settler dipshits over with their little sandals and their settler mobiles, you're gonna get Article 5. Like,
Holy shit! Does this mean we get to like extradite our settlers to like some other place? Is that a thing?
yeah, I don't know.
Hell yeah! I my vote is for
Put them in
Beto.
Australia. Okay. Listen, it's not that
That's
difficult.
fine.
Okay, you just need willpower.
I wouldn't do that to Australia.
Well, regardless, this is like we're basically speaking about a possible future out of a billion possible futures that can take place, but so it's just like speculating. But yeah.
Hey man, content is content.
All right. Well,
Great.
I'll let
Thank you,
you
guys.
do your reaction stuff. Whatever.
Okay.
That's Article 4.
What?
Huh? Oh shit. Shit, I don't know. Wait, see, we gonna react to? Look up.
What?
What are you gonna react to? Look up.
Shoeonhead's got a video about how the Democrats lost because of all the things that she was going to blame it for, regardless of what was happening.
Interesting. All
I mean,
right.
I imagine it will be.
Pretty much. I'm pretty much fucking bored. I'm a dead bro. All right, look up.
All right, little pup. Bye bye.
All right, look up.
Okay. What is this? Why did someone send me this?
The chatter still has the timestamp on it, but that was my whole reason for watching this. I don't give a fuck.
Fuck. I don't
About,
give a
like-
fuck. Why the posturing, bro? You're like, this guy, by the way, used to like raid me and shit on Twitch. He was like a really nice, like friendly little dude. And now just because I guess fucking like Big Gut Pasan and all the other wallopers have decided that I'm like bad news. And this guy, who clearly understands the Israel-Palestine conflict incredibly well, you can tell, has just decided like, okay, whatever, we're gonna switch. What's this fucking? Oh, I don't give a fuck. What the? Why? Why are you talking like this, bro?
For watching this, I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck
About like
Ugh.
loaner boxes, you know,
Yeah.
interpretations of 100 years of anti-fascist history. How are you gonna say you won't platform Loner Box because he's a genocide supporter, but you platform Bad Empanada who denies the Holodomor and
Wait, what'd he say? What'd he say? Oh well. Listen, I'm slightly curious about what he said, but listen, I don't have time for this. I don't give a fuck. Maybe if you were a bit less of a little person, but since you are actually a short guy who makes fun of other short guys for some reason, I don't know why you would do that. I never show your fucking face in public where people have cameras. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Shoe on head.
Election night in America, one of the most consequential elections in recent history.
Donald Trump has won the presidential election
Wow.
in Kentucky.
To Florida, Alabama, Tennessee.
Why did she edit it like that? Oh my God. Oh, they thought he was going to win. Oh my God, he's won Kentucky. What the fuck? It's Kentucky. Alabama, Tennessee. Shoe.
One of the most consequential elections in recent history.
Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky.
To Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Missouri will go to Donald Trump.
It's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said.
Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina.
Okay, that was a bit more. That was a bit more tight. Okay, yeah. Okay. That would probably have been a better place to start.
Will go to former President Donald Trump.
The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh my God, Lonerbox can look at this on stream. Victory lap.
Saying I want to offer alternative interviewed Lonerbox on his podcast saying I want to offer alternatives to Hassan. He's a super smart guy who's very knowledgeable. I mean, good.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. My man said, I hate Hassan. It's time for Temu Hassan.
Yeah, but you got Bad Empanada. You're fine. A guy that you thought was a fucking psycho was a guy that just last year you thought was too crazy to ever even show his videos on your platform.
Pennsylvania.
Kamala Harris is not winning.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight?
News Decision Desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Do you really think that the Democratic Party is fighting for you? The overwhelming answer is no.
Well, well, well. What have we learned? Nothing, apparently. I regret to inform you, everything I predicted about the election in my last video came true, and more. Men did overwhelmingly turn out for Trump, especially young men. But I was wrong about one thing. Young men weren't the only ones who came out in droves for Trump. Nearly everyone did. The madman took everything, every swing state, Pennsylvania, Georgia, my home state, New York, was closer to flipping red than Florida was to flipping blue. Turns out Dick Cheney as Brat wasn't the best message to win over voters. Dems did so bad it really had me thinking, damn, did we steal that election? So what happened here? How did it go so wrong? Is it too late for the Democratic Party, or can they turn this around? Will the Democrats learn from this, or will they double down and get worse? In this video, I'm going to go through all the excuses.
The people who doubled down and got worse won the election, Shu. After they lost. The people who doubled down and got worse after losing by 7 million votes. And ran the same guy, won, and denied the previous election. Fuck.
And the copes the Democrats and the broader left are coming up with to avoid accountability. Read some silly tweets, watch some silly news clips, and even give the Democratic Party some advice on how to win 2028.
Again, everyone who wants the Democratic Party to be that hates them because they're not perfect enough for them, or they're not like the kind of party that they want them to be, would have said this. Like everyone. If you're upset that the Democratic Party was too fucking pro-Ukraine, you would have said that. Or if they were too or too pro-Israel, you would have said that. Or if they were not rhetorical enough about workers' rights, you would have said that. Or if they weren't tough enough on the border, you would have always said that, because it's just, oh god, it's so dumb.
Don't worry, Republicans watching this.
It's inflation, stupid. It affected every incumbent in the last 2 years. Fuck them. Right to left, left to right, populist to non-populist. Great analysis. It is, actually.
They won't listen. Maybe in 2050, under the barren Trump monarchy, someone might come to their senses, but not anytime soon. If you only watched or read most mainstream liberal news, it really seemed like Kamala had this in the bag, which is why you should try to get your news from a variety of different sources. Oh, that reminds me. Before we dive into this election dissection, let's give a quick shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor I've been working with for over 4 years now, Ground News. Ground News is a website.
What did she say about the 2020 election? Did she have a video about it? Karen, Bernie Bros, Normal Country, The American Abyss. I guess one of these is. Oh, January 6th. She went to January 6th. What was this? How long ago was this?
I am having a very bad day.
This was ages before. Okay, April. Entitled Twitch Streamers, More Female Dictators, Normal Country.
Hello and welcome to Hell World, Episode 1.
July,
a new series
that's not quite. The American Abyss. The election. Was this before the election?
Thank you, America. It was a privilege.
Womexin, cultural sensitivity, gay Oreos, the brands. Is this before the election?
Just $600 in pandemic jobless benefits came to an end, but millions more are now facing another and perhaps more dire hit to their income as they exhaust all their unemployment options at both the state and federal levels. People are saying, oh my god, I'm running out of money, and they have no idea what's to come. But it will be okay, guys. I'm sure Congress will stop playing volleyball with the stimulus check any day now. And I'm sure our tax dollars are being well spent on coronavirus relief, right? Just in, the Pentagon reportedly redirected most of its $1 billion in pandemic funding to
When was the 2020 election? So she doesn't mention it. Oh, wait.
For the election. Finally, a candidate worth the United States is functioning as usual. Anyway, we're gonna start off with the mild stuff, and then it's gonna get worse and worse. Just like 2020, just like life. Let's start out with some good news. An asteroid might hit Earth just in time for the election. Finally, a candidate worth voting for. Giant Meteor 2020. And that's about it for the good news. Moving on.
What'd you say about Trump? Gets Kung Flu. They called it Kung Flu. Oh, God. It's not racist just to say that it came from China. Kung Flu. I just wonder if did she ever predict Trump was going to win? That would have been funny, but I don't think she did. Oh, well. In 2020. Yeah,
and an app that gives readers an easy and transparent way to read the news all across the political spectrum. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features of Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you what news stories have been covered by one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how Bernie Sanders is open to working with Trump on capping credit card interests, and there's 23 sources on it, and 89% are right-wing. No left-wing sources have covered the story. And this story about how 2 women have told the ethics panel that Matt Gaetz paid them for sex, 31 sources, 61% of them left-wing. You can even see who owns these political outlets. Ground News also makes it really easy and fun to compare headlines to see how ownership or political bias can affect the framing of a story. For example, this story about how a man was arrested after allegedly a stabbing spree in Manhattan that left 2 dead and 1 injured. This left-wing—
Oh my God, wait, what I've noticed is, speaking of supreme leaders, Speaking of supreme leaders, I don't think... Who's this? I don't think Hagari has appeared for quite a while. Is he dead? Is he dead? He hasn't spoken in over a month, at least on the YouTube channel, unless he's been speaking on other things. No more precise military operation. He retired. Really? Bro, he's not going to sleep at night. What the fuck? He's just in his fucking bedroom fighting with imaginary Hezbollah tunnels. He's seen some shit. Hello, Narcos.
Hello. What the fuck?
What?
Nothing. I got dragged in.
Shit. Do you want to be here or what? Yeah, I hear you now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to someone about Israel-Palestine this weekend. And he made a big point on that said like any sort of peace treaty would never exist so long as Palestinians allowed like old Palestinians to move back to Palestine. Is there any truth to that?
That no peace treaty would exist if you couldn't get people to return to Palestine?
Yeah.
Like refugees going back to Israel and Palestine, or just like West Bank and Gaza?
Just West Bank and Gaza.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Israeli deal was that, well, one of the deals was that there would be no right of return to Israel, but infinite right of return to Gaza and the West Bank. Like the Palestinians could take in as many as they wanted because that's their state.
Okay.
So they'd return to their country, but not to their houses, right? Like that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. Because he was talking something about like 6 million Palestinians living around the world, and all of them couldn't flood back to Gaza and West Bank.
I don't think it would be the most dense country in the world, but it would be pretty dense, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if all 6 million, because that 6 million involves people who might have citizenship in other countries, right? Or people who might not want to move, or people who might even end up getting citizenship in countries like, hopefully they can get something in Lebanon or something else. So like, I don't think it would be all 6 million ever moving back anywhere, but it would be a lot, yeah. But I think with enough help and funding, I don't think it would be impossible. And I think Israel should still take some. There should be I don't even know if there should be a cap. I just think there should be like a constant negotiated process of just letting people who really want to go to Israel just go. Like, yeah. I think Israel can handle a few 100,000 more Palestinians in their country. Yeah.
Yeah, but are they realistically going to allow that? Like,
I don't think they'll ever concede that after everything that's happened. But they should, and they should be pushed to concede something. Like, I know Olmert said 5,000, but he would have accepted 50, maybe, if it was counter-offered. So, yeah, just...
that's almost like just, I don't know, a small... That's such few people, anyways. Like, is that a big deal for the Palestinians that 50,000 of the millions get to move back.
To Israel or to West Bank and Gaza?
To Israel.
To the other alternative might be that if there are two states, then that does give Palestinians maybe a position where they can push farther for negotiations and refugee movements, or even just like if they're ever at a point where they're engaging in like bilateral deals, then maybe one of those offers can be like a number of refugees for some kind of as part of like some trade deal or something. I don't know. No idea, but as far as what's morally right, I think Israel should definitely take some. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. What is this? My Reddit is weird. Irrelevant is the perfect test dummy for a learner to work out how best to explain something. Every time he asks a question, it's like a simple question, but one I go like, yeah, why is that the case? He's pretty fresh and not super versed, but clearly smart and mostly importantly on the left. He's not pseudo-intellectual and will not pretend to understand something he doesn't, breaking that barrier where a leftist in the audience actually doesn't understand the situation, as opposed to just prescribing ideology uncritically on it because that's what the people they follow do. Man, it's hard to overstate how impactful it is. It's like flipping a light switch. That's when I realized it. Really, the archetypal normie. The archetypical normie. This was his asset whenever he's in drama streams playing straight man into unhinged lunatics, and that's his asset here in political streams. He's a dry run and a litmus test. If Lerner can explain something to Relly in a way that builds his comprehension, it's a sign he's got the framework organized the right way. He'll get the right questions to address in his mind, and he's got the blueprint when he has to organize his thoughts to reach out to larger audiences like the recent H3 audience, and they call each other Little Gup, and it's really cute. To be fair, I call him Little Pug, but okay. New lore in the H3 snark. When two white men sitting in beautiful, sunny, and safe California have a calm and civilized discussion about the most inhumane and gruesome acts of violence done to a non-white people, it's always a tell. This person loves Hezbollah, by the way, and has no idea what they do. Anyway, let's go, whatever. No idea how many non-whites they kill. Okay, fuck me. As a Palestinian, I'm disgusted. Fuck me. Well, I love the self-appointed fucking spokespersons of the entire group. God. All right.
Outlet says, man arrested after alleged stabbing spree in Manhattan that left 2 dead, 1 injured. This right-wing outlet says, 2 dead, 1 critically injured in Manhattan as knife-wielding maniac launches unprovoked stabbing spree. I have been using Ground News since 2021, and I am just obsessed with this story. Is the plan? I'm not a description. Personally, think way, and you get back to the
because it's her
dissection, shall we?
There's no point in saying good morning. Because it certainly is not one.
From blaming the American people to blaming Joe Rogan, the Democrats and the media are having a hard time coping with their loss, and I don't blame them. It was a pretty big loss.
If she doesn't mention that they conceded the next day and that this is nothing compared to the fucking time that Republicans have still not coped with the loss in 2020. If she doesn't mention that, like, why? Why is it always that these kind of like I hate both sides people, why are they always nicer to Republicans? Like, what? It's
embarrassing, quite frankly. Donald Trump overperformed in nearly every state, with basically every demographic, and the entire country seems to be shifting more red. Everyone was so sure dangerous, devious, dastardly Donald would never make his way back into the White House to steal democracy. And he did it. With democracy. Anyway, I got a lot of comments on my last video from new fags like, wait, you're left-wing and you hate the Democrats? Yeah, man, that's a pretty common thing. If you were shocked that I'm left-wing, maybe that's a sign you need to take a step back and evaluate some of the preconceived stereotypes you have of people. Not all of us are crazy blue-haired socialists, no. Some of us are crazy brown-haired socialists. But for those of you who are new here, hello, I am Shoe on Head. If you ask the right wing, I am Stalin. If you ask the left wing, I am Hitler. Fiscally far left, culturally centrist, socially retarded. But if you really must put me in a box, it's not that hard to pin me down. I'm a populist. Think Huey Long if he was a 5'3" Italian New Yorker woman who still did her hair and makeup like it was 2008. Put a pin in that Huey Long name, by the way. He's gonna come up later. I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s. My political awakening was jibjab.com. The first time I voted for Obama. I was ready for that hope and change.
Oh my God,
Instead, we got the crushing of Occupy Wall Street and more drone strikes. And from there, it only got worse. I voted for Bernie in the primaries in 2016, and I watched as the Democratic Party did everything in their power to destroy this man twice. So it is safe to say I am a little biased when it comes to the Democratic Party, but I don't think I've hated them more than I do right now. The truth is, my last video was way meaner and way harsher than the final product turned out to be. When I showed the video to my assistant, he basically had an intervention with me and he was like, listen, you need to soften this up a bit. It's a few days before the election. You went too hard. Well, the election is over. And I'm sorry, River, but I'm going hard.
River.
You idiots. You morons. You imbeciles. Kamala Harris? Really? That's who you threw up there? The one who dropped out before Iowa? The one who got blown the f out by Tulsi Gabbard? Why didn't you hold a primary? Aren't you the f***ing saviors of democracy? Where the f was the democracy? Whoa. Oh, big congratulations to Tim Walz on being the first white male DEI hire. It didn't f***ing work. The DNC completely neutered that guy, reduced him to this weird token white man. Hello, fellow men, I too play football. But hey, men weren't the only demographic you completely dropped the ball with. Trump made incredible gains with women.
Wait, sorry. Tim Walz was actually like a sports coach and someone who was good with a gun and a National Guard guy. What the fuck? Vosh jump scare. Oh, people said he was talking about me, but it doesn't matter. I don't need to watch everyone who talk. There's too many people now. I can't keep up with it. If someone says something crazy about me, I'm sure there'll be a clip. But until then, whatever.
Two. Oh, and all those never Trumpers you tried to court, the people who like the old respectable GOP. You know, the old respectable GOP that led us into a pointless war that cost us trillions of dollars and millions of lives. But we're at least nice on Twitter. That GOP. Yeah, they didn't come out and vote for your ass either. So you got Liz Cheney to tag along for what? For f***ing what? You raised $1 billion and ended up $20 million in debt? Where the hell did all that money go? Maybe you should have blown it all on celebrity appearances that did nothing. Or maybe it was spending 6 figures on a single-use set for the Call Her Daddy podcast that didn't even hit 1 million views. I want to see a full audit of this campaign, because I wouldn't be surprised if this was all like a big money laundering scheme.
Rebuild the Vosh bridge. Me and Vosh are fine. I don't know.
Because honestly, that makes more sense than this being a legitimate presidential campaign. Then, they had the audacity to beg their supporters for money after she lost. How about you? How about every DNC consultant should have this map sewn onto the inside of their eyelids? May they never have a peaceful wink of sleep for the rest of their miserable lives. So that is how I feel about the whole situation. But what do Democrats and the media think? What do they think the Harris campaign did wrong? Why do they think Kamala lost?
I think Harris ran a really good campaign. If there's one person I do not blame for this loss, it is Vice President Harris.
This is gonna be a long fucking video. The media this morning saying Dems need to have a reckoning. No, we don't. We can't be blamed because we expected Americans to be who they always claim they are. Democrats don't have a messaging problem. America has a racism problem. Kamala ran a flawless campaign in 100 days, and I refuse to let y'all gaslight me into believing anything other than that. She lost because she's a woman, and a black one at that.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign.
Listen, I'm no political analyst, but losing seems like a pretty big flaw. Truly, don't overthink it. It's because she's a woman, she's a black woman. Don't overthink it. In fact, don't think about it at all.
And Kamala Harris lived up to our dreams. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She ran a remarkable 107-day emergency campaign full of joy and hope.
Kamala Harris was the perfect candidate, and she ran a beautiful campaign of joy, empathy, and unity. Joy and empathy and unity doesn't motivate people to go to the polls. No wonder Republicans had incredible turnout and so many Democrats
get mad. Tim Walz should have got mad. the elephant. Sorry, it's the elephant. I know it's boring, okay, but the inflation and the incumbency disadvantage of the last 2 years. I don't know. I think there's just people thinking too much. They're overthinking. Because apparently, digging your heels in and not taking any accountability and just doubling down can win you an election in the United States. Because it just did. So, whatever.
Stayed home. This isn't Steven's universe.
What caused the inflation? Oh, Biden. Probably the combination of COVID and the war in Ukraine. It's probably what caused the inflation.
You just can't, like, joy and empathy and unity your way out of not being able to afford food for your family. CNN has a story titled, Where the Harris Campaign Went Wrong. Nope, I won't read it. Harris ran a great campaign. The story should be titled, Where the American People Went Wrong. La la la, I can't hear you, la 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 la, I can't hear you, it's not me, it's you, la 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 la. The cope is unreal here. They don't
How did COVID and Ukraine cause the inflation? So, inflation is when you have too much... too many dollars chasing too few goods. Okay, to my fucking brain. And I think the problem, because after the COVID pandemic, is that obviously the economy reshaped very dramatically, which meant things like oil and gas and everything else were suddenly took a huge spike in demand because they weren't being used as much during the pandemic. And then energy prices took a double whammy because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because a lot of countries in the West are dependent on Russian energy. So, more dollars chasing fewer available goods. Bam. The COVID thing is more complicated. The supply chain adjusting that much and demand shifting is radically post-COVID compared to during COVID. But yeah, mostly the double whammy effect of that happening and being followed by the war in Ukraine. Where did the more dollars come from? Oh God, you're like a fucking... This is a gold standard person. This is what I've got... Probably a combination of stimulus and higher demand for particular goods.
even want to listen to criticism. They really think they did absolutely nothing wrong. They only see this as a Trump win and not a Democrat failure. Kamala Harris was not a flawed candidate. America is a flawed country. This incredible tweet here is from Shannon Watts, who is on the board of Emerge America, which is an organization that, quote, shows Democratic women how to run for office. Yeah, we're never getting a female president.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill, being a transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days, make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
Whoa.
It would absolve her.
Wow. What the f is this Make-A-Wish president shit? Like she's a little kid who wants to play pretend. Oh, just let her for a few days. What? Please tell me we're not gonna get the first female president out of pity. Well done, America. You failed them both.
Jesus.
The people cannot let politicians down. That's not how this works. As a politician, you are not owed anyone's vote. You have to earn it, and evidently she didn't earn it. We already went through this in 2016. Donald Trump beat both female candidates. Donald Iron Sealing Trump. It's not our fault the female candidates you're putting up are dog shit. Give us some good female candidates and maybe people will vote for them. At this rate, the first female president is going to be a Republican. Mark my words, it's bound to happen. And if it doesn't happen, this was a joke. One of the groups that showed up overwhelmingly for Trump was Latinos. One of the major stories of the results is the significant surge in support for Trump among Latino
She uses the same music for every video, doesn't she? Yeah.
Voters. Trump nearly erased the Democratic advantage in this group, narrowing the gap from 33 points to just 8. Democrats gonna build the wall 50 times higher after that one. We have to have a very, very uncomfortable conversation about Latino voters in this country.
Uh-oh.
Me watching him deport the Latinos and the Arab Americans.
Holy shit, that's crazy. Okay, good. It's just the standard shoe-on head. Like, yeah, should have been more populist, even though populists were losing elections as well in the last 2 years because of inflation. And actually, America handled it better than any other country in the G7, so and still got fucked by it. Yeah. People see prices go up, fucks them, fucks their heads. Makes them big mad. Shu did say Biden would lose 2020. Wait, did she? Oh, well. Again, I don't think populists care all that much about predicting things and getting things wrong. I don't think they care. Okay. Hmm. I'm bored of this. Okay.
Ukraine, if you were the president.
Putin uses the N-word. I call it the N-word. He uses the N-word, the nuclear word, all the time. That's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. He uses it on a daily basis. And everybody's so afraid, so afraid. And as they're afraid, he uses it more and more. That's why he's doing the kind of things he's doing. He's doing them because he thinks nobody's going to ever attack us because they're all stupid and they're afraid to talk about it.
I totally agree with you.
Okay?
So what would you do
and
with
instead
that?
of, excuse me, it's
Yeah,
a little complicated.
Sorry.
Shut up. Yeah, tell him you're sorry, you fucking breedable, submissive, throating little bub. Pierce, this is 2 years old. Do as you're told, Pierce.
So what'd you do
And
with
instead
that?
of, excuse me, it's
Yeah,
a little complicated.
Sorry.
Instead of, kowtowing, instead of Biden saying, oh, he's got nuclear weapons. He keeps saying he's got we have better weapons. We have the greatest submarine power in history.
So what would you say and do?
I would say we
Do you
have...
see what I mean? Meanwhile, you've got Joe Rogan being like, I don't know what, Ukraine, why are you, World War III with the attacks in Russia? And meanwhile, Trump's out here like, we have more nukes. We have the best nukes. Any nuke they give to us, we'll give them a lot more back. You tell Zelensky we're going to give him a lot. Oh, fuck. Listen, Trump is a hawk and an isolationist, okay? He will, somehow he attracts both of them, and he is both of them. It's just whatever. Trump here is saying, yeah, let him threaten us with, yeah, we'll do it back. Fuck you. He's saying, bring it on. Meanwhile, Joe, the Churchill-hating loser, is like, I don't know, I'm just really worried about World War III. Come on.
Far more than you do, far more powerful than you, and you can't use that word ever again. You cannot use the nuclear word ever again. And if you do, we're going to have problems.
Wow. Hassan is claiming that Hamas offered a ceasefire in exchange for the hostages on October 10th. Yeah, they said, it's never what people claim it is. They said, yeah, take the hostages back. I can maybe look for it, actually. Why is the only thing coming up today's current news? Why are you doing that to me? Come on. Not the November one. The offer on October 8th. I think it was October 8th, wasn't it? This is all just new articles. Why can't I get the old stuff? What the fuck? To be clear, I'm saying once again, Hassan's being disingenuous. Yeah, but I just want to know the exact terms, because... Oh, wait. I think it's here. October 9th. I think I found it. It was Al Jazeera, Musa Abu Marzouk. So this wouldn't have been cleared by Sinwar, I don't think. Or Al Jazeera, October 2023. It was a phone interview between one of their officials. October 8th. Was it October 8th? Breaking. Oh, that's Twitter. Middle East Eye. As long as I get something that just has the longest version of the call. Why is it so hard to get these things in English? Like the full thing. Got a few tabs here. This is... Where's the guy? Made the remarks to the Arabic language outlet on Sunday. Senior officials are among those being held. No, it's all new stuff. Twitter. Something of the sort. Political dialogues. Said it achieved its targets, open to discussions. Is this all they have? Oh God, where's Sundowner? I need this interview. I want to see exactly what he said, or was this it? He slammed the Palestinian Authority. I'm looking. Shameful position. October 10th. Where's the guy saying here? Probably just going to get the same thing. It's just something of the sort. Something of the sort. Oh, God. I wonder if memory would have it, no? Slams Egypt. (2023). Okay, he said something on October 30th. Let's just get as much as we can. October 27th. Well, this is something. Oh, nice exotic Eastern music, yeah.
البعض يتساءل وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد 500 كيلومتر من الأنفاق لماذا لم يشيد مآوي يلجأ إليها المدنيون خلال القصف؟
نحن شيدنا الأنفاق لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من القتل والاستهداف
هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات، نحمي مقاتلين من الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم والجميع يعلم بأنه 75% منه لاجئين، واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم المتحدة في حمايتهم، مسؤولية الاحتلال في أن يقدم تبعا لاتفاقية جنيف الدولية أن يقدم لهم كل الخدمات وهم تحت الاحتلال.
Okay, doesn't really help with anything. This is before October, August. Whoa.
وحماس قالت وجهة نظرها بوضوح، الشرعية الدولية لسنا ملتزمين بها، نحن ملتزمين بالقضايا أو القرارات الدولية التي تتوافق وحقوق شعبنا ولا تنتقص من حقه في العودة والتحرير. وأيضا نحن مع منظمة التحرير حتى الآن الشرعي والوحيد، وأؤكد حتى الآن الشرعي والوحيد، لكن بشرط أن يعيد بنائها وصياغتها لتشارك فيها كل مكونات الشعب الفلسطيني. وإذا بقيت مقفلة الأمر سيختلف بالتأكيد، لا يمكن أن نحتمل أكثر من هذا الوقت. إحنا متفقين على إعادة بناء المنظمة التحرير من 2005، فلا يمكن أن يبقى الموقف على ما هو عليه، وهناك آذان صم ويعني أعينا عمي عن هذه الحقيقة. إحنا لو كنا نريد إنشاء دولة، أقسم لك بالله جاءنا مسؤول دائرة الشرق الأوسط في الخارجية الأمريكية ومعه مشروع يقول قطاع غزة هي الدولة الفلسطينية وستتوسع قطاع غزة إلى 700 كيلومتر مربع إضافي، يعني ضعف.
Come on, this is alquds.com. There must be something. Oh, shit. Oh, videos. November, October, August, but nothing from... Maybe they just took that clip from the interview and that's all Al Jazeera published and no one else got anything. Okay, let's see. What are you looking for specifically? Oh, this ceasefire deal that apparently Hamas offered on October 9th or 10th. It was a telephone interview, not the deal itself. Although, we see the deal itself, that would obviously be helpful, yeah. But I don't know where people get this. Hang on. I'm in October on Mukawamology. I think it was either October 8th, 9th, or 10th. I saw you on H3. That's whoa. Really? Cool. Okay. Didn't mention the French Revolution. Bro. I feel like I should have mentioned so many more things that would have been better to talk about. But oh well. It's fine. Never perfect. What was the article that said Hamas had offered a really, really immediate ceasefire after October 7th, and they say Netanyahu said no. I'm sorry, it was apparently all the hostages for an immediate ceasefire, like right on day 2 or something. Does anyone know what they're talking about? I've heard it mentioned in one article, but I don't know if I've ever seen anything from the time that suggested that, apart from this guy saying it, but being very vague. Security Council, ceasefire. Was it not like a Haaretz or Times of Israel article that spoke about it? The interview with the Netanyahu sabotaging the hostage deal? Fuck. Where'd it? Oh, sulfur. Hello. Oh, the efforts to block the hostage deal. Okay, 1 minute. One minute. Okay. Ooh. Mukawamology, thank you. This is about, no, this isn't, this is about the truce from the hostage swap. This is about the one that went through, isn't it? November 23rd? That's interesting, though. Okay, hang on. I mean, since the Al Jazeera article, wasn't it civilian hostages? You guys keep saying that, though, but where's the article that says that? Who said that? I don't know about that. All I have is this one half of a sentence or a fraction of a sentence saying, yeah, yeah, something like that. But that's nothing. That's useless. Was it Hania speaking? No, it was this guy. It was a phone call interview with this guy. I'll show you the article that it's probably the first source that I could find, the most original. Al Jazeera, Musa Abu Marzouk, ceasefire, October. (2023). I think it was this is the original source. No, that's him saying that they've got senior Israeli officials. Maybe this one? I think this is the earliest I can see of it. I'll DM it to you, Sulfur. Okay. SVL. That. No, not the three-phase deal. This is the very first one. The only line I've heard of it is that they say that Hamas offered the hostages back for a ceasefire and Israel not to enter Gaza. That's it. But I have never seen what the original source of that claim is, and I'm just wondering about it now. For no reason. Right. Hostages for Israel to not enter Gaza. Is this is on Mumsnet? Okay, that's okay. It was a guy called Chaim Rubenstein. I don't know. Oh, this. Okay, so this is saying Rubenstein, that they rejected early offer for... Oh, this is the civilians one. This is the article. Okay. Hamas had offered on October 9th or 10th to release all the civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip. What, and they just keep the soldiers? Wow. It was Al Ghad. Oh. I thought it was Al Jazeera. Is this what they're referring to here then? Open to discussions. Something of the sort. "30 people held by Islamic Jihad." Is that it? That's all the news then. On it. They mentioned the full text. What, in Al Jazeera? What? Did I miss it? This one. What? Their bulletins are weird. Where's the full text? Copy link. Is it this? That's just updates. Is this right? Holding more than 100 captive. But this isn't anything about releasing them. This releasing offer was apparently private. It's just like a word of mouth for this particular deal. Yeah.
وجاي يطلب اجتماعنا، رفضنا الاجتماع أو مجرد الحديث معه. إحنا بدنا دولة في قطاع غزة. قطاع غزة هذا شو بيمثل 1%.
Oh, I can see this. This is Khaled Mashal saying it as well in late October. That the civilian hostages will be freed if Israel stops the bombardment. This is him getting interviewed.
Will you release all the civilian hostages? Will you let them go from Gaza? Unconditionally. Will you let them out now?
They are not hostages. First. Secondly, I told you.
Whatever you call them, captives, guests, whatever. Will you let them go? What have they done?
I said we will release them, and Al-Qassam brigades announced that. But now they are distributed in different locations. Israel has killed more than 22 of them because of the destruction it has caused. So therefore, if Netanyahu was keen on their safety, if the Europeans and the Americans are keen on their safety, let them force Israel to stop its aggression, to stop this genocide, this brutal war crimes which are committed every day. Yesterday, only 400 victims in one night, Dominic. Let them stop this aggression, and you will find the mediators like Qatar and some Arab countries like Egypt and others. They will find a way to have them released, and we'll send them to their homes.
Palestinian journalists have filmed Hamas fighters going to civilian places, attacking civilians. I'm asking you, please answer. Was that intended? Was it calculated, or was it a mistake? Did your men go too far that day?
I'm telling you very specifically, the elite forces of Al-Qassam did not kill civilians, with the admission of Israeli women in the Israeli media as a result of the fire exchange and by the bullets of the Israelis.
Hamas bandanas, they're in kibbutzes, civilian places, looking for civilians.
Let me finish my sentence, please. If there was any killing, this definitely was not intended, definitely.
Wow. So hang on, let's go.
22 of them because of the...
Will you release all the civilian hostages?
So when
will you
did
let
he say
them
this?
go from Gaza? Unconditionally. Will you let them out now?
They are not hostages. First, secondly, I told you.
Whatever you call them, captives, guests, whatever. Will you let them go? What have they done?
I said we will release them. And
Oh, let them stop and then we'll find a way to get them released. Okay.
the Al-Qassam brigades announced that.
من مساحة فلسطين مثل واحد في
Okay. This is the guy who said, okay. Yeah. Did they choose that voiceover intentionally? What the fuck does that mean? What? I'm guessing they chose the guy who could translate the words. When will we react to streamers reacting to Lonerbox's convo? Do I really want to do that? That sounds like a horrible idea. These people don't react to shit. They just get triggered and just say and act like they're really fucking above everything that's being said. Like, oh, really? It's, yeah, I don't know. No research today. Like, no comment chick is mad? Okay. She's always mad. Five and a half hours, not just this break. Is Dan Lonerbox?
Nick Mullen
like a hawk, but no.
But he thinks it's...
Imagine that Destiny, that Ethan...
Let's just go around a bit and see if we have anything insightful,
There's
okay?
people who are
Not
stuck
from
at
you,
a checkpoint,
dickhead.
kids who have Palestine. Yeah, fuck this. This is awful. So yeah, I don't know. I think as far as slogans go and optics, I think Palestinians are pretty good at that, actually, aren't they? They're actually quite good at wooing the rest of the world in terms of like...
Megastar says Ethan is a male Anna Kasparian, clearly.
Looking good or being sympathetic, right? Because they have their situation is something that people should be sympathetic with. On the other end,
I don't mean so much the oppressed overseas. I mean the people here.
Do I condemn Habibi? No, but I do condemn Hamas. That we're kind of defending and saying, well, you know, he said some iffy things, but overall, he's the voice of reason here. We're talking about the minister of the fucking IDF. We're talking about the defense minister.
Anti-Semitic or supported some kind of like terror or anything else, or
and who only looks good at all. And the only way that you could say that at all is in comparison to the far right government of Netanyahu.
Oh, this is about me saying that like it was okay to describe Gallant as a moderating voice in the particular situation because he was actually the one with the military experience who didn't want to fucking continue the war in the way that Netanyahu was doing it. And that he also opposed that stupid red line over the Philadelphia. So it's like, that doesn't excuse everything else he did. And he's like, he's a right winger. He doesn't believe in a Palestinian state. Like, I hate the guy. But it's funny that like, if I'd said, describe someone like Khalid Mashal, that guy we just saw, or if we... or if I described Hania as one of the moderates of Hamas, no one would bat an eye. Like, no one gives a fuck if you say that. Even though the only moderate thing about Khaled Mashal is that, I guess, at some point he was more rhetorically moderate with the new charter. Or Hania being moderate in the sense that he's been willing to build olive branches, or he was willing to extend olive branches to other Arab and Muslim states. But it's okay to call them moderate voices in the party. Eek. Did the New York Times do that? What's this? This is just, okay, I don't know why I got this. Did New York Times call Hania moderate? Did they? Good guy was the misspoken phrase. But Ethan didn't say that, didn't he? I thought it was Eli that said that. No, so this is New York Times quoting someone else. When they say reconciliation, do they mean with Fatah or with Israel? Gallant is a two-stater. Are you sure? Where do you get that? I don't think I've seen evidence that Gallant is a two-stater. He advocates day after rules for non-Palestinian, the non-Hamas Palestinian entities. Oh yeah, non-Hamas Palestinians, okay. PM, we won't let Hamastan become Fatahstan. God, he's such a cringe lord. Jesus. Ugh. Even Arafat, what was he doing for the entire 20th century, right? He was coordinating attacks on civilians, like hijacking buses and killing civilians, hijacking planes. People still saw him at the end of the day. Was it wrong to say that at one point he was a potential body for peace in the region? I mean, he was. He made steps. He put forward olive branches, right? It's okay to say that about him, right? It's okay to say that about Mahmoud Abbas or anyone else. So yeah, Gallant compared to Netanyahu was more moderate. Yeah, that's okay to say. And
yeah, he wanted to end the war. Yeah, or at least he wanted to withdraw.
Why is my audio so shit on his end? I didn't do that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, now if I'm correct about this, and anybody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Gallant wanted to
come on.
Into a ceasefire and to get the hostages back in Gaza, whatever hostages remain after this year-long campaign. But I don't think it was necessarily that Gallant wanted peace. Like, my understanding was that Gallant wanted to pivot away from Gaza now that the military objectives are accomplished, and yeah, maybe the ethnic cleansing objectives as well, and to concentrate on Lebanon. Is that wrong?
Still, obviously,
yep, still a right winger, but
I don't think that Gallant necessarily was like, let's give peace a chance.
At least on that particular issue, yes.
I think it was.
I think she's just making things up as she goes along, I guess. Okay. He rejected both Hamas rule in Gaza and Israeli military rule in Gaza. He wanted Palestinian rule that wasn't Hamas. That's what he wanted in Gaza. Okay. So these are my critics. They just make shit up as they go along. They don't know shit.
More of a tactical disagreement.
A bit more moderate, yes.
Yeah. There you go. See?
I have a question. Because
okay, great. Is she a tanky? They're all just don't even know. I don't know what these guys are. These ladies and gentlemen. Okay. What else do I have to do today? I've already streamed for 7 hours. Why is time going by so quickly? I haven't done any research. Oh no. We haven't done research today. The fucking table. The master table. Fuck. Shu does... Wait. Really? Wait. Wait! "30 minutes in. Okay, near the end
Latinos,
of
the
the
working
video.
class, are gone. And I don't know if they're coming back. Maybe this is a one-time thing, maybe it's just because of Trump or inflation, or maybe the meme is coming true. Maybe Republicans are the new party of the working class. Democrats' working class exodus sets off reckoning with
You're joking that this is why that this is all her that she mentions of it.
party. Democrats, who have long prided themselves
That's
as
not
the
her only
party for the
mention.
little guy,
Stop.
instead strengthened their emerging base of financially secure college graduates this election,
Okay.
while a growing number of blue-collar voters embraced Trump and Republicans. Especially alarming for Democrats this election, the exodus of working-class instead of bombs. Doesn't that sound cool? If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. The fact is, this election was a complete rejection of the liberal ideology. Or it was just because of inflation and people want to afford eggs again. Yeah, it was probably that. It just kind of
okay.
sucks.
Yeah. Who you been watching, Shu? Took you the entire video to get there. Nice one, Queen. Listen, she's so reliable, isn't she? She's a no nonsense, straight to the point. Populist, common sense coded. So when does the ceasefire go into place? 11 o'clock tonight. Wait, is that in an hour? Hang on. This 11 my time. When does the Lebanon-Israel ceasefire start? $10 tomorrow. Oh God, how many Katyushas are they going to fire? How many Beirut buildings are going to get pancaked by tomorrow? Got to keep watching. One of my tweets comes up in the Shu video, lol. Tell me the timestamp, basket case. Otherwise, you're fucked. Otherwise, you're dead. Next time I see you, you're dead. When does the ceasefire begin? Israel, Lebanon. Why are you guys getting the beginning of the ceasefire? Oh, Al Jazeera, for once, the reliable source, the most reliable, the quickest. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. to who? You fucking assholes. UK time? No. Wait. Don't say local time. Okay. But this is in English. This is their English language article. Surely they mean 4 a.m. my time. But time in Lebanon, is it going to be 2 a.m. UK time then? Give me a countdown. Yeah, Lebanese local time. Okay. Wait, you didn't say it was 4 a.m. though. That's what I'm thinking. Is this 4 a.m. to someone else? Reuters challenge headline describing slain Hamas leader Haniyeh as moderate. The Reuters obituary said he was the moderate face. Okay. I don't know why people gave a fuck about this. Like, obviously it's relative. Shut up. Fox. Oh well, no one on the internet is telling me exactly what time the ceasefire is, but I guess we just have to hope and pray and slay. Did you gain a lot of subs since yesterday? About 1,300? 4 a.m. Israeli time. And they are 2 hours ahead of me. Fuck me. I need to read super chats. I'm so sorry. I've missed like all of them. All right. Woke time. True. Okay. Just RF 1001. Thanks to the £5. Was nervous when Lorna got the emotive questions, but he struck the balance perfectly and was very well received in the H3 community. Warner. Thanks very much. Thanks to the £5. Worth adding, left populist anti-Semitic hate has the conspiracy tropes of shady cabals controlling government media, and we would have X if it wasn't for IZ. Or Z. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Track 72, thanks to the €6. Good job on H3H3. Dave Gunner, thanks to the £5. Lornabox Live, this is why I've never given Hassan the benefit of the doubt, because he coincidentally misses these parts of history. It's intentional. I don't know, maybe. Tick Dickler, thanks to the $9.99. You did good. I've seen positive comments as well as thirsty ass ones too. Lameo, it would be funny if all it took was another conventionally Chad-coded leftist to make people see Hassan's an idiot. I don't like the... Okay. I haven't been to the gym in a while, okay? We need to restart that. Restock the gains. Tick Dickler, thanks for the $1.99. Just throwing this out, Rally permanent call-in. Yeah, he can call him whenever he wants. Lawson, thanks for the $20. I'm curious if he were there during the protest, would he have advised others that they should avoid being agitators? I'm curious if he were there during the protest, would he have advised others that they could avoid being agitators? What was that referring to? I'm so sorry, I don't know, but thanks for the $20. Hyperion F, thanks for the £10. They asked, like, if Hamas don't surrender, then what? The only answer to that is what is likely to happen. They confuse themselves into thinking your answer is this will happen and it'll be good. Yeah, I think unfortunately, some things are inevitable, whether you like them or not. But yeah, or the guy arguing the March of Return was peaceful, maybe. Maybe. Oh, would the caller have stopped? Okay, I got you. Tick Dickler, thanks for the $4.99. Honestly, if Relly was always called in the background, I'd be down. It's nice to have Lil Pup ready to be to lubricate the autismo machine, lol. To socially lubricate the autismo machine. The fuck? Elon Musk's statements on Trump. Oh no. Might watch that tomorrow, to be honest. Mixolydian, thanks for the New Zealand 6 New Zealand dollars. Banapanada looks like his max bench is 30 kilos. Okay, fucking bench comments. Hassan's Kremlin cell fans don't lift their soy. God, you're obsessed with the lifting shit there. Gremlin versus Destiny equals Lauren Phillips meme. I don't know what that is. What? Is that the you're short, you're short? I don't know. Okay. It's probably what that's referring to. Pasta, thanks for the 60 Swedish. I caught a nasty virus. If I die, have 20 Swedish. Still alive, have 20 more Swedish. Causing some more inflation. Nothing to see here. Well, you are, really, yeah. What did that Gremlo guy say about the Holodomor? It's funny because I also am probably 55% in favor of the idea that the Holodomor wasn't a genocide, but that's because I'm a fucking Sigma, equal opportunity genocide denier. I will not do it for the liberals or for the commies. God. I did. What are some socialist policies you'd implement? I don't know what a socialist policy, like I would get governments to push for worker co-ops more, preferential funding for them. Because, you know, there's a lot of hype around them. See how it goes. Maybe it's shit, but we should try. There you go. Redistribution for the win. Oh, I do have a VOD coming out on the live channel that's probably going to be quite decent. My editor is back from their little trip. And they have finished editing. They finished editing the Hassan Bad Empanada shit piece. With like citations and everything. It's like an hour. Like they're like put up on the screen, but on a live stream. What a novelty! Like, look at this unconditional release. The ICJ shit up there. Release of hostages because hostage. That's wild. Yeah. Terrorist taco. Jesus. Hassan is live watching you. What, like me right now or me on the thing? Me on CNN. Oh, no, not CNN. Ethan Klein. I don't know. He'll get clipped saying dumb shit. Oh no, he's watching more Bad Empanada stuff. This is old. This is really old. Okay. Fine. Oh dear. Oh dear. The desperation. It is. It's Lil Gup's fucking Twitter handle. Oh well. Ah well. It is what it is. He's genuinely so salty you went on H3. Yeah, I guess he is. He's a very grumpy fuck. What can you do though, eh? He called you Timu Hassan. Oh, is this I think they're salty because of the Mandela shit. I don't know. Just watching clip chimps again. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Oh yeah. Why doesn't he look at the? Why is he looking at old clips? Is he not going to look at the Ethan thing? Is that not more interesting to him? The thing that was actually recent? I don't even know what that clip is.
Don't worry. I don't know if you guys heard.
Hmm. He's just looking at a clip from a 2-year-old debate. Or a 2-year-old stream. I don't even. Oh, is this about the South African nuclear weapons? That's what they're talking about. I think I know what they're responding to here. They think it's like reasonable to say that that Israel can be forced to abolish itself despite being a nuclear power, but because South Africa did, they got rid of their nukes and then they abolished apartheid. As if South Africa faced the same threats, as if being surrounded by anti-white states that want to destroy South Africa was the same concern that Israelis have about Middle Eastern anti-Semitism. Apparently, anti-white racism and anti-Semitism are equally valid concerns to these fucking dipshits. Wow. Wow. Yeah, well. Amazing. Amazing. What was his response? Oh, people, it's funny that because a lot of these white leftists will just, if anything, they're like the most Orientist people in the world, because what they'll do is they'll literally just act as if every single POC, third world, whatever conflict with a Western power or anything like that is just always the same. So apparently South Africa, a population with that was 80 or 90% black, that had a leader that was willing to offer an olive branch towards a state for two groups of people, for the black and the white population, that was able to have a rainbow nation where everyone would have a future and everyone would have equal rights, and where there wasn't this circle of anti-white countries that were ready to obliterate the white population as soon as they got the chance. But that's somehow the same as Israel and Palestine becoming a one-state solution and Israel disarming and sharing a military with the fucking Palestinians. Whilst I guess Hezbollah and Iran and Yemen and all that, they just do whatever, I guess. They just do fuck all. They just hang around. Interesting. Have you covered the ceasefire? Yeah, it's going to go into place in about... It's going to go into place in about... I'm trying to figure out what the time differences are, but it's like a few hours, isn't it? They said 4 a.m. 3.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Are we not going to react to anything new, Mr. Piquer? Did he really just go for the Twitter clip and then
quite close, much closer than it had been in 20 and in 16. But I do think we saw some lighter turnout in some of the areas we had hoped, but difference of a point here or there, which obviously in a close race makes a huge difference. And then I think we saw a little bit of a drop in support in a few areas for us. So that ultimately, I think, is why we weren't able to close the gap. It wasn't so much that what we were seeing in the battlegrounds was out of expectation or that he had some hidden turnout we hadn't picked up on.
He looks up a Twitter clip from 2 years ago, and that's his, okay. What a salty little fucker. God. I think the whole gotcha in that old clip was me, like getting the timeline wrong on when South Africa got rid of their nuclear weapons. And that's from 2 years ago. But apparently this fucking dishonest cunt can just act like Mandela being labeled a terrorist is somehow like a reasonable answer to the criticism of like Hamas or Hezbollah being terrorists, as if the tactics of the ANC were anything like those of Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis. Just a sweeping statement, no details, no information. Yeah, fuck off. Jesus. Really? You have to look back 2 years, Hassan. Lil pug, lil bub, 2 years ago. You have to look back 2 years ago to find your example of me having to fact check something in the middle of a conversation. Wow. Whew. All right, let's do some combat. Okay, let's get fighting. Okay, come on. We have to defend ourselves. All right. South Africa had nukes. They had like 6 nukes, and they were shit. Also, I don't really know how they were going to defend themselves with nukes because it was literally their local it's like their workforce. How are they going to nuke their own workforce to defend it, to keep up apartheid? That makes sense. Whereas I'm pretty sure a tactical nuke can do from Israel can just do like a half-mile radius. Is that right? 3/4. Depends on the size. Okay. Interesting. Where's the clip that Mandela was a terrorist? Are there any industries in Israel that are dependent on Palestinians for labor or labor resources? I think I know they depend on them to some degree because of people from the West Bank, but I don't know if it's a particular industry. But yeah, I don't know. Where's the, oh God, how do I, oh, it's probably the Ethan conversation. Hmm. Okay. Does anyone know what, was it when he was talking to Ethan? When Ethan was talking to Hassan, when did they talk about the dispute over Mandela being labeled a terrorist? I wonder if it's in my reactions. Mandela came up when he was talking about Nasrallah and Nick. Oh. Did he? Oh, he did. I remember. When he was showing the Houthi video. No, I think it was the Hezbollah one, wasn't it? Was it here? No, this is a short version.
Like them then. Well, I mean, we also called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008.
This. Okay, yeah, this is what we need. Okay, can I get this video? How do I download this video? Okay. Gimme.
That this
Does anyone have a download of that video? I want it without the fucking... I know. I'll go Reddit. The voice is the... I don't have an issue with them comments. Is this it? This is shorter.
Hezbollah is... I don't have an issue with them. Let's just...
Too short. Sorry, Whiffer Nubbin, you dumb fuck. Not good enough. That's not the clip. Fuck. Hassan, Hezbollah. I could just download this one. But it's got that stupid watermark on the top. I don't like it. Post the link in Discord and I'll get it? Yeah, I'll put it in stream suggestions. We can go with that one. Wait, what's this? No, that's not right. Here. Okay, it's in stream suggestions. Screen record it. No. Because that means I have to change my OBS settings, and that's annoying. Let's try this. Give me the link. Does this work? Because I don't know if you can share the article. Will it find the video if I share the article? Oh, it does. Wow. That's so cool. I didn't know it did that. Come on, work.
Allah.
Who's that?
He's the leader of Hezbollah,
Okay.
the German terrorists.
Right. Is that downloaded? That was easy. Shit. Have more faith. Wait, what? Why won't it let me download the video? What the fuck? This is just a link. This is just a browser thing. No? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm such a boomer. I'm a technophobe. Terrified. Okay. You mentioned music production in H3 last night. What kind of production? Mostly like alt rock and stuff, but I did quite a few different things. Alt rock, did a bit of bedroom pop, just a lot of memes. But I'd often produce for very different artists, so I would do all kinds. I'd have to do folk or singer-songwriter or like weird hurdy-gurdy orchestras, like varied. More like Studio Console, Ableton, Pro Tools, Nasheeds. All right. Hmm. Hurdy-gurdy is a medieval instrument. Hurdy-gurdy means a Donovan song. Don't know what that has to do with loner. Yeah, a hurdy-gurdy. Yeah, I recorded an artist once who had a hurdy-gurdy, and it was really cool. It's a really interesting instrument with like fucking droning strings and keys and like a turning wheel. Yeah, it's just really like a handle that turns. Yeah, it's just cool. Interesting. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Classic Donovan. I was never a fan. Sorry. We've already watched Biden. Shit. Wait, is this the English version? Oh, fuck off. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Okay, let's go for Elon Musk. Where is it? Fuck. Oh, it's here. Elon's tweets and statements on Trump. Oh no. Oh no.
It's not going to make much of a difference one way or the other, honestly. I mean, you know, yeah. Obviously, I think, you know, Hillary's economic policies and her environmental policies particularly are the right ones, you know, but yeah. I also don't think this is the finest moment in our democracy in general. But
you did blog a year ago. You said you didn't have. A year ago, you blogged that you didn't have very strong feelings about the election, but that you hoped Trump would not get the nomination. Do you essentially feel the same way about his victory to the White House?
Well, I feel a bit stronger that probably he's not the right guy. He just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem to have the sort of character that reflects well on the United States. It's just I don't know. Just no.
No immediate reaction here from the White House to these tweets that we're seeing from Elon Musk. Remember, Elon Musk is one of the most frequent high-profile CEO visitors to the Trump White House. He serves on a number of advisory councils for CEOs, and he's upset about the apparent decision of the White House to possibly remove the United States from the Paris Accords. Here's what Elon Musk has tweeted just within the past few moments. He said, "I don't know which way Paris will go, but I've done all I can to advise directly to POTUS through others in the White House and via councils that we remain." That is, that the United States remain in the Paris Climate Agreement. He's asked by a follower on Twitter, what will you do if he makes the decision to leave? Elon Musk responds, we'll have no choice but to depart councils in that case. So Musk there threatening to leave those advisory councils that he sits on. And by our count, he sits on at least 3 of the councils created by the Trump White House: the Manufacturing Council, the Strategic and Policy Forum, and the Infrastructure Council. And as I say, he's been a high-profile visitor to this Trump White House. He's taken some heat from Democrats and from liberals for continuing to engage with the president when they think he should back away. But now Elon Musk signaling on Twitter that this might be the issue that does cause him to break away from the Trump White House.
Elon did have like a really bizarre pivot around 2022, and apparently it seemed to coincide with him. It seemed to coincide with him having meetings with Putin. I don't know. It's very strange. That's all I'll say. Okay, wait. How do I download this? Did it let me download this? This better have a download option. Why am I seeing the download option? Hey! Oh, I can do the downloader. It's okay. I know how to do. I know what to do. I've done this before. 2 minutes ago. All right. Download. Okay. Did you ever react to some of Bana Banana's videos about you? Yeah, this segment's going to go up after this stream. Apparently, a decade of... Hmm. Okay. This is a reasonable response? Do I even need to explain to people why Mandela... Jill, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Whoa. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't even use Twitter that much anymore. Call him a gup. Okay. Okay. Ooh. The Trump tariff package. Oh, God. First day of... God, he's going to... So much in the first day of office. It must be one of those things, right, where he's saying a 25% tariff, but I'm pretty sure the executive power is 15%. You can use executive order for a 15% tariff if you can justify it on the grounds of national security. But I'm guessing since you You spelled Israel wrong. Oh, for fuck's sake. Thanks, guys. Oh, well, we'll be quick. We'll be quick. It's already got 40 likes. It's fine. Israel in between. Oh, yeah, Israel. It's okay. People do this. If you don't know that influencers will deliberately spell a word wrong in their posts because it gets people to reply to them and correct it. It's actually, Israel is a dog whistle. That's what it is. Israel is a Zionist dog whistle as a way of saying, yeah, it's real and it's all ours. It's all, anyway. At least you didn't say regarded. I would never. I'm a normie. I'm normie friendly, normie coded. All right. So Trump wants to do 25% tariffs on anything entering from Canada and Mexico. An additional 10% on goods from China. Wow. Call him a hard R gupper. If implemented, the tariffs could raise prices for ordinary America. Oh, really? What? What? But I thought the Mexicans pay for it. What? That's crazy. Fuck. 83% of exports from Mexico went to the US in 2023. 75% of Canadian exports to the country. Okay. Tariffs, I'm calling it now. The tariffs will lead to a recession that he will blame the Dems for. It's the whole, I don't know, because there's also this whole thing about, oh, the first day I'll do this and this and this, but it's like, someone's going to try to convince him not to do it, but they're going to try to, but they have to convince him that it's in his interest not to do it. And will he listen? I don't know. He's probably, I don't know. The fact that he's like, oh God, the fact that this is Trump basically just living out the last 4 years of his life as president, I feel like he's just going to do whatever. I think he's probably going to be harder to persuade because he's not going to, I don't think he's worried about re-election. I think he'll happily just get Alzheimer's and go out with what's left over from his fucking the page that he ripped out of Epstein's address book. I don't know. There's a song called Lil Gups. Okay, great. I'm not getting No. Is that why people say it? Little guppy fish? Fuppy fish? Floppy dish? Oh, God. Look, it worked. Look, the engagement. Minor spelling mistake. Minor spelling mistake. It's, hey, we did it. We are the masters of the new age. We will not adapt to the future, okay? We are the future. Oh. Okay. Get pugged, little bro. Little plug. Little plug. Oh, why does that one have a ring to it? I like that little plug. Why are Mizrahi Jews so predominantly right wing? Two reasons that I am aware of. Excluding the ones who, like the Moroccans who live in Sidera, where they just get under Hamas rocket fire all the time. Yeah, that's probably obvious, but mostly one is I don't think they've ever really forgiven the Israeli left because Israel was dominated by the left when the Mizrahi Jews arrived in Israel. When they were marginalized, they were treated like shit. They were, I think, actually subjected to some like pretty aggressive kind of like delousing and shit like that. Yeah, techniques. Yeah, so they were treated really badly and marginalized and not housed appropriately when they came into Israel as refugees escaping the Arab Muslim world. So they've always had a bit of resentment for that group, like the Israeli left, because they were the ones who were in charge when that happened. But also none of them really have fond memories or memories passed down from their grandparents about the Arab world, because remember, they all left the Arab world. Like they all got the fuck up and left, basically. As soon as they got the chance to go to a Jewish state and to go somewhere else, they did it. They left. And some of them left because of pogroms, some of them left because of government persecution, some of them left because of intimidation, some of them left because of violence. So, yeah, those are probably the two reasons. Delousing. There was something that the Israelis did to delouse the Mizrahi Jews that was like really like crude and harmful, but I can't remember what it is. What was it they did? What was the story? Was it they fucking pesticide? They used some kind of like pesticide on them to apparently clean them or some shit. I don't know, some stupid shit. Anyway. Yeah, they were sprayed with insecticide to disinfect them, and when they came off planes, yeah, and then they had to live in transit camps. They had a shit time coming in. And obviously, this is them after they've left basically all of their wealth and their estate behind, right? A lot of their houses, they just left them. Like they lost like hundreds of millions, maybe even billions worth of property when they and possessions when they left. They just took whatever they could carry. Yeah, I saw the Gramlos chat thing. Yeah, that was funny. The Holodomor thing. That was a funny meme. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fuck, I'm just circling the drain now. I'm tired. I'm very tired. Did I read all my donos? I did. Literally just 1,000 people staring at me. I'm not doing anything. What the fuck? Okay. Good stream, guys. Good pug. Good little plug. Did you ever look into that thing about sterilizing Ethiopian Jews? Yeah, Haaretz basically butchered a quote from a minister and made it sound like he said it was Israeli policy to give them this birth control, even though what he'd actually said is as soon as the health ministry was alerted to what had happened in those transit centers, they put out an announcement saying, don't do this, don't give them these contraceptives unless they know exactly what they're getting, because they were like long-acting contraceptives. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, so basically some people, I think there were 4 medical divisions that were involved in Ethiopia, and I don't know how many people. I think it was based on interviews with like 35 Ethiopian women that workers in transit in transit centers. Some of them were either using a lack of informed consent to give it, or they were like almost like intimidating them or coercing them, as if to say something like, "Oh, if you don't take this, like you won't get to come to Israel," like that kind of shit. All right. But it wasn't policy. It was actually a violation of policy that was corrected by the ministry. Yeah. Anyway, fuck off. Bye.